Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Oladabe.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention, agents, join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Top of the morning to you viewers. Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show on Business Day TV. It's a beautiful Tuesday morning right here in Lagos City, and we have enough packed up to keep you going. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and of course today we're going to be looking at the newspaper review. We'll look at what we have on the headlines today, and then we'll go and see what we have on the big story, all about the HB1 visas. And at 10 a.m. We will be moving. 9 a.m. we'll be moving to Business Morning. 10 a.m. big story, and of course social listening to see what we have on the streets of social media. So there's a lot packed up for you this morning on the BDTV Breakfast Show, but we'll take a quick break and we'll see what we have on the headlines this morning.
Drug abuse in Lagos continues to spread like wildfire. As far back as 2019, authorities busted at least 10 major locations notorious for drug sales. These include Ikotun, African Shrine, Oshodi, Abattoir and Akerele Streets, Mushin inside Ojuwoye Market, Ajegunle, Jora Underbridge, Makoko Otu and Odumara, Akala Street, and Pate Street. By 2022, the NDLEA described Lagos as the biggest hub for cocaine and cannabis use in Nigeria. More recently, a 50-year-old woman faked pregnancy to traffic 1.3 kilograms of cocaine, but was intercepted by the NDLEA. That is just one example among many. The trafficking of drugs in Nigeria is as old as the practice of medicine itself. It remains a closely knit yet highly accessible trade, especially for today's youths. Statistics reveal that 14.3 million Nigerians are affected by drug abuse. 1 in 4 high-risk users have been arrested for drug-related offenses ranging from possession at 73%, theft at 12%, sex work at 5%, burglary at 4%, and shoplifting at 2%.
There's a common saying that maybe it's from the Holy Scripture, which says that an idle man is a devil's workshop. I'm not here to judge on people's morals, but with the growing rate of unemployment that we currently have, this is can be related or is directly proportional to how frustrated people are, and this definitely will increase the intake of hard drugs, psychoactive substances, because people want to try as much as possible to avoid thinking, so they engage in psychoactive substances to build just feeling more or less as killers. What factors are driving this current growing trend? Unemployment, frustration, not being able to meet up with what people want to meet up, or maybe with the current timeline they have created for themselves in life. So this can be one of the reasons why this is a growing trend.
The use and sale of hard drugs is tearing at Nigeria's social fabric. It fuels crime, weakens mental health, undermines productivity, and destabilizes communities. Hard drugs are not just a personal problem, they are a societal menace. Did you know that the use of hard drugs can result in psychological instability, reduced productivity, and life-threatening health disorders? For instance, tramadol abuse is strongly linked with paranoia, hallucinations, depression, and even suicide. The connection between drug abuse and psychiatric admissions in Nigerian hospitals is alarming. Beyond the users, families also bear the weight, suffering financial drain, neglect, and broken homes. Dr. Usman Bugaji once said, "At the moment, hard drugs are the greatest threat to Nigeria's survival. For the country to survive and thrive, the menace of drug trafficking and consumption must be addressed squarely. It is a national emergency." Remember, hard drugs are not just a personal issue, they are a family and societal menace. This is Amanda Emasigwe, reporting for Business Day Television. Drug abuse in Lagos.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs
Still the BDTV Breakfast Show right here on Business Day TV, and this is what we are all about this morning. It's about the newspaper review this morning. We're going to see what we have on the front pages of the papers this morning. Starting off, of course, as always, we always like to start off with the Business Day paper. Then we move to the Vanguard paper, and of course, we'll see what we have on the Punch paper this morning. But starting off with the Business Day paper this morning, the big story here says, oil sector lifts Nigeria's growth to 4-year high as industry and agric shine. It's a good thing to see agric shine. And also, looking at the front page this morning, you also see that this story was a joint effort by 4 or 5 of our journalists, actually. Wasiu Ali, Cynthia Egboho, Chinwe Michael, David Olujimi, and Fei Shola Jaisimi. So obviously this is quite a huge story. They had to join forces, you know, looking at the oil sector, looking at economics, looking also at the agricultural sector and all of that. So quite interesting. Economy, markets, all of that intertwined into one story. And moving on now, micro pension surges 9-fold as tech drives adoption. This one is in the pension sector. And then on page 30 of the paper this morning says, how Dangote's refinery direct supply reshapes petrol market. Also on the front page of the papers this morning, and that's in the energy sector and the oil and gas sector. But let's talk about the oil sector lifting Nigeria's growth to 4-year high. Valentine, are there some words you want to say?
Right. I mean, so Onyeka Valentine here. I guess I didn't get the time, so you let them know who was it.
All right. Yes, true. Very true.
What we do when we have to dodge the rain.
What happened?
So, don't worry. You will not hear this one.
Okay.
So oil sector lifts Nigeria's growth to 4-year high. Is it a great thing? Yes. Can it be sustained? No.
Really?
And it's very basic. Why can it be sustained? Now, so you change the game, but you don't change the officials. What do you expect? It is still the same non-use of proper cards to officiate a match. And this is what we're going to see here. It's good to see that, okay, we'll be able to, quote and unquote, celebrate that oil sector lifts, Nigeria's growth to a 4-year high. It's good income for Nigeria. It shows that, okay, for what it's worth, other areas where we are owing money, we can begin to pay those monies. But there's a but there. The but there is simple. The idea of sustainability is where we need to laser our eye on, laser it. To say, okay, we have now laser focused on this thing. Is it possible that moving forward, we can see a continuous rise, or would we experience a too soon of a celebration, only to come back and see a regression? Now, we saw this thing when our President Bola Ahmed Tinubu announced that we paid all our debt, so we owe nobody money any longer. Only for us now here, 2 weeks after, that we're still going borrowing. What am I trying to say is, the way our wonderful country, Nigeria, by the way, we're going to be 65 in a few days from now.
Exactly.
So I, as much as I love to celebrate everything good about Nigeria, it's also good to pinpoint those areas that we need to look into, which is the idea of sustainability when it comes to things like this. It's good that oil sector can lift us high. 4 years, now, although we're going to find out the monetary differences, but 8 years ago, if we had said that oil sector moves us 4 years ahead, then we are 4 years behind. I don't even start that mathematics now. So, meaning to say that, if we now say that oil sector has given us 4 years of all high we're experiencing so far in the past 4 years, in another 4 years from now, would we say that this thing has also been sustainable to climb? Is it every 4 years that's our marker now? Or would we say that since we now have this amount of records that could amount for 4 years, so we relax and not work hard and hope that, the remaining 4 years will sort itself out? So this is where I say sustainability. Just the way, anyone who's into key business, and we're in business television, will tell you, if you want your business to grow, look at location. So the same thing here. What are the indices that, and indicators that can help for sustainability when it comes to this kind of, records. 1, kill corruption. 2, diversify the market. 3, forget about the idea of monopolization. Give Dangote everything that he needs.
Really?
Right? Most definitely, because truth be told, where is the refinery? It's not in Abidjan. It's not in South Africa. It's not in the United States. It's not in China. It is right here in Nigeria.
So are you really sure about where you say forget about monopoly?
Yes, I will tell you why.
Okay.
So when people cry and worry that, oh, he's going to monopolize the market if you give him all free will, I'm saying, shouldn't we pick the lesser evil or lesser devil? I'm not saying Dangote is the devil, but should we pick lesser devil? Should we now say, okay, because of fear of monopolization, let us create more stifle? Nigerians suffer. Before the coming of Dangote refinery, haven't we been suffering? Haven't we been at the mercy of NNPC and every other refinery that when it sneezes, Nigeria catches the cold? These things, we've seen this thing every now and then. The level in which most Nigerians died because they couldn't be taken care of, because the issue of oil sector having a big problem, thanks to our refinery, you can't even count it. Let's not even talk about the community clashes there. The CSI for years failed because they couldn't even meet up their initial demands, let alone having extra cash to carry out CSI. I know many times a couple of my partners went there to to see how we can solicit for funds to be able to sort out some certain community development plan and projects that will make them look even in a better light. In Port Harcourt there, they'll turn you around and go away. No. But billions and billions and billions have been siphoned thanks to the cohorts with the oil marketers. So what am I trying to say? Now, we are now saying that we are experiencing a major jump for a 4-year, like a 4-year run, something like that. What does that tell you? Which means that the coming of a major competitor, a private entity, is a blessing to Nigeria. Okay. All right then. But still in the oil sector, on page 30, it says how Dangote's refineries direct supply reshapes the petrol market. I spoke too soon. I mean, it's as if we knew exactly where we were going to in this matter. Now the question now is, has it shaped it for good or for bad? I need to play good and bad cop here. As much as every now and then we talk about he's doing the Lord's work, let's also look at the areas where we think, wait a minute, this is going to be long-term beneficial to Nigerians. Our Nigerians going to say, hey, we've given you too much hand, so now we cannot breathe air. But haven't seen the second backup story. It's like the boys' quarter of the main house. We're talking about celebrating that we've hit that level of, oil sector lifts Nigeria's growth to 4-year high. We're talking about it with smile on our faces. We also hear this other one now saying that our Dangote refinery, direct supply reshapes petrol market. Again, are we going to experience a reduction of price or petrol pump price? If that be the case, what am I to say? I think let's chop the jollof rice. Okay. But are we going to experience a problem based on height of fuel price? That's when we say, wait. Let's draw the line. And in drawing the line, we'll ask those questions that needs to be asked. Like, number one, we are not worried about monopolization of Dangote. That's why we kind of canvass that federal government gives you a free hand. Now we are seeing something different. What does this tell us? Or maybe we see shortage of fuel, I would like to say distribution. Even though it's not the only one that is doing that. But I like the fact that there is a competitor. It will make federal government even sit up more. Mind you, don't forget we have other modular refineries. Although their capacity in which they can deliver is not as much as the one that Dangote has. But it's good for us to see these things. But let's make sure that they are all paying their tax. Let's make sure that they are employing 75 to 80% of Nigerians who are trained, who understand how this business of oil and gas is, and who will not create, quote unquote, create a problem for other people. Let us see multipliers effect. If I'm a big man and I work for all these big companies who have either modular refineries or even Dangote himself, then I should be able to say I create other chain of value chain that other people can benefit from. Not take money and travel abroad and go and buy houses.
Right.
so that Showore come and ask me questions. As he's already instigating the US to ask Wiki some questions. I wish we could take that story. But anyways, so for me, I think that it's a good thing. If we now say it's reshaping the fuel sector, the petroleum price, I'm also thinking, petroleum market, I was thinking about quality of petrol too. I've asked some certain persons who are also motorists, people who drive, and tell you, look, that the quality of his fuel is kind of different from the one they used to know. It's a bit, it's almost like colorless.
Yeah, that's that same thing I've heard.
Exactly, and it's good for the engine. What I'm talking about. Nobody wants to visit the mechanic more often. If you tell me, Valentine, I give you 1 year or 2 years guarantee that you and your mechanic will not even exchange pleasantry. Welcome to the table.
Welcome to my abode, please.
So I mean, as a Nigerian, we know we're an incentive-based country. So when we see something like that, the fuel would make your engine last longer. Who are we?
We hope on it.
I will feel the Tom Belena. So for me, I think it's a good thing to now say that the petroleum market is changing. But is it for good? No. Is it for bad? It's not.
We pray not. All right, let's see what we have on the Vanguard paper this morning. Quite simple, straight to the point. Just a goodwill message, obviously, on behalf of the family of Kayayen. This one is an advert, so just a goodwill message they're sharing. I'm just trying to know who they're extending. Okay, so it's to the people who graced the wedding ceremony of their son, and they paid for this front page. But still on the front page of Vanguard this morning, it says procurement. Federal government rejects U.S. report alleging lack of transparency. Says AUGF fails to provide substantive report on budget execution. Federal government says report not true. And on page 14, State of the Nation, why we can't return to regionalism. That's from Tanko Yakasai. And on the top side of the Vanguard paper this morning on page 19, it says FAAC, NUPLC records 459.6 billion naira revenue shortfall despite 3% rise in monthly remittance. Those are the stories this morning on the Vanguard paper.
So if you ask me which I think we need to laser on, I'd rather say that the issue surrounding federal government actually putting its foot down. We're beginning to see, for one reason or the other, for a better reason, that we are having a federal government, right, that doesn't just allow anything to be shoved down its throat. We are having a government that we are now beginning to say, look, Nigeria is actually stepping up. I'm not worrying over, okay, what would the international world say? Let us just take everything in line, hook, line, and sinker. No. The time has come for us to now say, if this is not good for us, if we think your report is not, digitally and professionally put in place, it's not because you're from the West means whatever you say we take. No. We believe we have our own economists here. We believe we have our own analysts here. And we think that for what it's worth, as much as you're intelligent, we're also intelligent too. So we'll not break the second fiddle. We'll be able to say, wait a minute, we'll look at what you said. Now let's look at us as the country in which you are focusing on. And we're telling you, no, your analysis is wrong. And we can prove it beyond all reasonable doubt. The more we put our foot down, we might begin to see that, look, Nigeria could be the Russia of Africa. Even though I don't want us to be Russia.
Okay. How about the story on State of the Nation and why we can't return to regionalism?
So, some will agree with me, others might disagree.
Okay.
For us to return back to, like they say, regionalism, might probably set us back. Billions and billions and billions has been spent to be able to keep us, on one trajectory. In a bid to begin to, entertain such conversations will create room for division. Now, this is not time for us to sound or look divided. Remember, 2027 is around the corner. And so, when you talk about regional, arrangement, you are beginning to ask us, the question will be, do we start asking ourselves, are we preparing ourselves not to be a nation any longer? So the answer is no. And for what it's worth, politics is a very, very dirty game, right? At the same time, we are in the democratic dispensation where it is governed for the people, by the people, and of the people. So if there's anything that is important, I don't think we've ever done before. Let federal government create a poll. Yes, they have people who are their representatives in different, of different constituencies, different local governments, in the House of Rep, senators. But can we do a poll where we'll send everyone, go back to your respective area, have town hall meetings, and let people hear, the people air their mind? I'm sure a lot of people will tell you otherwise. But will it be in the interest of Nigeria economically? Now that we're experiencing the boom in the oil sector, we're experiencing the boom in agriculture, we're experiencing the boom, in international, diplomatic trade with some certain countries like China. Remember, we're doing business now with China, naira to the yen, boycotting the dollar. So is this the right time to now entertain this kind of conversation? I think the federal government should think twice.
It's quite interesting, just listening from an elder statesman who of course, Tanko Yakasai is, being the Republic Presidential Liaison Officer. He turns 100 in December. 100. Wow, firstly, it's encouraging, not just encouraging, inspiring, and even shocking to see someone turn 100 in Nigeria. We know it happens, the mortality rate these days for Nigerians, maybe like the age 70. But when I see people turning 100, 90, even 90, wow, I'm beyond shocked. To see him at 100 still having enough life and vitality, and even being able to chime in on conversations like this. So the question that was posed to him by, of course, the journalist says, some commentators have called for a return to regionalism. Is this what we need? And his response goes thus. It says, as you are aware, I'm almost 100 years old. I was born on December 5, 1925.
Wow.
I know what is possible and what is not. I don't think regional government is possible again in Nigeria. We tried it in the past and we all know how it ended. The country has moved on since then, so we can't go back. How many people genuinely are canvassing for a return to the past in this area, that is the North? We must move with the times progressively. It's a part of development. I like to see a 100-year-old person speaking in this way, to hear him have progressive conversation. When he says we must move with the time progressively, it sounds like something that a young person will say, something like a Gen Z will say, a millennial will say. But to see him, like these are the kind of people that we need.
So, Elizabeth, I will agree with you. Again, gone are the days when we will say something and we'll have to go to the library to go and verify. Now we have Google, we have a lot of information in our palm. So, for a they call him centenarian, is almost 100. For a centenarian to have said something like this, it goes to show you that the idea of you saying he's an old person, so he doesn't know what's going on in the country, doesn't work any longer. I'm sure he has a smartphone. I'm sure he goes through social media. And so he has seen that with what is going on, the way the politics of Nigeria has, matured, the way we are beginning to see things from different angles, his statement is 100% valid. Talking about, region style of government will just be, in fact, it's just wagging our chin and giving lip service to it. However, we must be careful how we use those words, especially in the papers. Like when someone looks at this kind of thing, it might sow some seed of discord. Already, we are in a country that is quite shaky. We're a cultural country, diverse when it comes to religion. And so what has kept us together, it's amazing that we are still strong in this country. So what has kept us together is the spirit that Nigeria will carry last. It's the spirit that Nigeria must move on. It's the green-white spirit to say that for what it's worth, yes, we have our challenges. Yes, we have our problems. Yes, we have our misgivings. Yes, we might have our, disagreements. But the spirit that keeps us together is stronger than the spirit that will divide us. You see how quickly we moved on and they created, the idea, not created, but the They agreed to say no victor, no vanquished after the Civil War. It goes to show you that there's something. As much as I'm not a man that would like to sound like a cleric, I would say there is some divine hand on Nigeria. Nigeria is blessed. Yes, there are challenges. Everywhere there are challenges. Even the most peaceful country, they do have challenges. But so far, we've been able to mitigate ours. We've been able to understand that for what it's worth, that we turn those challenges to strength, which is why I want to say 100%, my full chest, that what he said is 100% valid. I don't have to be a centenarian to know this, you know, neither do I have to be half of his age to know. But for what it's worth, I think if every other person who still have their, you know, coordination together at that age, who were also born within that era, should rally up and say, look, we are not just elder, we are elder statesmen, and Nigeria must remain one, knowing that we're almost 65 in a few days.
65. We're elders now. Yeah. Nigeria is an elderly state. We should start acting like one.
It is. We should start.
We can't keep acting like a baby. Firstly, we're called African giant. On top of that, we're turning 65. That's a lot.
You know, again, the sweetest part of everything is that, you know, initially I mentioned, I said, I like the fact that now we can now say no, put our foot down to some certain things. What does that tell you? It tells you that, see, I'm not a soothsayer, but it tells you that if, as a country, Nigeria wakes up, Africa will never be the same again. They are looking at countries like Nigeria, which is the most populous country in Africa, and if not the fourth most populous, and very soon now we are growing quickly in the world. Now they're looking at us, they're thinking, if we can put Nigeria under our armpit, we've conquered Africa.
Right.
But they've not succeeded. Do you know how many times most of these Western countries have tried to bring boots on ground? Boots, I mean, put a base in Nigeria. Say, nope. Our Nigerian army said, no, we can handle our problems. Right? Boko Haram, we can handle it. Insurgency, we can handle it. Banditry, we can handle it. Which is why I said, look, we need to give applause to our men of the military. I tell you, these guys are on the daily paying the ultimate price so that you and I can enjoy sitting in this studio and broadcast without a bomb flying over our head.
I agree.
They are paying so much. Those in the Air Force, those in the Army, the Navy, the police. These guys, I'm talking about the good ones, not the bad eggs. The good ones who understand what service is. They are putting their lives on the line every day to Nigeria remain strong. So I tell you, for what it's worth, the more our politicians begin to understand that what's happening in the battlefield, right? It is those young boys and young ladies are the ones making them to raise their shoulders and say, look, Nigeria is a great country. For if it wasn't for them, what would we be? So I believe that if at this point we can tell anyone who is listening that no, this is not good for Nigeria, we come to the table, not cap in hand, right? I will come to the table with respectful conversations for business. Other African countries will look up to us, and our title will come back as what? Giant of Africa.
Giant of Africa. No, the title is still there, but then we'll wear it with pride.
Thank you.
We'll wear it with pride.
Then we'll now add Agbada to it and say, look, you know
exactly.
what? We are truly who we are.
And even have a lapel somewhere, you know.
Do you know,
respectful.
Back in the early 90s, it was Nigeria that, look, our forces were the front guys when it had to be ECOMOG. We're keeping other Western African countries, right? Keeping their democracy, keeping things in place. Now, I'm not saying that what's happening in Sahel right now is good or bad, but for what it's worth, sometimes when something doesn't favor you well, when a marriage is not favoring you well, are you going to stay there and die in the marriage?
No.
You will decide to say, look, I want to succeed or I want to pull out. So I understand what the Sahel states, what they're doing. Mali, right? Burkina Faso and Niger. I understand what they're doing. Because at a point in time, you will have to make those moves. But in order for me to digress, the good thing here is that if Nigeria again wakes up, Africa will never be the same again. And what's the good thing? We're beginning to put our foot down. No, sorry, Western countries, this is not good for us. Okay? We saw that when they wanted to bring in same-sex marriage. We said, no. Our values and our principles as a country, our morals, our moral compass doesn't point towards this. So we say no to it. Do your worst. And at the end of the day, they threw a lot of sanction at us. It was just like a matter of a small fly on our body. It's just too strong. the eagle flowing on top of the flag, holding ground, you know. But now come this one now that they're now saying that we are now saying, okay, we don't like their indices. More of this putting our foot on the ground matters a lot. It keeps our integrity, our respect, but more importantly, our big brotherhood of Nigeria intact.
Don't forget that we have Big Brother Nigeria.
I wish I could talk about that.
Because we have the, what do you mean our Big Brother would be that one that's one thing that is working and bringing in so much revenue to Nigeria.
I'm sorry, I didn't even link this up to we being a business there. Why is it good for business? Why is it good for business is there? Whenever we want to go negotiate anything anywhere around the world, they'll say, oh, who's that? Oh, that's the ambassador of Nigeria. Oh, that's the president of Nigeria. Oh, let's respect them. Why? They look up to some certain country and say, no, we don't want this. So we do business. Why do you think China is respecting us? Even though we're owing China money, but even at that, right? They respect us. Okay, this African country know what they want. They have their challenges. So our challenges, I would say we're lucky enough. They are not kind of, say, nature-based. It is leadership problem, and we'll deal with it. Is Nigeria progressing? Yes, we're progressing. Am I canvassing for any political party? No, I'm not. Rather, I'm saying, go Nigeria, go Nigeria, go Nigeria.
Okay, let's see what we have on the Punch paper. Let's go to the Punch.
Right, so in the Punch here, it says, the major line says, states intensify actions as 232 die. 121,000 displaced. Again, states intensify action as 232 died, 121,000 displaced. That's page 2. Flood disaster. My question is, this amount of number, as much as there's nothing to put a smile on, these are human beings, right? And we see these things every now and then, back to back, people dying. Either is this. Look at, I just said right now what I probably have is not nature-based, but seeing this right now, probably take my word back. NEMA list Niger, Adamawa, Lagos among worst hit states in 2025 as farmlands, home destroyed.
Pathetic.
What this means is that what's now responsible for food shortage and the cost of the high cost of food in this period. This could also be the reason. We could owe it to this the fact that farmlands have been washed away. And after all, if you look at it, within these areas at Damwa, those are the middle belt areas. You have Benue, we call it the food basket of the nation. If we continue this trajectory, which means we'll probably not have a basket at all, and we pray that doesn't happen. But looking at 232 people, they're human beings, prospects, dreams, aspirations,
all displaced.
So we pray for the best and then prepare for the worst, really. Then down here it says, Fubara consults Tinubu on Rivers Peace Sustenance. Again, that's in page 12. Fubara consults Tinubu on Rivers Peace Sustenance.
When he's consulting President Tinubu on Rivers Peace Sustenance, really, what's the backstory? What's it really about?
Well, I mean, let's even check us.
Yeah, let's just see because when
you hear someone saying that he's going,
but I mean, it's understandable at the same time for him to consult with President Tinubu because that's the president. So you need the backing of the president. Right, you can't be a governor and not seek out for support from the president. You're just going to be doing yourself a disservice if you're trying to feel like.
But it's acting like a lap dog. Any problem, rush to daddy. Daddy handles the issue properly.
I think you rush to daddy when you trust your daddy.
Okay, that's all rush to daddy then.
Yes, the same way we rush to God. When you trust your daddy, doesn't mean you'll still not be the one to carry out the action, but at least just consulting your daddy is fine.
So it says here, Fubara consults Tinubu on Rivers Peace Sustenance. It says Rivers State Governor Fubara on Monday in Abuja said he is at peace with his political benefactor. He also noted that proper peace has returned to the state after months of long feud that triggered an emergency rule in March. We know this already now. Then, speaking to journalists, after meeting President Bola Ahmed Tinubu at Aso Rock Villa in Abuja, Fubara stressed that he had resumed his duties in an atmosphere of peace and cooperation. So, if already there is peace, why is he going back to consult the president, to disturb the president? The president has far bigger issues, federal issues, international issues to deal with.
Don't forget that him speaking to journalists was on the back of the meeting. It was at Aso Rock. It was on the back of the meeting. So there's this. So I just liken it to God, where you speak to God. So, okay, this is where things are like. I'm talking based on my own religion. So this is where things are at for me right now. I speak to God, and then the moment I speak to God, I have that peace that everything is sorted. So don't forget that this was at the meeting at Aso Rock with the president, and then he's speaking to the journalist. So there's a feeling of, okay, I've spoken to my daddy, so then everything is, now everything is level. I'm confident. So
okay, so I take back my words. Honorable sir, I take back my words here. You are not running to daddy for it, and of course you're not a lap pet.
What if he runs to daddy? Oh my goodness.
Anyways, so we have that one on page 12. Let's go back to the major headline again. What it says. Below it says, MBS announces 4.23% economic growth, labor differs. MBS announces 4.23% economic growth, labor differs. What does that really mean?
Well, that's for the National Bureau of Statistics.
Okay.
I mean, so if they're announcing 4.23% economic growth,
right,
and labor is saying that we don't agree, then really at the end of the day, the statistics show. So there has to be a reason that the labor is saying what they're saying.
Okay, and whenever labor is involved in any news,
because labor is talking for the people, so they're saying, look, people are still they're still battling with high costs. They're still battling with the economy. What do you mean by there's 4.23% economic growth? But they are speaking based on statistics. So yes.
Okay, so below here it says Dolphins dedicate Zenith Bank title win to late Abodering.
Rightly so. I mean, you have to give honor to whom honor is due. So that's okay for the Dolphins.
See them there, holding their trophy and holding the check of 7.5 million naira. But I made it dollars now. Zenith Bank is very rich. It's not many dollars now.
What do you mean?
7.5 million naira. Okay, well, I mean, they gave something. The other people who are out there who are billionaires and they didn't do anything.
Exactly.
So far that's what we have. Any other thing?
Well, only our cartoon of the day today, and then we can just wrap it up with the newspaper review today on the Business Day Breakfast Show. Let's see what we have on our cartoon of the day today. I'll just go into the papers.
Yes, I always expect our support to always give us something. Something that would tax our prayer. It never fails.
Yeah, so that's a mansion, something like a building with different rooms. And this person outside, there are about 3 people outside, 2 people at the back hiding, and then the one in the front, you know who that is, and then the 2 at the back as well. So the one in the front says, "Come out clean, the size of your mansions won't cover you." And then the 2 at the back, one of them says, "The house belongs to my wife." And the wife is like, huh? Like, really? Since when? But I mean, it's really reflective of the old housing brouhaha going on right now with this ministers just taking on houses, buildings in different parts of the state, and just it's crazy really, because when you think about the fact that people actually are lacking homes, people are living under the bridges, people can't even afford to pay for a 1-room apartment conveniently, and then there are these people that are just I'm trying to find the perfect word, because it's not siphoning is for cash, that these people just seizing blocks of flats, homes that they can't even stay in.
It's funny how you will have 10 houses around the world, and yet he still live in hotels. It's really funny. Now, again, as much as, so I'm tempted to say everybody should mind their business, but when it has to do with your national assets, the country's money that is not well accounted for, and then you see those who are supposed to be the ones taking good care and giving accountability and not. You begin to praise people like Showore to say, look, go on, ride on, let out the cat out of the bag, probe those who you want to probe, or rather make some noise so that the government of a different country can come in and ask questions. However, as much as he's a friend to the house, it's also good to know and ask the other question that those are viewers who want to ask. What is in for Showore on this? As much as, again, we want to see that our politicians are put in check and then they don't use our money, our hard-earned taxpayers' money, to go build their lives and generation yet unborn and secure the future of the generation and legacy upon the lives of Nigerians. Meanwhile, regular Nigerian can't even feed and have 3 square meals in a day, right? As much as we want to see that someone is held responsible, let's make sure that, look, that we don't say because you're in public office, so all the money that you have, whether it is legit or not, all, are all gotten from criminal activity or are all gotten from corruption. You won't entirely say so.
You can't entirely say
exactly. So I want to believe that, look, what if the man, before he got into office, already had that house, already started building his life and other businesses? Yes, when you're a public eye, you become, a huge target, especially when you're a politician in Nigeria, right? There's a big problem with corruption in this country already. But now, away from that, let us now look at other areas that could have motivated this. Are there some people behind our good friend Showore? I call him our good friend because he's a friend of the house, right? Again, like I said, he's doing great job.
Lord's work.
Yes, okay, he's doing a lot's work by bringing to light all this thing. I want to really know the in-depth of it.
We have to define the Lord's work one of these days.
Again, as much as I'm hoping that he will come to our show one of these days.
He should come. We should invite him.
I said, bros, this thing of you and Wiki, this Nigerian movie, when it's going to end? It's going to be like perpetual.
No, it's going to be like Indian film. You know what they say about Indian film?
3 hours over.
You don't watch it. You don't. You're about to say Indian film and you don't finish it.
So I believe that Showore has where he's going to with this. I'm sure he has information that most of us are not opportune to have. So those information are just there, hard copy. And when you live in the United States, especially when you've been there for a while, you know how to go around to get the government to get the work done. You want to say a whistleblower in America, look, they will listen to you. Nobody wants to suppress you, though, but in this country, it's difficult for you to move forward.
But let's see where we go with the entire what should I call it, situation going on. Let's see where it takes us to. We will continue to look out for this. We'll keep an eye on the stories, and then we'll always speak about them right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. But yeah, I think that's where we have to wrap it up this morning on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Well, up next is Business Morning at 9 a.m. Do stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
I think Dangote refinery is a game changer in the downstream petroleum industry.
Some see it as a chance to reduce imports, improve fuel supply, and support the economy. Others raise concern about the timeline and whether it will truly ease the pressures on Nigerians.
Dangote and its trucks are not regulated.
As the refinery gradually begins operation, the big question remains, can it transform Nigeria's downstream oil sector? Or will it face the same challenges that have stalled progress in the past? This is Ifunaya Indigwe reporting for Business Day Television.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Good morning. You're still watching the Breakfast Show on Business Day television. All right, now this is a business morning segment. I am Destiny Momo. But first of all, let's bring to you the news in detail. The Naira has maintained an appreciation trajectory across official and unofficial foreign exchange markets, buoyed by rising weekly inflows and external reserves, which have grown to $42.03 billion mark this month. According to the Central Bank of Nigeria, the Naira has strengthened by 3.5% year-to-date, with the dollar quoted at 1,488 Naira, gaining compared to 1,541 beginning of the month of the Nigerian foreign exchange market. And the currency, however, weakened slightly on a daily basis, losing 0.04% on Monday from 1,487.89 Naira at the close of trading on Friday at the NFEM. And the local currency also appreciated by 9.57% year-to-date on the parallel market trading at 1,515 Naira per dollar on Monday, and then 1,660 Naira in January 2025. And moving on, Nigeria's real GDP grew by 4.23% in the second quarter of 2025, marking its highest quarterly growth rate since the second quarter of 2021, driven largely by a sharp rebound in the oil sector. This marks a 110 basis points increase from the 3.13% recorded in the first quarter of 2025. 75 basis point rise compared to the 3.4% growth in the same period of 2024. The oil sector led the charge, recording a massive 20% year-on-year growth in the second quarter of 2025, its strongest performance in years, up from just 1.87% in the first quarter. And this surge is attributed to a boost in crude oil production, with Nigeria pumping an average of 1.68 million barrels per day during the quarter, higher than the 1.41 million barrels per day produced in the second quarter of 2024, and above the 1.62 million barrels per day recorded in the first quarter of 2025. And still on, the non-oil sector has remained the top contributor to Nigeria's gross domestic product, contributing 95.95% in real terms to the nation's GDP in the second quarter of 2025. According to the GDP report released on Monday, the sector grew by 3.64% in real terms during the period, higher by 0.38 percentage points compared to the rate recorded in the same quarter of 2024, which was 3.26% and higher than the 3.19% recorded in the first quarter of 2025. The sectoral growth was driven mainly in the second quarter by agricultural, information and communication, real estate, financial and insurance, trade, construction, and electricity, among others. And now to end the news, Johannesburg Stock Exchange data showed on Monday that the offshore investors sold a net 0.74 billion rand, amounting to $42.84 million, of South Africa's stocks last week. The settlement data, however, show that net sales of bonds also totaled 19.59 billion rand. And now let's go on a quick break. When we are back, we will start our first conversation on Business Morning today. Stay with us. You're welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning. Let's go straight to the conversation for today. Talking about Dangote Refinery reshaping global trade flows as Nigeria's crude imports surge. Nigeria's crude oil imports have hit a record high, underscoring how the massive Dangote Refinery is rewriting the country's role in global energy trade. The development comes as domestic production struggles to keep pace with demand, forcing Africa's top oil producer to increasingly look overseas for feedstock. And new figures show crude oil imports surged by more than 26% in the first half of 2025 compared to the same period last year. The jump was especially sharp in the second quarter when imports more than doubled year on year. Now, at the center of this shift is the 650,000 barrel per day Dangote Refinery, now importing crude not just from traditional partners, but also from the United States, Brazil, and Angola. Government targets had projected over 2 million barrels per day of production this year, with more than a third reserved for local refineries. But with many barrels tied up in export contracts, refiners are scrambling to source crude from abroad. Meanwhile, Nigeria has started exporting refined products, including nearly 1 million metric tons of petrol in the first half of the year, although that's slightly down from 2024. And right now, joining us is an industry analyst, Dr. Ayodele Oni, as a partner at Bloomfield Law Practice and Energy Projects and Commercial Legal Advisory, and a lecturer. Good morning, Dr. Ayodele.
Good morning. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you for joining us. Now, very quickly, Nigeria is Africa's biggest oil producer, you know. So now, why is the country now importing record volumes of crude to feed its refineries?
Okay, that's a good question. The fact that you produce large quantities doesn't necessarily mean that you'd have enough for refining, because historically, Nigeria has created security over its crude, even future crude, under forward sale agreements. You know, for example, there's Project Gazelle, where Nigeria borrowed, and typically the NNPC borrowed about $3.3 billion. You know, overall, between 2019 and 2025, about $21.5 billion have been borrowed, with crude serving as security, future crude. That's why it's a forward sale, right? So you agree, and then you provide crude in the future. Same for many of the IOCs and some of the juniors. So ultimately, despite the fact that we have a domestic crude supply obligation under Section 109 of the Petroleum Industry Act, it's been difficult to enforce it because of those obligations, unless you are then saying that they should breach their international agreements or loan arrangements. That's one. Secondly, it's a good thing, and it's positive and negative. Our petroleum products import have reduced by about 39%. Although what we now import, that's our import, but what we now import from crude has increased by about 26.5%, right? From about 4.4 million metric tons to about 5.6 metric tons. You know, so there's that balancing act going on. So it's crucial to note that there have also been a few other issues that have led to us not even producing sufficiently for refining. Remember, Dangote is 650,000. There are a number of modular refineries too, right? That are also refining. So if you take all of this into consideration, we do not have sufficient volumes when you take out what's been contracted to refine locally. Then a number of those IOCs have sold their assets. And it took a while, regulatory delays in granting consent. Once you've sold your asset, you're not going to continue to invest in that asset, right? So that's also happened with Exxon to Seplat, with the Chapel Total transaction, with the Renaissance Shell transaction. It took 2 years on the average, right? Particularly the Seplat one. In that case, for 2 years, they weren't going to spend so much money. Also, there's been the late life issue with many of these assets. The asset integrity has gone down because there's been underinvestment. Some naturally have plateaued. That's been an issue also. So historical challenges to around not properly funding, cash call challenges, all of these have, in quote, conspired to ensure that we do not produce sufficiently. Also, remember that we have a quota. We have an OPEC quota about 1.5 million barrels per day. So all of these factors suggest that those challenges will have been the case anyway. If you have all of these challenges, unless of course we're producing in excess of what we need, particularly in excess of those obligations, what those volumes that have been under contract, that they have an obligation to supply after taking money. And like I said, between 2019 and March 2025, we've done $21.5 billion in loans, and we've used crude as repayment means for those loans.
Well, Dr. Now, the government had actually projected over 2 million barrels per day of production this year alone, with significant allocations for domestic refineries. And now, very quickly, why has that target not been met?
Some are historical challenges around damage to infrastructure, arson, and all of that, which are now reducing. And another thing, and connected to that, is the ability for them to evacuate. If you cannot evacuate, particularly to your export terminals, or even evacuate generally, you don't have sufficient production. And if people are stealing your crude, you shorten some of your wells, and there's been issues around corruption, where because of corruption, contracting cycles have been longer than what you see internationally. Now, the president has issued some presidential directives that have improved things, to be honest, but those historical challenges are not things you can snap out of, because it's expensive to invest upstream, So because of the same issue around asset integrity, some of these assets have plateaued and are now dropping, and the issue around regulatory delays in granting approvals, all of these two have meant that the government has struggled to meet its OPEC quotas. I mean, some months we've exceeded the OPEC quotas, but in the main, over time, we've barely made it. Speak much less of have reached the 2 million barrels per day. But quite a bit is being done now around working with host communities to ensure that these changes and 24-hour surveillance, use of technology, SCADA, that's supervisory control and data acquisition mechanisms, all of those are now being put together, and we just hope that it's sustained so that we can hit the 2 million barrels per day and maybe exceed same.
How sustainable is Nigeria's refining model if model of local plants, including Dangote, rely heavily on foreign crude?
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I think Dangote does between 40 to 60% of its crude, importing much of that, as average maybe like 53%, right, of what it needs. And sustainability is debatable, right? Okay. For a country like Nigeria, it's going to be a sad tale. The only plus is that you are able to refine. If you can export sufficiently, then it will be weekly sustainable. But if much of what you do is import, use locally, you can't generate USD, meaning that from a USD standpoint, from generating enough forex to be able to buy the crude, you struggle. So it then ultimately affects our USD, the strength of our currency, impacts the economy, generally speaking. We've always said add value to crude and then sell it. Same for cocoa. Add value and they'll sell chocolates. Now we're adding value, but because we have huge reserves, we're just not doing enough to produce it. It becomes a challenge for us, and sustainability will be challenging unless, of course, you are able to process sufficient volumes and export sufficient volumes to generate enough USD. Otherwise, we will struggle. We'll struggle from a currency standpoint. We'll struggle from even from a policy standpoint, from a balance of payment and balance of trade standpoint. So I think it may be weakly sustainable, but in the long run, it's not something you want to do, especially when you have those volumes in excess. You just don't institute in the ground. You're just not doing enough to produce sufficiently and efficiently and cost effectively.
Oh, wow. So then what specific policies are in place to actually ensure that Nigeria secures enough domestic supply for its refineries going forward?
Okay, the first thing is the domestic crude supply obligation, right? So similar for gas. Under Section 109 of the PIA, there's that obligation for producers to reserve quantities. And subsequently, I think 2023, the regulator then issued regulations to enforce same, So I think that those are two things that are being done by the regulator, and also the government's presidential initiatives is something being done. Then I think another thing that I've seen the government do is to ensure that they speed up approvals where there's divestment, and to also provide sufficient incentives. Now, for example, there's what they call the import duty exemption certificate, so that when you import certain equipment for production, for secondary recovery and all of that, you do not pay stamp duty, you do not pay import duty rather, or customs duty rather. And also you find out that efficiency, increased production, there are now investment tax credit, investment tax allowances, and all of those arrangements put in place. All of those should work if implementation is properly done to encourage more production. And the host community trust arrangement too is good, is advantageous. 3% of revenues from that area go to the trust arrangement, and the guys in those host communities feel as part of the owners, and they feel that the more revenue they get, the assets get, the more comes to them. So if government does sustain all of those, then we should see increased production sustainably. I think all of those, it's policy, it's regulation, it's technical issues, it's providing fiscal and other incentives for guys. And of course, I think the temporary import permit regime is still on that. You can temporarily import certain equipment like drill ships, drill rigs, and all of those. I think that's crucial also.
Okay. All right then. Having said that, now with imports rising, what is the government doing to protect Nigeria's foreign exchange reserves and also trade balance?
Okay, so that's an important question. What you could do actually is to encourage more refining. If you have more people refine, then you will have more to sell. So you buy crude, you add value, you're able to sell the refined products even higher. So the more people that come to the game, the better for us from a balance of trade and balance of payment standpoint. Because if you spend $2 billion importing and you make $5 billion, your balance of trade, balance of payment will be positive. I think that's one thing critical. And it also goes to the point around ensuring that with time that the imports drop. Because speaking of our crude, we've got very sweet crude it's burning light, it's low in sulfur, all of those things that you want to see to ensure that refining is cheaper, refining is more efficient. Our crude does have it. So government just needs to continue to issue those directives, pass regulations that ensure or that encourage more production, less shorting, and there are also rules and regulations in the PIA, or provisions and further rules and regulations that seek to penalize sitting on acreage. People just have oil blocks and don't spend money and don't try to produce and are looking for the next person to buy or to take it over. More and more is being done, and there are proposed modifications to the PIA to ensure that to further disincentivize people sitting on acreage. I think if all of these are done, and what government is currently doing, it continues to implement properly those things that are currently in place, I think that it will improve our balance of trade and balance of payment and keep our reserves, and maybe even improve same. It's generally about the what you spend versus what you get back, particularly in FX.
Yeah, now it's surprising, with Dangote refinery. In the past, I mean, when it's been coming up, it was seen as a solution to Nigeria's dependence on imported refined fuel. Now, how do you respond to concerns that it is now deepening reliance on imported crude?
Oh, it's not the refinery's fault or its investors' fault, right? It's the fact that over time we've not had a clear plan and path to encouraging local refining. So when you have and to do that, you need to sufficiently produce crude, especially because we have huge reserves. I think we are 14th in the world, and we always debate who is first in Africa, between ourselves and I believe Angola, right? So at the moment, I think we're first. So if you have that huge potential, everyone thought we're exporting crude and buying more expensive petroleum products. So Dangote came in and solved that particular problem, right? So that we are not. So imagine, we would have been worse off if we were exporting all of our crude or creating security over same to serve as repayment for forward sale arrangement, or in forward sale arrangements, or we're taking loans and want to pay back with crude we've not even produced. And yet we're also having to buy finished products, so it'll be double jeopardy, right? But with Dangote coming in, it's no longer double jeopardy. It's just that the government needs to do much more. And data is there. I said that there's a decline in imports of petroleum products by 39%. H1 half year 2025, there's been a 26.5% increase in the petroleum, in crude that's imported. So if we can reduce that import, it also up Dangote, but it's still a great idea. It still does reduce the challenge we would have had with one side, which is bringing in imported products. Okay. So it's buying more crude internationally, and then is able to sell finished products. Imagine what it would have been if we didn't have a Dangote refinery and we had to both be selling crude or giving it out for loans and then still buying petroleum products. So I think it still does solve part of our problems, and sustainably it will, as long as we can produce more. And I understand that it does have some upstream assets, and those will come into production at some point, and it would also lessen the pressure on the company importing crude for refining.
All right, having said that, I think you've been able to demonstrate a little bit why it is happening that way. But then what determines your choice of crude suppliers? Is it purely about price and quality, or are there constraints in sourcing locally?
Oh, I think it's a combination of several things, right? From if you find local products, and to be practical, Nigeria's crude is amongst the finest. Okay. So it cannot be about the quality. It's more around financing, it's more around availability. If it's not available, then there's no conversation to be had, right? While there's a domestic crude supply obligation, remember Dangote is also not the only refinery. There are smaller refineries, right? So it's more availability. But what determines that will be several factors. costs, and why would you want to import where you have to pay insurance, you'd have to do bunkering, you'd have to do ship to ship, you'd have to talk about several factors for crude not even as high quality as Nigeria's. Like, for example, US crude quality when it comes to sulfur content isn't anything near what we have, right? That's why burning crude is burning light crude. Because it's light, it's almost sulfur free, very low quantity of sulfur. So I think it's broader issues around availability and challenges, and occasionally cost, right? If you do your cost benefit analysis and find out that crude not as fine as what we have locally is much cheaper, that when you take all costs into consideration, bringing it in is still cheaper for you than buying locally and still paying USD, for example, even though I know there's an arrangement to have crude for Naira.
Oh, okay then. So now, having said that, what long-term reforms do you think are needed in upstream production to reduce this import dependency?
Okay, number one is to ensure efficiency and to reward efficiency. And I understand that there's a presidential order around that, that the more efficiently you produce, the more you save and the more you make. Secondly, we need to reduce contracting cycle. You know, if we reduce the contracting cycle, it then means that people can do more, close their drilling campaigns and all of that, and are able to drill more and produce more, so that in the long run we have more. Thirdly, I think that we may need to also renegotiate to the extent feasible our quotas with OPEC, so that if it then isn't, if we were able to do that, then we have leeway to produce more. Also, the incentives that are in place, for example, the import duty exemption arrangement, temporary import permits, where you are ultimately taking back that asset, those things should be strengthened so that it's easier to obtain, more people can get it, and it makes it more attractive to do that business. And what we currently have in place around host communities and all of that should be sustained. Government should not rest on its oars. If all of those are done, in the long run, you have more production. Government should continue to ensure that within 2-3 months, approvals or consent, ministerial consent is given to asset divestment, you know, ensure that no one sits on acreage. With all of those, we'll be able to, in the mid to long term, have more production, have more crude available for domestic refining, and more enforcement around the domestic crude supply obligation.
All right then. So lastly, how do you access the balance? How do you access the balance between exporting refined products versus the foreign exchange cost of importing crude? Please make it a little bit brief because of time. Thank you so much, Mr. Ayodele.
Okay, so how do you assess? For me, it's a plus and minus game, right? You spend $2 billion importing, and you receive $3 billion exporting. So as long as you can forge that delicate balance and ensure that you're positive, then it's a wholesome game for me, right? So it's math. It's math. And once you're on the positive, then it remains positive in my own view.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ayodele, for having impacted us so much in this energy sector. We've been talking to Dr. Ayodele Oni. He's an energy expert, a lawyer, a lecturer. He's an expert in the energy field. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. Thank you on the short notice. And have a great day. We're still watching Business Morning and the Breakfast Show. We'll be right back after the short break for the second conversation. Please stay with us.
Okay now, dependable
insurance. After God, like the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
So welcome back to Business Morning on the Breakfast Show, and now we're swiftly moving on to the second conversation for today. We're talking about catching them young in the sports business, how sports business is investing in Africa's next generation of talent. In today's fast-growing sports economy, one strategy is gaining momentum, catching them young across Africa and beyond. Sports organizations, academies, and brands are turning their attention to youth development, recognizing that nurturing raw talent early is not just a social investment, but also a big business. Now, from grassroots football academies in Lagos to basketball camps in Nairobi and athletics program in Johannesburg, investors are seeing the value in building structured pipelines. For businesses, this means long-term returns. Talent discovered early can be shaped into global stars, attracting sponsorships, endorsements, and media rights worth millions. Industry analysts note that companies sponsoring youth tournaments and training facilities are not only securing goodwill, but also positioning themselves at the center of future sports economies. Multinationals like Nike, Adidas, alongside the local startups, are scouting young talent as both future champions and brand ambassadors. Experts believe this model creates a win-win. Communities benefit from structured opportunities for youth, while businesses secure early access to untapped potentials in a multi-billion-dollar global sports market. As government and private investors increasingly back sports development as an economic driver, the mantra is clear. The earlier you catch them, the brighter the future for athletes, brands, and economies alike. Joining us this morning is a sports expert, Mr. Funwari Alex. Again, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me on the show today.
Thank you for joining us. So now, very quickly, how can structured youth academies bridge the gap between raw talent and professional sports business opportunities in Nigeria?
Okay. So those are two things: raw talent and sporting opportunities, professional sports opportunities.
Academies are one of the primary functions of football academies or sports academies is to identify raw talent, develop them, and create opportunities for them to excel or growth in career opportunities. So as an academy, as a sports academy, we try as much as possible to identify these young talents. We nurture them by means of robust training drills, exercises, and programs that will help them to compete at the very highest level of sports. So if a sports academy is well structured, you can be able to identify these talents, train them, and create the opportunities for them to excel in sports, thereby bringing more economic growth to a nation by means of youth development and sports.
Play in regulating and supporting the commercialization of youth sports?
Governments have a very, very important role to play because, in fact, they should be at the forefront. When we look at governments that have invested in youth development through sports, we notably look at the United Kingdoms. We also have US, who is also doing, the government is also doing a very great job in developing youth through sports. So government should be at the forefront of this initiative. They should take charge. They should be at the driver's seat because they have more access to resources. And one thing about sports today is when there's enough resources in sports, sports thrives. The business of sports would even flourish better. So governments have a very, very important role to play as one of the major players in the sports sector.
Okay. So then how can brands balance profit-driven investment with the welfare and rights of young athletes?
It's a very delicate balance.
Okay.
Because every investor wants a return on investment, a very favorable ROI.
Okay.
So you tend to, like I said, a very delicate balance. They have to be very careful not to overwork these young athletes while creating the opportunities for them to grow. We, especially those of us that run football academies, sports academies, we try as much as possible to ensure that in a bid to make profit, we do not overwork the players, the athletes. We are very careful to ensure that their growth is sustainable while also ensuring a sustainable economic return for the academies. So it is a very delicate balance, one that has to be taken very, very seriously, putting the welfare of the athletes first while also ensuring sustainable economic growth.
Okay then. So now what lessons can Africa draw from Europe and the US, where youth academies have produced multi-million-dollar athletes and thriving business ecosystems?
A whole lot. I can say that Africa is 1,000 miles behind.
Okay.
Because if you compare sports development here, especially in Nigeria, that in the UK, it's well, we are still decades behind. So when you look at developed countries like the UK and the US, and even Europe as a whole, where investment in sport is one of the key investments they make every year, you see that they have grown very far. So Africa needs to borrow a leaf from them, take away nepotism, and more key investors have to look within. We have to start building our future now. And one of the best ways we can do that is to invest in the youth. And what better way to invest in the youth than developing sports in Nigeria as a whole? When you do this, it even opens doors for more economic growth because we have foreign investors that are willing to come in. When you look at Europe, we see that there are lots of companies willing to invest in sports, whether it is in jersey sponsors, whether it is in kit sponsors. In one way or the other, these multinationals are investing in the sporting industry. So if Africa can do the same, if governments, like I said earlier, can take the front row seat, can take charge of the driver's seat and invest, look inwardly and invest in sports, then we would increase the nation's GDP and also develop our youths, keeping them off the streets.
Yeah, that's a very good one, Mr. Alex. I need you to project more, so because you're saying something very sensitive. This sports business is a very sensitive topic, so I need you to project more so we can hear you. Now, how do grassroots sports programs contribute to long-term national economic growth beyond the pitch or courts?
We view involvement in sports, especially at the grassroots level. This is where we get, like we said, we are able to identify the raw talent. So when we are able to identify this raw talent from the very beginning, we're able to instill in them characters that will take them even beyond their careers in sports. When we build, because we believe that we are like the first people that they meet. So whatever we do is very important for them. So grassroots football plays a very important role in sports development because we identify these talents, they come to us first. So we instill in them characters that help them even to better themselves out of sports. Because we have a motto that development is both on and off the football pitch, on, in and out of the basketball court. So whether it is in sports, whether it is outside of sports, we instill in them characters, discipline that helps them to live as better individuals in society.
So now, playing a very sensitive role, like I said, and now you're recognized by FIFA. Now, how does West T Youth Academy actually identify and nurture young talent at the grassroots level? Because I hear a lot of youth screaming Westie, like on Instagram and all other social media platforms, and speaking so much about the impact of this academy in their lives. So how have you been able to identify and nurture young talent at the grassroots level?
By means of our robust scouting departments, we have been able to identify these talents. We have dedicated scouts who from time to time go around, especially to areas where we have the disadvantaged ones. We send them out there on a regular basis to go scout for these talents. We watch their progress over a course of maybe months, weeks. When this is done, when we have identified talents, we bring them in to the academy for further development with us at West Sports Academy.
So now, what groups or sports disciplines are you currently focusing on, and why?
Due to limited resources, we really hoped to be a really big sports academy that does everything sports. But like we know, the investment in sports in Africa is like 0 to none. So we at Westy Sports Academy, we currently have a football and basketball team. And this is due to the fact that we do not have proper training facilities that would enable us to have to include other sports like maybe swimming, table tennis, lawn tennis, volleyball, and all of that. So for now, we are focused on football and basketball, and we have about 4 different categories for each. We have the under 7, under 10, 13, and 15.
Oh, wow.
We believe that this is the tender age where we have to get it right.
Oh.
That is why we are up to the professional development phase, which is these age categories that I have mentioned. So we want to get it right. We want to build the foundation for them at this early age. So we've chosen to take it from the ground up.
This is very good. So now, what is the Academy's long-term business model for sustaining youth sports development in Nigeria?
Westy, we prioritize the welfare of the players. But this can only be done if there is a sustainable economic growth. So at Westy, we try as much as possible to ensure that our activities, to a certain extent, help to generate revenues that can keep the academy running. Because truth be told, many of the talents that we see, many of the talents that we have, our very best athletes are from very disadvantaged homes. So it is a struggle to keep developing these talents with limited resources and revenue. So this is Westy saying we are trying as much as possible to ensure that our activities help bring a little revenue to the academy to facilitate the growth and development of these players.
Balance the need for profitability with the Academy's mission of community impact.
It is a very difficult one because sports for me is a passion. So how do I see a child that is disadvantaged and cannot even access proper sporting facilities, or even cannot access a good team with the talent that he has? We cannot just turn away. I, for one, cannot see and turn away. So it is a real struggle every day because basically academies in Nigeria have to do this alone. And Westy Sports Academy is not immune to that. It is our biggest challenge. It is our very biggest challenge, which means that we have to open up our personal accounts and purses to ensure that these players have what they need to continue their development in sports. It means sometimes buying of boots, paying of school fees, providing feeding and accommodation for them, just so that they are mentally fit to engage in or to continue in their sporting development.
Okay. So that we know that football, basketball are globally recognized as a very good business-oriented sport. But you just confirmed now that most students that are enrolled in the academy are from, disadvantaged homes, from parents that could not even afford paying their fees. So a lot of investment, will do the academy well in that regard. So now, what role do corporate sponsorships and brand partnerships play in your operations right now? What's the level they play in your operations right now?
Okay, so right now we just have one brand brand partnership, and they are our current jersey sponsors. Their roles in the development of sports, especially as it concerns academies in Nigeria, can never be overemphasized, because these brands and these corporate entities help take the burden from the management of the academy, thereby creating room for us to focus more on the development of the players. So I believe that if we at Westie, with the little partnership we have gotten, if we at Westie can get more partners, more brands to come as sponsors, we can now focus more on the development of these players rather than trying to balance the business and the footballing or the basketballing part of the game. We'll just be focused on the development of the proper development of the players so that we can even create opportunities for them, exposures, take them out for scouting programs, travels to go play with other teams, just to get the global exposure that they need to further facilitate and accelerate their growth.
Are there opportunities for international collaborations, so to speak? Are there opportunities for international collaborations that could help expose your young athletes to global platforms right now? Be specific, please.
Okay, yes. So at Westie, we try as much as possible to avail ourselves to every opportunity like that. We have partners from outside Nigeria, in Europe, and then here in Africa that from time to time invite us for programs, which we always ensure that our players, both in the basketball and the football teams, are made available for. So these partnerships, like I said, though limited, has helped us to at least expose our players, and they have seen how it can be at the very highest level. So with more partnerships, with more sponsorship, we can even avail them to more opportunities, because everything now in sport is money. Everything, if you do not have the right resources. We sometimes take our players for scouting programs that cost us millions of naira, and we have no partners to do this with us. We do it on our own from internally generated revenues, from personal spendings from the directors, board of directors, and other management staff. So with proper sponsorship and partnerships, we can avail them to more opportunities. Like currently now we have the Youth League going on in Sweden. Okay. So we can avail them to opportunities such as that with proper partnerships and sponsorships.
All right, and lastly, beyond producing athletes, how does the academy contribute to the social and educational development of young people? What measurable impact has the academy made in the community since inception?
So we are very proud to say that a family-like approach in sports development has helped us to reach as many as possible. You can go to the community and hear good things about Westie. It has been no small feat. We take pleasure in knowing that our little efforts, like encouraging them to go to school, paying their school fees for those that are from very poor homes, returning kids back to schools because their parents no longer have the money to do so and want them to go learn handworks at very tender ages to pay or to support the families. So our support to these families are little help here and there rendered to the families of these young ones have gone a long way. We have heard, I'm sure you have also heard, that it is what we do. So we try as much as possible to ensure that while we want them to develop and grow in sports, it is globally that when the minds, when the few of the athletes are yes, sorry. So we know. Hello.
Go ahead. I'm hearing you. I'm still with you. Go ahead.
When these players have the right mindset, when their minds are relaxed and calm, they can excel globally anywhere you take them to. So Westie tries as much as possible to take care of their needs, to ensure that all they focus on is their development as athletes.
So, well, thank you so much. All right, go ahead, please. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, so in the community, we've been able to take many young athletes.
Wow. Now, this is so much coming from Westy Sports Academy. Can you hear me? Now, this is so much coming from Westy Sports Academy. We've been talking to Egbeng Funwari Alex. He is the director of Westy Sports Academy, and is a FIFA-approved academy, and they've been doing so much for the grassroots, raising youths, you know, in the sporting business to be able to be useful to themselves and their country at large. Now, this is all we can take today on our business morning program on the Business Show. Thank you for staying with us as we track the latest trends shaping markets and the economy. Remember, business decisions are stronger when backed by the right information. I'm Destiny Mama. Stay tuned for more updates on Big Story with Elizabeth Musa. And join us again tomorrow for another edition of Business Morning on The Breakfast Show. Have a nice day.
Okay now. Dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protections from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Today we're unpacking the policy shift from Washington that could have ripple effects for far beyond the Silicon Valley, and that's the Trump's administration's controversial move to impose a staggering $100,000 surcharge on new H-1B visa applications, which has rattled U.S. businesses, stirred diplomatic pushback from India, and sparked concern across emerging economies like Nigeria. For a country like Nigeria, where skilled professionals in tech, healthcare, and finance often look to the United States for opportunities, this isn't just an immigration headline. It's a question of whether Nigeria can stay plunged into the global knowledge economy or whether new barriers will price out our brightest minds. Well, joining me this morning is Global Affairs Analyst Collins Nweke to help us break down what this means for businesses, for workers, and Nigeria's place in the shifting landscape of global talent mobility. Welcome to the show, Mr. Nweke.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you for having me.
Let me start by asking you for the basics. You know, when you saw this news, really, what was your initial reaction?
Well, the H-1B visa regime in the United States has, like you alluded to, become a global gateway for talent mobility, and Nigerians are increasingly part of that story. While Africa's share is small compared to India or China, it's estimated that, so far, Africa represents about 1 to 2% of the global pool, whereas India and China are, exceeding, the 60% mark. Nigeria stands out as one of the leading African contributors, particularly, like you mentioned, Silicon Valley, that's technology, but also, quite very importantly, health care, not just medical doctors, but health professionals, in general, and that includes, nurses, lab technicians, and so on and so forth. But you also have, people in the academia, Nigeria's intelligentsia. They are also represented in the pool of, Nigerians, Africans, seeking opportunities under the H-1B visa regime. Well, the implications are, double-edged. On the one hand, you have new opportunities and networks are also created for, Nigerian people. But on the other hand, we must confront the challenges of brain drain and, somehow, to a large extent, underrepresentation in U.S. Migration policy. Personally, and I think there are just a few of us on that side, I do not have much problem with the issue of brain drain because Nigeria allows the, over 20 billion US dollars that is remitted to Nigeria every year, surpassing, many sectors and actually competing with oil revenue. I mean, it is this Nigerian that leave Nigeria to work abroad that are actually the ones responsible for, the remittances. And you probably are aware that the CBN took interest recently and actually, projected or actually put out some policies to, enhance remittances 1 billion per month, So, it's, it's a misback, but one that Nigeria needs to find a way to actually streamline and manage with policies, quite in a coordinated manner.
Right. And Mr. Nweke, we also see that the businesses in the Silicon Valley actually say this week of confusion alone has been damaging. Now, from your own perspective, what message does this actually send to global talent pools? We're talking about the Nigerians also included, all of those people that are aspiring to work in the United States.
Well, I mean, what it tells us is that, businesses, in Silicon Valley, let's recall or let's bear in mind, Elizabeth, that under this H-1B, visa regime, it is the employer that actually files for the individual, Nigerian or Chinese or Indian that is wishing to come to the United States under the arrangement. So yes, the employers know firsthand what the challenges are and what indeed, needs to be done to be able to, surmount the challenges so that the intended purpose will be achieved. But like you also mentioned, they are having to deal with, all sorts of rules, hardened rules, I must add, coming out of the Donald Trump administration. And so, yes, when they cry out, they do that because, these are based on their lived experiences of those challenges.
That India, being the biggest supplier of H-1B workers, has already pushed back strongly. Are you expecting to see the same thing for Nigeria or the African Union itself to actually engage diplomatically on this, or do you think we'll simply watch from the sidelines?
Obviously, the clear answer to that is that, Africa, under indeed bodies like the African Union, have got to wear their very strong diplomatic cap and begin to negotiate a good deal for for their citizens. There are no other ways of going around it. I mean, there is no point in going silo. Those silo arrangements, Nigeria could champion that because I mean, evidence has shown that the people that actually dominate in this H-1B visa arrangement for within Africa is Nigeria. So Nigeria has invested interest, and indeed they can push silo, but it makes no sense. I think at the African Union level, Nigeria has got to take this fight up and negotiate a good deal.
Right, and speaking of taking this fight up and negotiating a good deal, for Nigerian professionals in tech, the finance, healthcare, could this surcharge effectively shut the door on new entrants?
Definitely it will. Just as because I mean we can't take the $100 surcharge, $100,000 surcharge, in isolation. We also have to view it from the broader perspective of, the new Trump gold card, where American residency, professional and otherwise, has now been put at $1 million US, 2 million, 5 million, as the case may be. Essentially, what that does is lock the ordinary, everyday professional out of professional development in the US. And make no mistake about this, Elizabeth, when the US does this, it also hurts the US. I think they have been a bit myopic in in this current approach. In any case, I mean, it has only just been announced, it's only just been rolled out, and one will expect that once they have tried it and see that it isn't delivering the projected positive result, they might have to have a rethink. But ab initio, it should be stated that this is inimical to Africa's progress, particularly young people, their professional development, but also it will impart, the human resource of the United States of America.
Right, and beyond the young people that you've mentioned, beyond individuals themselves, what are some of the likely ripple effects on Nigeria's economy? I mean, especially when you consider remittances, you consider skills transfer, you consider that we have a growing tech ecosystem. What are some of these, ripple effects that we could see in our economy?
Yeah, Indeed, starting with the remittances, Nigerians on H1B contribute over 20 billion US dollars in annual inflow of resources to Nigeria. It's a major support to Nigeria's foreign reserve. Now, any disruption will indeed puncture that, more than 20 billion US dollar remittances. And this is coming at a time when the Central Bank of Nigeria is actually, taking very well thought through, policy, making, placing a mark in terms of what they are targeting. So that's one. And then investment channels is another thing to look at. Many become conduits for FDI. I mean, many Nigerians who migrate under this H1B, arrangement. So they become conduits for foreign direct investment, trade linkages, and startup financing back home. I mean, I'm not in the US, I'm in Europe. But at the moment, I'm a senior consultant for international trade for a major, chamber of commerce out here in Belgium. That wouldn't have happened if, I didn't migrate and taking advantage of my very good understanding of the business environment here, but also we're having my network in Nigeria, having, grown up there before we're migrating. So those are part of the thing. And then you also talk of linkage of talent. Departure of high-skilled workers, particularly in health and IT, widens domestic gap. And that is, that is a minus for Nigeria. And it has to be talked about as well because it's part of the issue. But beyond the economy, you can also talk about, the politics and the policy office. Diaspora diplomacy is part of what has to be looked at. H1B Nigerians form a knowledge block that can shape US-Nigeria relations if properly engaged. And that is where bodies like NICOM, Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, comes in. This is not something you do in a reactive manner. You've got to have, a proactive, arrangement whereby you, dish out policies, you monitor, you evaluate them, and make adjustments where possible. And then advocacy gap is another issue to look at. African voices remain marginal in the US, immigration reform debates, meaning Nigerians need sharper diplomatic, lobbying. That's an aspect to look at. And you also have to think, for instance, as we speak now, Elizabeth, the United Nations General Assembly is ongoing. Now, there are many things to, to negotiate. There are deals to make. Now, it is the Nigerian diaspora, if managed properly, that has, that resource pool, has that knowledge, have the connection to actually make things happen for Nigeria. Of course, I talked about human resources and skills, brain drain versus brain circulation. So I think we should focus more on brain circulation rather than drain. Without deliberate policies, Nigeria simply loses critical talent. With the right engagement, diaspora expertise can circulate back through mentorship, dual appointments, and remote collaboration. And then when you achieve that brain circulation, you use it then to counter the brain drain that is currently the case. And then education impact is pretty important. Departure of lecturers and researchers under the H1B weakens Nigeria's universities unless mitigated by structured exchange programs. I mean, gone are the days when you have to be physically present in a university campus to be able to deliver, lectures. There are arrangements that could be worked out whereby A professor doesn't leave the Nigerian university that he's or she is affiliated to, yet has an arrangement where, he delivers lectures to, students back in the US. But these things don't happen on their own. You've got to drive them through deliberate, intentional policies. Nigeria isn't there yet, but now is the time to begin to think about all of this.
Right. There's something you said that stuck out to me when you mentioned brain circulation. And that also brings me to the next question I'm going to ask you. Now, riding on the back of the fact that you are out there in Europe working as a trade consultant for a Chamber of Commerce, you are in the best position to answer this question, because some people argue that, policies like this may force Nigerian talent to redirect towards the Europe, Canada, or even intra-African opportunities. Are you seeing this as a potential silver lining or just a loss of options? Clearly, I'm thinking you see it as a silver lining.
Yes, indeed, Elizabeth, you are absolutely right about the fact that some of the recent U.S. policies actually have the potential to, curtail positive migration to the United States of America. And smart countries of the world are already drawing and attracting some of these, young talents that are, willing to, migrate. You will recall that, the United Kingdom, for instance, Canada, another instance, even Australia, have had some policies, churned out in the last decade, actually targeting people specifically in the health sector, IT, and all of that. You can only see increase in this. And that is why the Europe, where I am at the moment, is actually taking a bit of a pause, learning what they can from, the negative fallout of the US policies, making adjustments, clearing out gray areas in their migration policies to ensure that they attract the right people that will help to build the economy. You may not know this, but there is a term we use out here in Belgium, a graying society. So what that means is that if you look at their population pyramid, you will see that the older generation that are now getting out of professional circulation into retirement, some of them in the care homes, they actually are in larger number than the active population, the young people that have to work and keep the economy running. So the implication is that to keep the social system that they have managed to build over the decades, to keep it intact and ensure that good life for people, especially at their old age, they would have to look beyond their borders to attract workers. That is already happening. And they can only step that up with American policies being a bit, too draconian and too negative for some of these people willing to migrate. So yes, indeed, the ripple effect will affect the US, while other jurisdictions will benefit from it.
Absolutely. We've also seen that the United States has also rolled out stricter measures this year. Some of these measures include revoking student visas, introducing visa bonds and expanding background checks. How really should Nigeria interpret this on a broader, as a broader trend?
First and foremost, it's also very chaotic. I think there's a bit of playing to the gallery here because Donald Trump, the current president of the United States, wants to be seen as delivering on the promises that landed him the presidency. And so there is a bit of overdrive here. And in doing those, in trying to implement those things that he promised the American people while he was campaigning, for the job, they are actually breaking some laws, and they are being challenged. Some of them have been stopped. Some of them are under review, and so on and so forth. Now, there is no other way than through diplomacy, through negotiation. And most of these happen, backdoor. This is not something you go out there and begin to think, think about. I can only hope. I mean, I'm not an insider of the, Foreign Service of Nigeria, but I can only hope, given the temperament, given the body language, and some of the initiatives that the current Minister of Foreign Affairs is undertaking, ably assisted by Minister of State, as a team, I can see some policy ingenuity in some of the steps that they are taking, and I won't be surprised if they are already in contact with their counterparts in the United States, trying to point them to the negative sides of some of these, policies. And of course, sometimes I know they will insist because they want to see the unintended, negative consequences before they begin to react. But yes, it is through diplomacy that Nigeria can take advantage of all of this, but also be more proactive. For instance, some educational policies have got to be, revisited in Nigeria to also prepare our workforce for possible double assignment, outside the borders of Nigeria, taking advantage of innovation. Recently, the Nigeria Foreign Service actually introduced a new department specifically dealing with technology and innovation, headed by a certain Ambassador Bolaji Akinremi. It never existed before, and it is not happening in a vacuum. This is not something, somebody woke up from the sleep, had a brainwave and said, okay, we are going to do this. No, there is a strategy behind that, and I believe that, modernizing our diplomacy is behind the establishment of that office, and who other than the celebrated Ambassador Bolaji Akinremi to drive it. So I'm positive about, the outcome of some of these initiatives.
Right. We've spoken about, the brain drain. We've spoken about the brain drain circulation, but there's something we're not talking about, which is the brain drain freeze, where, talented Nigerians will simply stop aspiring to the United States because the barriers are too high. Are you seeing this happening?
Yes, I see it happening, Elizabeth, and I see Nigeria shooting itself in the foot because don't forget that the first barrier has been placed by Nigerian government in the first place, and that is making access to international passport unaffordable for the average Nigerian. For crying out loud, Elizabeth, the passport of Nigeria cost 143% of the minimum wage of the country. In the US, it costs only 14%. In Germany, it costs less than 5%. In Africa, to bring it closer home, South Africa is about 17%. Brazil is about 15% of their minimum wage. So Nigeria, again, is making the world headline, but in a very negative way. So that blockage is starting from Nigeria, and they've got to do something about it. It cannot be that you lock your citizens out of opportunities outside the borders of Nigeria. So after dealing with that, you can then begin to talk of other blockages that are being placed elsewhere. United States being an example, Europe, has also had a very, very, stringent immigration policy. But now that they know that they are faced with, a graying society, I see it, being relaxed gradually and becoming more reasonable. At least they are now clearer on the criteria. More Nigerian students are coming in here to study, mainly, at the postgraduate level, but then also at the bachelor's level. Some of these, university colleges, are attracting Nigerians, but Nigerian government should help them by making passports, accessible for them.
Right, and looking ahead, what role can the Nigerian government play to cushion this effect? Should we be negotiating talent mobility agreements, or should we double down on homegrown opportunities?
I think it's going to be a combination of both. Let's not make any mistake about the fact that not every Nigerian wants to leave Nigeria. There are those who believe that their opportunities, their future is in Nigeria. No matter how attractive the other places are, they will remain in Nigeria. But yes, because of the situation of things in Nigeria, many actually want to jackpot, to use a popular parlance in Nigeria. So I believe that as long as the opportunities are limited in Nigeria, that people will always have that tendency to want to, migrate out of Nigeria. So while that is work in progress, as government has told us, and I have no reason to doubt that, the government means well in creating opportunities for Nigerians within Nigeria, I believe that talent pool actually making Nigerians more mobile, encouraging a situation where those who want and are able to could take opportunities outside Nigeria should go pari passu, hand in hand with, creating opportunities, in Nigeria. One does not delete the other. Both of them actually should go hand in hand.
Right. Global Affairs Analyst Collins Nweke, thank you for joining us all the way from Belgium.
My pleasure. Thank you, Elizabeth, for having me.
Well, this has been the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is social listening. Do stay with us.
are watching Business Day Television.
Breakfast show on BDTV. Right now is social listening, and let's move on straight to the headlines. 4 female elected officers die within 2 months of Lagos inauguration. And then street hawker who gave money to prisoners bags law degree. Another headline on social listening this morning says Erica Kirk forgives husband's killer, Tyler Robinson. Welcome to Social Listening on BDTV, where we discuss the stories trending online. I am Destiny Momo, joined by Mr. Valentine Onyeka.
Vice President.
Good morning. So how has it been?
Well, we can't complain.
You're enjoying the week already. Very, very, very obvious.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, we have no choice but to jump into it. It's Tuesday already.
It's Tuesday already.
What do we have?
Well, all right, let's get into today's stories. In just 57 days since local government officers were sworn in, 4 female councillors, vice chairmen have died under different circumstances. They include Oluwakemi Rufai from Ibejuleki, Zainab Shotayo from Odiolowo Ojuoye, and Princess Oluremi and Ntai Ajose from Badagry West, and Basirat Oluwakemi Maya Beacon from Shomolu. And the Lagos APC has dismissed claims of foul play, urging the public not to spread conspiracy theories. But the public is still unsettled. Before we look at tweets, what do you think of this, Mr. Eka?
So, first and foremost, it's a sad thing to see that someone can die. Well, everybody would die one day, I'm sure. But the fact that someone with you, all of a sudden the person just, is no more, that alone is very painful. So we want to use the opportunity to tell, the families, if they're listening, we are with you.
Condolence.
Listen, our condolence is not easy. If you've ever lost someone before, you know how painful it is. There is no recovering from that 100%. At some point, you have to live with it.
Oh, that's.
But having said so,
Yeah.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. But then the number of deaths, and these local councils, it's kind of much, given that it's just, 2 months after assumption of office. And it's actually, kind of brings a kind of sentiment and some kind of, I don't know how to describe the feeling, but that is not a good feeling anyway. But like you said, for those that have actually lost someone because of this, our heartfelt condolences. Let's see tweets regarding this report. All right, there from Dino Speaks One, say all females, all dead, all elected officers in Lagos State, same day, but died mysteriously before and after inauguration. Is it a mere coincidence, or someone is sending a message to the female folks to stay off Lagos State politics? Oh wow! Oh wow! Oh wow! Now this, I think this comment has, it's very pregnant with a lot of.
There's a lot of undertone.
Yes. And it's making me see some things that I never even saw. But nevertheless, let's see what A3 says. A3 says a lot of people have died today. That's probably a coincidence. So then, from Sports Scholar said, this is very weird. How can 4 persons in connection die at the same time, worthy of a thorough investigation? But oh well, this is Nigeria. You can imagine the irony. This is Nigeria.
So that word, or rather that last clause, this is Nigeria, I think it should be expunged from it.
Okay.
Because
I think the person is trying to say that they might not get judgment or anything can happen in Nigeria, and like maybe we're a lawless nation or something.
On the contrary, this is Nigeria could mean maybe the mysterious death will not be unraveled.
Oh, yeah.
This in Nigeria could mean some spiritual inclination or something
might be attached or involved.
Or this is Nigeria, where we have just said that they will sweep it under the carpet. However, this is Nigeria, where things can actually be taken seriously, and they can find out exactly what happened and why those young ladies died. This is Nigeria, where we can actually talk about it and be able to get justice for these people. This is Nigeria, where things can actually work. What if we're optimistic now?
I like the positivity and the positive vibe you're bringing to this. And like they always say, when you think positive in this line, those are the things that will always, happen. But when we always as Nigerians feel like things can never really happen, justice can never really be gotten, I think that's what we'll always get. But then, because of the undertone of what you just said, I want to agree with you that we should think in that line regardless. So now, do you think the deaths of these women are suspicious, or do you believe the APC when they say it's just coincidence?
So it's first and foremost, the fact that we've heard this will make you want to cringe, to wonder what is going on. But whether is it coincidence or not, right? Planes crash, cars have accidents, right? You could have 2-3 accidents in a day in one particular stretch of road.
True.
2 planes can crash in a country. Doesn't necessarily mean that there's some other conspiracy theory going on. However, is this connected to the fact that they are all women? I will want to approach this from a point of reasoning, rather from a point of spiritual angle. Because I'm not a spiritualist, but I'm a man of faith.
All right.
But when there's something like this, when something like this happens, first and foremost, let the police do their job first.
Okay.
We have an investigative, arm in the police. That what they do is to go and find out what happened. Send the inspectors, go there and find out exactly the circumstances surrounding the death of these young people.
Okay, and compare and contrast.
Is it that they all went out together for something?
Yeah.
Is it that
it's the same kind of food? Yeah.
Is it possible that, let's look at it from the angle of
they were under the same roof or something?
Were they exposed to something that could,
trigger?
Let's don't forget in a hurry.
Yeah.
There's what they call food poisoning. I'm not talking about someone poisoning your food.
Yeah.
There's food poisoning.
Just a natural phenomenon.
I'll tell you a story. Because one time I had an outing with friends, and the meat that was shared wasn't properly cooked.
Oh,
so
it affected everyone.
We all went home, and we came back the next day. Very few people were in the office. And I'm like, what happened? And I said, look, they all had to, visit the hospital. What for? Food poisoning. And when every other person complains, so what happened? And so
they traced it.
Yeah, so we traced and realized that, wait a minute, that the meat wasn't properly cooked. You could tell. But anyways, again, let them do their job. Let the police do their job. And let us be able to comfort something. Like they rightly said there in the story, that we should not all be quick to jump into
conclusion. Anything can happen.
We are media people. Whatever we see right now, those at home will take line, hook, and sinker and say, okay,
of course.
It was instead of BDTV.
But then it still can be a coincidence as well, because who knows? These things happen. Okay, now to an inspiring story. Ekuma Jeremiah, a pure water hawker in Lagos, has just graduated with a degree in law. Back in 2022, he was captured on video while selling bottled water in traffic. A prison van was passing by, and he decided to share most of his earnings for that day with the inmates inside. Now, that act of kindness touched many people, and the video went viral, and one of those who saw it stepped in to sponsor his education with that support. Jeremiah was able to leave the streets and chase his dreams. Let's see tweets on this very quickly. From AJ Daniel, it said, wow, from street hustle to law graduate, Jerry's story is proof that kindness never goes unnoticed. Wow. Let's see other tweets. Saying from Zach Mills, says, Nigeria loves turning human struggle into fairy tales. We cheer Jerry now, but how many kids like him are still in the streets without water, food, or hope? A system that depends on going viral to rescue talent is a failed system.
On the contrary, I want to disagree with this particular contributor here.
Yeah.
But let's read the next tweet before I probably...
Okay, then the next tweet says, some people look at prison vans and CPT. He saw people and showed kindness. That same heart just walked him into law school graduation. Let's see if there's one more tweet on that. Okay. Yes. All right. Now, talking about this guy's story, it's very inspiring if you ask me. And for the fact that he kept it, he was focused, to be result oriented at the end of the day.
Right. So, I mean, it's good that we can see that random acts of kindness is not something that we kind of call it as you may, maybe premeditated or planned. No, this is just a guy who felt, look, they're human beings too.
He didn't even think of it. He didn't even, the knot wasn't there because I think it indwells him.
Exactly. So, I mean, good enough. It just happened the right time where someone was there to record it.
Exactly.
And, I mean,
it went viral.
Down the lane, you can see him now graduating, but someone said, look, let's also step into to help him. There's a moral story, there's a moral twist to this.
Yeah.
Also, there is a message that is passed to everyone who's out there. We understand that a lot of social construct, a lot of social, things going on there. But in this case, I think we should stick with a clear message, which is this: each one help one.
Each one help.
No matter the situation. Yeah. Remember, the man who is a criminal did not wasn't born a criminal.
Sure.
The society could have made him a criminal. That's why
something would have happened.
I see judges and lawyers. They put this way: judges, before a judge will sentence someone, they will first find out, did you plan this thing before you say, let's go and do it? Or did you just happen at the spur of the moment?
No.
What am I trying to say? It's called correctional facility for a reason.
Yeah.
The idea is to correct the bad behavior. You pay the time for the crime that you did, and hopefully you could have changed your ways. So it doesn't mean that they're not human beings, that they should not be treated, in
the right way.
In the right way. But some certain things will be taken away from them, like their freedom, so that way they can change their character and turn them from citizens who were into crime into law-abiding citizens and give them a clean slate to follow through. So if the young man has so reason to now say, let me give them water, it's good and fine. This means that anyone who is watching at home there, random acts of kindness is still in existence. You never know who's watching and where to take you to. So kudos to you.
I agree with I agree with you totally. And the other tweets that says something like people have to go viral before they get help. It happens a lot in this part of the world. No, let's not lie. People go viral before they get help a lot. People have to bring their shame out in public, before. But then this guy, he was enjoying what he was doing, but that single act of kindness, he never knew could transport him to where it has taken him to. Right now, we're proud of him. He went through school, went through law school, and he's out. Oh my God. I think that's a very good one. It's very commendable. But I also think Nigerians that are well-to-do, well-meaning Nigerians, or every Nigerian, should deem it fit to help people, even without them going viral. I actually agree, with that tweet.
So, yes, I mean, there's a lesson to learn here, which is show kindness when you can.
Exactly.
You never know who will also reciprocate and then help you even further.
Exactly.
So far, Jerry, congratulations.
Congratulations.
Now you have a degree, right under your
I'm sure he'll be able to help others get their degrees as well, because he already has that, that kind spirit indwelling him already. So I'm sure he will do that.
And there's something else again. If I was him, I would really begin to say to myself, how do I use this story to begin to inspire other people out there?
Yeah.
This is a strong story. It's a story that is not just, put this way, shouldn't just be a thing of history. It should be something that should be used as a point
to give
of
back
contact.
to like even a foundation or something.
Most definitely.
Yeah.
And I tell you, if he thinks within those lines, he could have moved from just being a graduate, but also create multipliers effect where other people begin to say, so truly, random acts of kindness really does work.
Oh wow. Mr. Val, thank you once again. All right, and finally, moving on to the foreign scene. In the U.S., Erika Kirk, widow of a conservative activist, Charlie Kirk, gave an emotional speech at his memorial. She said she forgives Tyler Robinson, who has been accused of killing her husband, and stressing that the answer to hate is not hate. Prosecutors say the suspect could face the death penalty if convicted, but Erika Kirk said she doesn't want his blood on her conscience, stressing that she leaves that decision to the government. Let's see tweets regarding this. And Mike Evie says, Sunday, I watched Erika Kirk forgive the person who took her husband's life. I witnessed something which I believe I would have a very difficult time doing myself. God bless you and your family, Erika. To me, it was the first miracle I have ever witnessed firsthand. Wow. And like Kelsey said, just to be clear, Erika Kirk did not lose her husband. He was savagely and unjustifiably assassinated publicly in front of her and their children. So anyone that attempts to justify or celebrate this act is morally bankrupt and devoid of conscience. And then for those, we said Erika Kirk lays where no wife should ever have to, broken over a casket because of someone else's political hatred. They said their vows built a life, now it's shattered by senseless violence. This didn't need to happen, and no matter your views, no spouse deserves this. Oh wow. Wow. Well, Valentine, would you forgive someone who murdered your loved one just like that? Just like Erika has done? Because the way she has done this thing, I heard her speaking when she was giving her speech, when she took a clue from when Jesus died on the cross, and he said that what he said about the people that killed him, that Father forgive them, for they do not know what they are doing. I think that's what she got. Yes, that idea.
Every day, people are killed by the system.
Okay.
Right? See this question you asked me, which is, will I forgive somebody who, took the life of my loved one? Let me tell you. It's a very big question.
Okay.
Because I've been in the shoes where I question the reality that we live in. But, you see, I think we shouldn't blame the system for the death of that young man. Yes, the person who went and pulled the trigger was just an instrument, but the system itself.
Yeah.
Right? If a system is rigged to create violence
at all times,
I tell you, as much as we point finger on the person who pulled the trigger, let us point fingers to the government themselves that made having gone so easy. The United States government, yes,
something that can easily take life away from someone.
1 second. So the truth of the matter is this: there's one thing to forgive, because you're not forgiving forgiving the person. You're forgiving because you want to help yourself.
True.
It's a strong thing. I've lost loved ones before. I understood the circumstance. I had to forgive also. But I did that so that I can be able to be strong, to be able to now take care of things that have been left behind.
Exactly.
So it's very touching. And I tell you this, look, it drives directly home. No matter what it is, whether you lost a loved one out of being sick or whatever.
Exactly.
Look, when a system is failed or a system doesn't have proper moral compass, look, that system needs to be overhauled. The United States system that allows you to own a gun. You can walk into a shop and buy a gun. And buy bullets.
Something that can enter
with minimal or no background check like that.
Yeah.
Look, you know what it tells you?
I know.
It tells that any person can just be shot.
Exactly.
After all, even though some say it was staged, but they tried to kill Donald Trump also. So what am I trying to say? The system itself is very porous, based on how arms and ammunition are gotten and owned. A regular 13 or 14-year-old boy who watches Good Bad and the Ugly movie on TV, could just walk into his father's bedroom, pick up a gun,
and do whatever he wants.
And that's it. We hear lone shooters every now and then.
So true. Because of time, I think we should minimize on our discussion because there's so much. I trust you, Mr. Valentine. You have so much. You have a book full, to tell us about on this particular topic. But I think the big one for me right here is the fact that she could forgive someone that killed not just her husband, but the father of her children. Wow. So that's it on social listening today. We looked at the death of 4 female officers in Lagos, and Jerry, the street trader, who is now a lawyer, and Erika Kurt's words of forgiveness after her husband's death. I am Destiny Momo.
I'm Onyeka Valentine.
Oh, wow. Thanks for watching Social Listening, and stay tuned to BDTV. Good morning.
watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and thank you for tuning in to the BDTV Business News Hour. My name is Gloria Brown. Let's begin with a look at today's top business headlines. Stanbic IBTC posts 243.7 billion naira pre-tax profit in the first half of 2025. Naira sustains year-to-date stability on $42 billion external reserves, weekly inflows. Manufactured goods export up 46.8% to 1.1 trillion naira in the first half of 2025. Foreign investment on stock market rises to 1.3 trillion naira in 7 months. Micro pensions surges ninefold as tech drives adoption. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where Stanbic IBTC Holdings PLC has reported a robust financial performance for the half year ended June 30th, 2025, with pre-tax profit rising to 243.7 billion naira. This represents a 65.81% increase compared to 147 billion naira recorded in the same period of 2024, reflecting the group's strong earnings momentum and efficient cost management. The profit surge was driven by a significant rise in interest income, which grew by 56.34% to 384.7 billion naira. Loans and advances to customers contributed 239.7 billion naira. Investment accounted for 131.2 billion naira, while loans and advances to bank added 13.7 billion naira. Interest expenses edged lower to 68.7 billion naira from 71.8 billion naira in 2024, pushing net interest income up by 81.31% to 316 billion naira. Non-interest revenue moderated to 117.9 billion naira compared to 129.1 billion naira a year earlier. Total income before impairment stood at 433.9 billion naira, and after impairment charges of 1.1 billion naira and operating cost of 179 billion naira, pre-tax profit settled at 243.7 billion naira. On the balance sheet, total assets rose 17.51% to 8.12 trillion naira, while reserves climbed to 686.7 billion naira from 522.6 billion naira in 2024. Year-to-date, Stanbic IBTC stock has gained 70.14%, closing at 98.0 per shares as of September 22, 2025. Moving on, the Naira has sustained an appreciation trend across both official and parallel foreign exchange markets, supported by rising inflows and stronger external reserves, which have climbed to $42.3 billion in September 2025. According to data from Central Bank of Nigeria, the Naira has gained 3.5% year-to-date, closing at 1,488.60 Naira per dollar on Monday, compared with 1,541.36 Naira at the start of the month. At the parallel market, it traded at 1,515 Naira, reflecting a 9.57% year-to-date gain. According to Ayodeji Ebo, Managing Director and Chief Business Officer at Optimus by AfriInvest, Nigeria's external reserves have increased by 2.8% this year, rising from $40.88 billion in January to $42.3 billion as of September 19th. Year on year, the Naira has appreciated by 10.8% in the official market and 9.2% in the parallel market, signaling a notable reversal for a currency historically marked by consistent depreciation. EBO attributed the gains to three strong shifts. The launch of the B-Match FX platforms in December 2024 has improved transparency and price discovery in the FX market. Additionally, reduced petroleum imports following the commencement of Dangote refinery operations have eased dollars demand pressures. Stronger liquidity has also been critical. Average daily FX turnover has surged 53.9% to $370 million, while reserves have grown 12%. Higher inflows from the NNPC, foreign portfolio investors, and diaspora remittances have strengthened buffers, enhancing confidence in the Naira. In other news, Nigerians' push to diversify its export portfolio is showing positive outcomes, with the value of manufactured goods exported in the first half of 2025 rising by 46.76% to 1.1 trillion naira compared with 749.5 billion naira in the same period of 2024. Data from the National Bureau of Statistics highlights a steady upward trend over the past 5 years, with a particularly sharp increase since 2023. The surge coincides with Naira's depreciation following the Central Bank of Nigeria's unification of foreign exchange markets in June 2023. NBS records showed manufactured goods exports stood at 304.9 billion naira in the first half of 2021, 338.61 billion naira in the first half of 2022, and also rising significantly to 749.52 billion naira in the first half of 2025. Adeola Adenikinju, president of the Nigeria Economic Society, and Dr. Muda Yusuf, CEO of the Center of the Promotion of Private Enterprises, noted that the Naira's depreciation has lowered export prices, creating more opportunities. Yusuf added that the surge could have been higher if unofficial exports were included. Still on, foreign investors' participation in the Nigerian stock market has surged to a record high of about 1.3 trillion naira, signaling renewed global confidence in the country's equity market. The Nigerian Exchange Limited, in its latest report on foreign portfolio participation, revealed that foreign portfolio investment more than doubled this year, up 114.2% compared to 2024. For the 7 months ended July 31st, 2025, total FPI stood at 1.28 trillion naira against 598 billion naira in the same period of 2024 and 185.62 billion naira in 2023. The current figure also far outpaced the 301.37 billion naira and 262.85 billion naira recorded in the first 8 months of 2022 and 2021 respectively. Foreign inflows rose to 609.73 billion naira from 266.64 billion naira in 2024, while outflows jumped from 331.36 billion naira to 671.56 billion naira within the same period. This growth in foreign transactions lifted overall NGX activities to 6.01 trillion naira in 7 months, nearly doubled the 3.1 trillion naira recorded a year earlier. Analysts attributed the rise in foreign inflows to improved foreign market stability, carry trade opportunities, and stronger investors' confidence, noting that both oil and no-oil exports will further support a stable Naira. In other development, Nigerian Security and Exchange Commission has directed fund managers to adopt mark-to-market valuation for bond, requiring them to value assets at current market prices instead of purchase costs. The directive announced on Monday is designed to improve transparency, align valuations with global standards, and enhance liquidity in Nigeria's fixed income market. By shifting to mark-to-market accounting, Nigerian bond will become more comparable to international benchmark, providing portfolio managers with clearer insight into real-time market conditions. This move is also expected to support better pricing and investment decisions. The SEC has given fund managers until September 2027 to fully adopt MTM in the interim. A 50-50 split between MTM and amortized cost is permitted, with new bond purchases immediately marked to market. Fund managers must also submit compliance plan by October 2nd. The reform from part of broader economic adjustment under President Bola Tinubu, including subsidy removal and exchange rate liberalization aimed at strengthening investors' confidence. To end the business news hour, the micro pension plan has grown ninefold in 4 years, driven by technology and greater awareness. The plan grew from 168.63 million naira in 2021 to 1.46 billion naira in 2025. According to data from the National Pension Commission, analysts attributed this rapid growth to digital platforms that have made pensions registration and contribution easier for Nigerians' larger informal workforce. With mobile technology, artisans, traders, and self-employed professionals can now conveniently save small amounts towards retirement. This growth also reflects intensified campaigns by PENCOM and pension fund administrators aimed at educating workers outside the formal sector. This initiative have helped to demystify pension saving, positioning the MPP as a key tool for financial security. Industry stakeholders note that rising inflation and economic uncertainties have further boosted interest in structured savings scheme, with more Nigerians seeking stability and long-term investment. Experts believe that with sustained technological innovation, regulatory support, and deeper market awareness, the micro-pension scheme could expand further, unlocking financial inclusions for millions and strengthen Nigeria's pension industry in the coming years. And before wrapping the business news, I am now being joined by Joshua Bassi, our editorial director here at BDTV, to analyze one of the stories in the news, which is micro pension surged ninefold in 4 years. Thank you, Joshua, for joining the business news hour. It's a pleasure to have you here with me.
Thank you, Glory. Thank you for having me.
So quickly, regarding this topic, what can you say, what can you describe the overall of the micro pension currently?
Okay, thank you. Maybe before we go into actually talk about the micro pension plan itself, we should probably go back 2004 when the contributory pension scheme was introduced, and of course, and what led to the introduction of the contributory pension scheme in 2004 under the presidency of Olusegun Obasanjo, elder statesman now. You recall that just before the contributory pension scheme was introduced in 2004, we used to have a situation where workers, especially government workers, as a public sector workers, will always, go queue up after their retirement. They go queue up, in some cases, veteran elder statesmen who should ordinary senior citizens who should ordinarily be, sitting down comfortably at home with their grandchildren, always going to queue up to be able to secure their pension. And in worst cases, you see them, falling down, dying in the process, collapsing and all of that. So I think the government at that time felt that they needed to do something about that situation. And so that was how the contributory pension scheme, CP as they call it, was introduced. It was basically to address a situation where, where old men, old women will go queue up to be able to access their pension, which was being paid by the government, and then of course the cost of doing that, collapsing and dying. And so that led to the introduction of the contributory pension scheme. But after the contributory pension scheme was introduced, being actually regulated by the National Pensions National Pension Commission, PENCOM, it was discovered that there's a gap, because the fact is that the contributory pension scheme really was actually designed to address workers in the formal sector, informal employment, like you and me, workers in the formal employment, people in the public service or civil servants. So those are people that you can find, maybe in the organized private sector. Those are people that you find, who have formal employment. But there was a gap, because government actually is meant to care for everybody. Government is meant to think for everybody. And so whether you are in the informal sector or whether you are in the formal sector, government should think for you. Government should do things that benefit every citizen, irrespective of which sector that they fall, whether formal or informal. But like I said, the contributory pension scheme itself was designed for workers in the formal sector. And so PENCOM discovered that there was a need to also do something for workers in the informal sector. And so who are the workers in the informal sector? Those who don't have formal employment, those who don't earn their monthly income, and those who even earn monthly income, but they are not captured in the formal sector. The artisans, the vulcanizer,
the traders,
that guy who is selling a computer part in the computer village in the Ikeja, that guy who is selling spare part in the Ladipo market in the Mushin, that guy who is selling electronic gadgets somewhere in the Alaba International in Ojo local government. I'm just using those as an example. So this guy, the contributory pension scheme did not capture them. And so there was a need to then see how to expand the pension scheme to also capture them. And so that was what brought about the idea of micro pension, which is now being called a personal pension plan. Just to ensure that these guys who are also workers, because whether you like it or not, whether you work in the formal sector or informal sector, you will go one day. You will leave the job one day. So when you leave the job, for those in the formal sector, taken care of. For those in the informal sector, how do you also take care of them? So when they leave the job, what do they rely on? When they grow old, what do they rely on? So that was what brought about the idea of micro pension scheme. Like I said, it's now actually been called a personal pension plan. So that it was designed, the micro pension scheme was designed to take care of those in the informal sector who were not captured in the contributory pension scheme. That was how it was introduced, basically to take care of those who were left out in the design of the contributory pension scheme.
And talking about sectors, you've made mention of the informal sector and the formal sector. The micro pension scheme currently, is it open to all categories of Nigerians who are working towards the growth of the economy?
No, the micro pension scheme is not a micro pension plan. You can call it personal pension. It's not open to all categories of workers, like I said, but all categories of workers in the informal sector. Like I said, workers in the formal sector already, they have their own, the CPS. So workers in the informal sector, they didn't have anything. And so it was introduced for all categories of workers in the informal sector, right? So so that if you are, for instance, if you are selling spare parts somewhere, like I mentioned, those in the Ladipo market, for instance, if you are there selling spare parts and you are not in the formal sector, you can, on a monthly basis, you can on a weekly basis, in fact, if you like, it could be even on a daily basis. As you make your money, you set something aside. If you sign, into the micro pension scheme, you set something aside for yourself, knowing that one day you will, of course, retire from that job. The retirement in the informal sector may not be as formal as we find it in the formal sector, where maybe at the age of 60, you are expected to retire. Maybe after 35 years in service, you retire, or maybe at the age of 60. Of course, in some cases, we have people who are, for instance, the professors who are maybe should stay up to 65, and then we have judges who probably should stay up to 70. But in the informal sector, there's really no retirement age, right? But the point is that you will leave that business at some point. So when you leave that business, what do you fall back on? And so that, micro pension scheme was actually designed for them. And so it is for everybody who is in the informal sector, every worker, everybody in the informal sector of the economy who is earning something, either monthly or daily or weekly. If you are earning something and you're operating within the informal sector of the economy, the micro pension scheme is for you. And so you are expected to, what do? You register, you pick a pension fund administrator of your choice, just like it is the case in the formal sector, where you pick the pension fund administrator of your choice, and then you pick the pension fund administration of your choice, and then you are registered, you are given you are registered, and you are given your retirement saving account, RSA, and then you start contributing. It's flexible, actually. I mean, unlike in the formal sector, actually in the informal sector, the micro pension scheme is actually flexible. So you can do your contribution weekly, you can do it monthly, you can do it just as you have income. As you sell today and you have a lot of money today, instead of wasting that money, okay, just set something aside, put something into your retirement saving account. That will actually help you when you eventually leave the job, leave the trade that you are into.
That's a very good insight on that, Christian. Let me quickly ask you this one. Talking about funds, people work monthly, weekly, and then they keep their money aside for them to be able to, use it when they finally retire. The funds, who manages the fund, and how can these contributors, how can they access their savings?
Okay, interesting. Like I said, the fund is being managed by pension fund administrators, right? But of course, there are two people who are involved in the management of the fund. While the daily management of the fund is being handled by pension fund administrators. They call them PFAs. There's the custodian, those who actually kind of supervise, or who actually, they keep the money. The custodian, they call them pension fund custodian. They're the one who keep the money. And then the pension fund administrators are the one who manage the money, right? Or who manage the money. But the regulator is the National Pension Commission, that the one that actually regulate that sector. Okay, so the PFAs are the one that manage the funds for the contributors, right? They're the ones that make investment decisions for the contributors, and they are liberty to, of course, under very strict supervision by PENCOM. They're the one that make investment decisions. They maybe can buy stock, maybe invest the money one way or the other, because the point is that the money that a contributor or a pension fund contributor, a worker, or someone who has signed into this pension fund is contributing should be managed profitably. And that's the reason why, as you are contributing, there's some money that is coming in apart from what you are contributing yourself, and that's the profit from investment that the pension fund administrators are putting the money into. Okay, so that's the reason why at the end of the day, it's not exactly what a contributor contributed to. There's something that, so it's being managed by a pension fund administrator. Then, to access the money, there are two ways. One, for instance, in the case of this micro pension plan that we're talking about here, 60% of their money is actually locked down, basically for them, and they can access the money after retirement at the age of 60 and above. But there's 40% of that of that money in their RSA that they can access. Maybe it could be emergency situation, they can access that money to take care of that emergency situation that they find themselves. So that's how they can access them. And apart from that, at the end of it, or when they retire, or when they leave that work, they also access the money. They access the entire money, and then of course being paid to them. Maybe they can choose either. There are two ways to get the money upon retirement or upon leaving the job. They can then choose, to go the annuity way. They can also choose to do a program withdrawal. So there are two ways to access the money: either a program withdrawal or annuity. at the end of their working life, so to say.
Over the years, we've seen a significant growth in the micro pension plan. The growth from 168 million naira in 2021, it then grew to 1.46 billion naira in 2025. What's driving this growth? Because you can see the comparison is way so much apart.
Interestingly, let me use the gospel of the micro pension scheme is being preached quite loudly now by operators within the industry, the PFAs themselves, the PFAs operators, a lot of education is being done, a lot of enlightenment is being carried out by industry operators. And of course, again, people in the informal sector are also seeing the need. And so people are becoming increasingly aware of the need for them to save, right? For them to invest. So, definitely that everybody knows that someday that he or she will have to lead a job, whether you are selling, whether it is in the formal sector, whether in the formal sector, you will leave the job someday. You get old. So when you get old, what do? So people on their own are actually becoming aware, becoming increasingly aware of the need to save, of the need to save. But apart from that, I also tell you that it's flexible. They've made it so easy, again, with digital platforms and technology. New technology has also made it very easy for people to sign on. In the comfort of your room, you can do your payment. You can be contributing with your phone. Can be making your payment to your lodging money to send to your PFA and all of that. So I think that increased awareness about the need to save, and of course about the fact that everybody is now realizing that, look, someday I will leave this job, someday I will leave this street, someday I will leave what I'm doing. So there's need to set something aside for myself when I get old, because of course, gone are the days when people were like using their children as their insurance, so to say. So it's no longer like
retirement plan,
using your children as a retirement plan. You may gone are the days, people are now actually saying that, look, I want to, by the time I get old, I want to continue to earn income. And the best way is for you to actually, get in on this, pension scheme. So that awareness is driving it. Technology is driving it. Digital platforms, are driving it. So those are some of the things that I think that are driving the increase that we are seeing. It's a chunk, really, actually. If you look at 146 million, right? 146 million to 146.
Yeah, 163 million naira to 1.46 billion naira in
1.4 in 2025. That's quite huge. But even at that, let me add this. Even at that, for me, it is not quite, actually big enough. You know why? We have majority of workers in Nigeria, right, fall within the informal sector. So it's so large. The informal sector in Nigeria is so large, so very, very large compared to the formal sector. The only thing is that, and they contribute quite significantly to the growth of this economy. The only thing is that they are not captured in the formal, sector, as it were. They are not very organized. But in terms of their contribution to the growth of the economy, it's quite significant, right?
Yeah.
So if you compare if you look at the number of people that work in the informal sector of this economy, and they compare that to the number of people that are working in the formal sector, you discover that we have more people, working in the informal sector. And so we're talking about here 1.4 billion, from what it was in 2001 to 2021 to
25,
yes,
4 years.
Over a million, then to in 4 years to 1.4 in 2025. That's okay, but for me, it is not for me, it's not significant enough. We need to see more. So I believe that industry players believe that we're going to see more of the growth, because like I said, there's increasing awareness. Like I said, there's flexibility. Like I said, technology is also helping people to jump on the train. So,
thanks, Mr. Bassi, for your insight on micro-pension plan surges 9-fold in 4 years. And this is where we wrap it up today on the Business News Hour. Thank you for staying with us. My name is Glory Brown. Stay tuned and keep watching BDTV.
Good morning and welcome to Economy and Markets on Business Day TV, where we give you a comprehensive breakdown of happenings in the economy as well as in the markets, the capital market scene. And this morning we're going to be kickstarting off with a conversation around the Ghana International Trade and Finance Conference that is going to be happening from the 29th of October to the 2nd of November in Accra of 2025. This is going to be the 9th edition of that particular conference. That conference was initiated in 2017 and this is the 9th edition, and as part of the edition we're going to also be on the sidelines of the conference. We have the AFCFTA, first ever AFCFTA Tertiary Students Congress, where we're going to have tertiary students from tertiary institutions across Africa gather in Accra, Ghana to talk about issues relating to how to deepen intra-African trade, as well as there's going to be an intermingling of academic knowledge as well as practical knowledge to help students understand the context of AFCFTA. And in addition, there's also a conversation around a debt initiative, considering the fact that Ghana is one of the countries that has been at the forefront of help of the G20 debt framework that we've been seeing over since 2021 up till date. To help us understand, to give us further context into this particular conference, we have on the line, we have Selassie Kofi Akom, who is the CEO of the Ghana International Trade and Finance Conference. Good morning, Mr. Selassie.
Good morning and good morning to your cherished viewers and listeners in Nigeria and the diaspora.
Thank you very much for joining us on Economy and Markets on Business Day TV.
Always a pleasure.
So first thing that I have, what are the objectives? The first question I have is, what is the key objective of the Global Debt Initiative that GTFIC 2025 is basically centering around?
Very well, thank you once again. I mean, the Global Debt Initiative is an initiative that the GTFIC began last year as a way of streamlining in the context of Africa, and get that very importantly to your cherished viewers, in the context of Africa, debt management issues, debt sustainability issues, and etc. These were the initial foresight that birthed the Global Debt Initiative. And so what did we do? As always, we cook and then take it to our stakeholders. Our stakeholders are in tiers. So tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and now we have tier 4 of our global stakeholders. So we took it to the African Development Bank through a position paper, which we published. And we asked the African Development Bank to contribute to the position paper. We also took it to the United Nations at the doorsteps of the Secretary General, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, and also appealed that he also contribute to the position paper. The ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development, and many other stakeholders that we have within the tier 1 and then tier 2 levels. We had fruitful discussions and a positive outlook from the African Development Bank when the then president, who just left, assigned his vice president in charge of knowledge sharing to contribute on behalf of the bank. And so they engaged us extensively on the position paper, which led to their contribution to solidifying the position paper. Same was done by His Excellency, the Secretary General himself, who also has assigned UNECA, West African director, the head, to act on his behalf and on behalf of the United Nations. A lot of people equally also made contribution, and today we have a holistic position paper which spearheaded the beginning of the entire conversation on the Global Debt Initiative. What is it about? As I said, an African context. We've noticed with keen interest and keen following over the past years that what is being cooked outside Africa for Africans to adopt and work with wasn't helpful to the African financial architecture. So there was a need to begin to look at an integrated indigenous African financial architecture cooked by Africans, made for Africans, and which will be implemented by all Africans in this regard. So this is exactly what had spearheaded the beginning of the Global Debt Initiative last year that saw particular, especially invited stakeholders together for the maiden inaugural edition of the Global Debt Initiative. And we did that with the clergy, the Catholic Bishops' Conference through the Vatican. May so rest in peace, the papacy, who is no more with us now, also had written back to the Holy See here to participate extensively because he had also been talking a lot about a contextualized financial architecture for Africa. So we had all of these people or these distinguished persons boxed together to have the inaugural edition of the Global Debt Initiative that started discussing the prospects of this entire endeavor.
So the question I have a follow-up question around like you've spoken about cooking an African solution to Africa's I can't essentially say it how you said
Financial
it,
architecture, yes.
but a financial architecture that relates to Africa's debts, cooking basically an African within the African context. So one of the follow-up questions I have is around the fact that Africa has an issue of we have an issue of I'll describe it as an issue of credit. We have a credit rating issue. So I was talking to some colleagues the other day. I talked about the fact that I listened to a foreign news reporter talk about the debt problem in France. They highlighted the fact that in France they have interest rates close to 4 or 5%, and I was looking at it like this is part of the issues they consider to have. I said in Nigeria, which is probably one of the best performing African countries, or where investors still has one of the African countries with like relatively low debt risk premium, we are issuing Euro bonds at 9.5%. Similar situation for Ghana. And when you go to Cote d'Ivoire, Benin Republic, you see that it's a trend across Africa. We are issuing debts. We are raising bonds at prohibitive rates. The question I have is now, the people would normally say that beggar no get choice, or they'll say a beggar does not have a choice. Are we bringing together any form of, are we bringing the borrowers or the lenders into the conversation? Are they part of these conversations that are going on?
Very well, thank you very much. I mean, so when we began this conversation initiative last year, we thought it right to approach some prominent credit rating agencies in the world. We spoke with S&P, we spoke with Moody's, we spoke with Fitch. In fact, we had rallied them on several occasions to be part of these conversations. But as you know, and as your viewers may be well aware of, cooking something African within the context of Africa for the global architecture to accept is not that easy and simple. In fact, at one point in our engagement with Fitch Ratings, for over 45 minutes to 50 minutes of our engagement, they made it clear to us that even the African Union is not able to compel them to come for conversations such as what we are trying to do. Clearly trying to create the already known stuff that this is not in their interest and they are not going to be part of it. But it is very refreshing to note that the African Union itself, under their F4, which is the Financial Institutions 4, have a plan to establish the African Credit Rating Agency, which is part of the African Stock Exchange, part of the African Central Bank, which is going to be headquarters in Nigeria. In fact, if you followed Kili, where we participated at the AU's conference here in Accra, I think last year or last 2 years, Nigeria had come so strongly with even showing the venue to headquarters the African central bank, and I mean all the procedures they are put in place. I mean the administrative work, including even the vehicles and stuff and everything to get this done. So the African continent itself through the AU has already done. They are done with establishing a credit union for the continent. So we may not be needing them over a very long time. For now, we still need them because they are the ones that are determining how much we go on the international market to borrow. They are the ones that tell the world about how we are doing economically. And even if it is skewed against us, as it's always been the case, we have no option than to accept whatever they say to the international community with regards to our various economies. If you follow GITFIC over the past period, you realize that we have been coming up with a monthly debt situation report in terms of a strong statistic and data base that we've been doing over the period. And if you go on our webpage, you will see for all the 54 member states in Africa, we have comprehensively, through a well-defined and designed methodology, brought out the actual debt of all 54 member states in Africa, which goes to challenge these international credit ratings, their doings, and figures on Africa's economy. Okay, so this initiative by we, the GITFIC, on the Global Debt Initiative, is to change the narrative in the African context, bring the real figures out, and tell the international community that, see, if you put together all the global debt, as worse as it may be, Africa in total is not indebted to more than 10%. The furthest you will see, if you put the actual figures together, is around 7.5% of the total global debt initiative. However, Africa is the one at the bottom receiving the most punishment for debt issues. Why is it so? How can the narrative change? Who is currently doing it better among the 54 member states whose platform could be used as a catalyst to loop in all other 53 member states to have a genuine, legitimate, new financial architecture? And we've looked through the figures, through our own figures, through our own data and statistics, and we think that Ghana is currently doing something good that can be used as the modus for all other 53 member states to follow. So the second conference, or the second meeting on the Global Debt Initiative, is going to take this shape, where 53 member states with their financial operators, which is both the monetary policy handlers, the fiscal policy handlers, financial and economic experts, are all expected together here in Accra in October next month to look at how we can re-engineer the African story in terms of our economic growth and our economic transformation for Africa, to Africa, and with Africans. That is all there is to about on the 9th Ghana International Trade and Finance Conference, on the second Global Debt Initiative, and the inaugural AFCFTA Tertiary Student Congress, slated for the 29th of October to the 1st of November here in Accra.
Okay, thank you so much for that succinct response. A question I have now is, okay, let's move away from conversations around debts. I want to talk about the AFCFTA Tertiary Students Congress, which is a major highlight of what is going on during GITFIC. So how was that about, the AFCFTA Tertiary Students Congress?
Very well. Thank you once again for your question. If your viewers, some of them probably, or anybody else listening to us or watching us diaspora would have followed GITFIC, you will notice that we've been part of this conversation since 2018 in Kigali, when the heads of state decided to append their signatures to what we call a transformatory economic, positive economic outlook for Africa in terms of a single trading component called the AFCFTA. The nomenclature is what really has spearheaded the third conference of ours at the African Union headquarters in Addis Ababa in 2019. And we had made a solid pledge that we were never going to relent on our activities on the AFCFTA, that until it becomes better, until it becomes impactful, until the AFCFTA has reached at least the peak of its goals, we were not going to let go. And so we had done several sensitization initiatives across Ghana and still festering out on several other African countries by organizing several international conferences where we brought experts. Chief trade negotiators have been here. When the PAPS was out, that's the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, we brought central banks and regional banks here all to discuss this. We've worked with all the names you could think about within the ecosystem to make sure that the issue of education, sensitization of the African Continental Free Trade Area became part and parcel of our everyday life. So also, we inaugurated the Tertiary Student Club, where we have clubs in universities across Ghana and Togo, and still adopting gradually other member states to join to enhance the AFCFTA among the youth within the educational sector. So that's not all. We also launched the curriculum on the AFCFTA at the World Bank office here this year in March, Accra, where we had all stakeholders also participate once again to look at what we're trying to talk about, what we're trying to do with regards to the curriculum, which is meant to be studied in as many universities on the African continent as much as possible. Now, the curriculum is currently being studied in 3 universities, and we still have more applying to adopt the curriculum, and we are taking them in phases. The need to extend this sensitization further within the youth, the population, which are the youth, is to initiate a congress of tertiary students where there will be a centralized point every year where universities would assign students to attend on behalf of them to discuss extensively policies and policy-related issues within the educational sector on the African continent that would enhance the sustainability of the African Continental Free Trade Area. And this Congress would also elect new executives for their various student clubs each year. So this is what has brought together the inaugural establishment of the Tertiary Student Club, which we've added to the second Global Debt Initiative conversation this year in October next month.
So what outcomes are you hoping for from the students themselves after
students will be involved in policy matters on intra-African trade. Students will be involved in policy matters on entrepreneurship. Students will be involved in policy matters on industrialization, because they are the bane of everything that has been done on the continent. When they leave school, when they graduate, how are they able to inculcate these things into their daily lives to enhance a fluid intra-African trade and inter-African trade? If you don't bring in the student at this time and soak them, and I use the word advisably, soak them into the African Continental Free Trade Area, you will be missing out on how to sustain it and get it actively reaching its premium. And so these are some of the objectives, these are some of the activities we expect to be instilled in those students. Policy and coherent, policy and education, policy industrialization, policy entrepreneurship. So they are part of this entire continental initiative, and that they are able to advantage them or use them to their advantage going forward as graduates from the university. So they are supposed to come, and which invitation is being sent out already through the various diplomatic channels to all of them across the continent and even the diaspora, to come and discuss about the AFCFTA, about the opportunities of the AFCFTA, about their role in enhancing the AFCFTA, and what they are positioned to do in making sure that the realization of the AFCFTA does not become another 9-day wonder or a myth. It took the European Union up to 30 years to enhance that union, as we see today and envy. However, we believe that even with Africa, we can spearhead it quickly because we have an energetic youth, a very well-equipped youth, an interestingly educated youth ahead of us. And so with that, we think that we can even spearhead it and make it quicker to be normalized across board. It's the reason we are gathering them for the first Tertiary Student Congress on the African continent to start instilling this in them and make sure that we also promote the establishment of the clubs and then the commencement of the curriculum in the various universities across the African continent. This is what has brought this together.
So, how will the outcome of GITFIC be followed up or be monitored at the end of the conference?
Well, we have a peer review team that normally does that. If you go once again go on our website, you realize that each year after our annual meetings, we have the action plan and then the action plan and the communique. The action plan really reveals who is to do what, which stakeholder or partner is doing what and expected to do what. And so we monitor everything and then push forward with them. So the peer review team have their own mechanism that they use in making sure that, for instance, we say in the GITFIC Agenda 2031, which encompasses both the Global Debt Initiative and the AFCFTA Implementation Initiative, there is a committee that has been set up. This committee is a peer review backbone to make sure that every action plan on the Global Debt Initiative, every action plan on the AFCFTA Implementation Initiative are brought to each logic conclusion with success stories, with impact stories. And so they will proceed and use their modalities in making sure that these things do not end up on the shelves of our shelves and our libraries and our offices. And that's what we've done each year. The reason why we keep getting the results that we want each year.
So, finally, how do you envision GITFIC's role in, say, shaping debt policy, trade policy, finance policy, not just in Ghana, but in Africa, let's say in the next 5 to 10 years? Give me a sneak peek into your mind where you see GITFIC, the role you see GITFIC playing in relation to these three things I mentioned: debt, trade, and finance.
Well, we see, that's why, as I said a while ago, that we have what we call the GITFIC Agenda 2031. It's a 6-year development plan which has been accepted by government and then being pushed into the 50-year development agenda plan of the Republic of Ghana. And so
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now. Meet Monica.
afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at Noon. I am Glory Brown Odibu. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Now the headlines. Nigerians reforms painful but working, says UK envoy. Oil sector drives Nigerians' GDP growth to 4-year high. Corrupt Nigerian officials won't get visas, says US mission. Global allies back Nigerians' push for state policy, local government autonomy. Barcelona slams for Ballon d'Or post after Ousmane Dembele wins. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where British High Commissioner to Nigeria, Richford Montgomery, has revealed that there is an increased interest from United Kingdom investors who are seeking to tap into opportunities in Africa's biggest oil producer. Montgomery insists that Nigeria's reforms agenda, although challenging, is producing measurable results that are attracting long-term capital. According to reports, Nigeria is fast becoming a focal point for British investors as sweeping economic reforms take root and bilateral trade between two countries hits a record of £7.9 billion. The British High Commissioner added that the growing investors' confidence across sectors like technology, finance, energy, agriculture, and creative industries reflect a fundamental shift in the UK-Nigeria relations from aid dependency to the strategic and growth-oriented partnership. Moving on, Nigerians' real GDP grew by 4.23% in the second quarter of 2025, marking its highest quarterly growth rate since second quarter in 2021, driven largely by a sharp rebound in the oil sector. This marked a 110 basic point increase from the 3.13% recorded in the fourth quarter of 2025 and a 75 basis point rise compared to a 3.4% growth in the same period of 2024. The oil sector led the charge, recording a massive 20% year-on-year growth in the second quarter of 2025, its strongest performance in years, up from just 1.87% in the first quarter. This surge is attributed to a boost in crude oil production, with Nigeria pumping an average of 1.68 million barrels per day during the quarter, higher than 1.41 million barrels per day produced in the second quarter of 2024 and above the 1.62 million barrels per day recorded in the first quarter of 2025. We are now joined by our in-house analyst, Dipo Oladeyinde, who is the head of Energy Desk at BusinessDay, to help us talk on this topic and to help us throw more analysis on this topic. Welcome, Dipo Oladeyinde, to the BDTV Business News Hour.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
You're
Always
welcome.
a delight to be here.
Yeah, thank you so much. So what happened differently in the nation's oil sector to drive this growth currently?
Okay, so what we've seen, one of the biggest fundamentals driving improved performance in GDP that we recorded yesterday was the fact that the oil sector improved compared to the previous quarters. Now, what has changed? Two things. Number one, so we've seen significant decline in crude oil. So prior before now, crude oil itself used to be a major challenge facing the Nigeria's oil and gas sector. So at some point we were losing as high as 1 million barrels per day to oil terms, and Nigeria was basically struggling to get all of our crude oils via the terminals. So from last Q2 2024 to Q2 2025, what has changed? What has changed is the government has been able to ramp up security in terms of boosting oil production. So what we've recorded now is majority of the oil that flow through the terminals, we are seeing 100% increase in terms of what you put in and what you get at the other extreme end of the terminal. I mean, that's a big deal. We're also seeing increased investment in the sector. So during the course of the year, Total announced a $1 billion deal in terms of investing in one of Nigeria's deep offshore assets. We also saw Shell investing in bunker assets as well. I mean, all of these are major significant developments. And then we're also seeing the government as well put enough action, more like putting their money where their mouth is, putting enough interest in making sure that the sector is more viable. We saw increased executive orders, and then we're also seeing increased policies in terms of amendments of the PIA, and there's a lot of discussions around oil and gas, which the previous administration were not paying to. But if you look at the GDP numbers, beyond just oil and gas, we also saw improved trade. Trade also played a significant role. And then we saw agric as well. And then we saw improved performance in the oil and gas sector. I mean, all of these contributed to the 4-year high we are seeing in GDP growth.
Talking about the growth right now, how sustainable do you think this can be?
Well, so if you look at the fundamentals driving it, trade, agric, real estate, and then of course oil and gas. I mean, all of these are typically they are the traditional sectors for Nigeria, right? Until we start seeing other sectors contribute more to the GDP of Nigeria. Nigeria's GDP is not just about oil and gas, trade, agric. I mean, there's a lot of other sectors that are still underperforming. We have great potential in the transportation sector. We are yet to reap the full potential of it. And mining used to be a very, very significant contributor to Nigeria's GDP growth as well. We are also yet to see we are not seeing the numbers in terms of contribution to GDP growth. There's also a lot of talk about ICT as well. There's a lot of talk about Afrobeats, Hollywood, as the case may be. I think the most important thing is for us to increase the business or the baskets of sectors that contributes to the GDP. We need to pay more attention to other sectors and let them contribute more, just like the traditional sectors are doing. And then we can see more sustainability. I think the outlook is the economy is expected to sustain this improved GDP growth rate based on the reform. And so we'll likely expect this kind of continuous growth, maybe not in the pace we've seen in Q2, but we are definitely expecting improved performance in Q3 and then, of course, Q4 2025.
I'm talking about increasing the growth base. How can other sectors, while this is a welcome development, which is a very good one, how can other sectors adding to the economy, how can they contribute more to the GDP?
So I think the buck stops at the whoever is in charge of the ministry in charge of that sector, right? So the minister, for instance, whatever mentality or whatever agenda the minister decides to drive in terms of running a ministry. Again, ministries are not just about recurrent expenditures, which is basically payment of salaries. No, you need to be audacious in terms of how you go about your projects. You need to attract investors. You need to drive reforms. You need to put policies in place. You need to make sure that you need to have financial targets. So imagine if all the key sectors of the economy have targets of attracting as little as $10 billion each year. Of course, it's going to have a multiplier effect on all of these economy. And one of the biggest challenges we face in Nigeria is we are yet to domesticate the value chain of whatever goods we export. We are yet to domesticate that value chain in Nigeria. And so I give an instance. If you look at the oil and gas sector, so we export crude oil, but then we used to import refined products. But thanks to the Dangote refinery now, we seem to have found a way to solve that. So imagine replicating that Dangote model across various sectors of the economy where we domesticate the value chain. I think it will go a long way in boosting GDP growth numbers.
Thank you, Dipo Oladinde, for your analysis on this topic. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me. Thank you.
Still on, the United States mission in Nigeria has warned that high-profile Nigerians involved in corruption will be barred from receiving visas. The mission in the statement posted on Monday says its anti-graft stance applies to everyone, regardless of status. According to the statement, fighting corruption knows no boundaries for limit on accountability, adding that even when high-profile individuals engage in corruption, they can be barred from receiving U.S. visas. The warning reinforces Washington's long-standing policy of using visa restrictions as part of its effort to curb graft in Nigeria. Also, the Abia State government has inaugurated a fully equipped materials testing laboratory in Umuahia to improve the quality and durability of engineering and construction projects across the state. The Commissioner for Information, Oke Kanu, announced this on Monday while briefing journalists on the outcome of the State Executive Council meeting at Government House, Umuahia. Kanu revealed that the facility located within the Umuahia Capital Development Authority premises along Nnamdi Azikiwe Secretariat Way is designed to run tests on concrete soil, aggregate sealed reinforcement, and flexible pavement, as well as field and non-destructive assessment. The commissioner also revealed that the laboratory would help prevent substandard building and infrastructure works in the state. To end the local news, ride-hailing company Uber revealed it had contributed an estimated 34 billion naira to Nigeria's economy in 2023. This was contained in the Uber Nigerian Economic Impact Report unveiled at the Lagos Road Mobility Summit, an event co-hosted by Uber and the Lagos State Ministry of Transport. The General Manager, Uber Sub-Saharan African, Depeche Thomas, says that beyond this is a direct economic contribution. Uber riders enjoyed a consumer surplus value at nearly 500 billion naira through savings in time, cost, and convenience. The summit themed reimagining an inclusive road safety strategy, convened government agencies, global safety experts, and private sector stakeholders to discuss Nigeria's transportation and road safety challenges. We'll go on a quick break now. When we'll come back, we'll bring you the foreign news and details. Do stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Welcome back to the BDTV News at noon. Now on the foreign scene, the European Union, United Kingdom, and United Nations have thrown their weight behind key proposals in Nigeria's ongoing constitutional amendment process, particularly the establishment of state police, greater autonomy for local government, and reserved parliamentary seats for women. They pledged their support at the National Public Hearing on the Constitutional Alteration Bills convened by the House of Representatives Committee on Constitutional Review on Monday in Abuja. The hearing was attended by diplomats, legislators, government officials, civil society groups, women groups, as well as traditional and religious leaders who gathered to deliberate on the proposed constitutional change. Richard Montgomery, British High Commissioner to Nigeria, represented by Gil Lever, Deputy British High Commissioner, also pledged the UK support for the Reserved Seats Bill, seeking to enhance women's representation in Parliament. He noted that the proposed addresses a real concern over equity. Also, United States President Donald Trump is expected to offer a plan and discuss his vision for ending Israel's war on Gaza and the future of the mostly destroyed Palestinian enclave to Arab and Muslim leaders on Tuesday. According to White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, Trump will hold a meeting with leaders from Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, Egypt, Indonesia, and Pakistan on the sidelines of the United Nations General Assembly in New York. The U.S. president will reportedly discuss how the Israeli military may withdraw from Gaza in the future, how it wants the regional leaders to send in troops to maintain order, and how a transition and rebuilding process can begin and be funded. Indonesian President Subianto, which is expected to attend the meeting, told the conference on the two-state solution hosted by France and Saudi Arabia at the UN on Monday that his country is ready to provide peacekeeping forces in Gaza. And now to sports. Barcelona has been slammed for 3 shameless posts about Ousmane Dembele following his Ballon d'Or success. Dembele won the first Ballon d'Or of his career on Monday ceremony in Paris, piping Barcelona Lamine Yamal to the coveted individual prize. The Catalan Giants were represented at the 2025 Ballon d'Or ceremony, with their delegation consisting of President Joan, the aforementioned Yamal, not to mention club legend Adrian and Romofilo, who presented the main award. After the announcement, the freshman as the Ballon d'Or winner, Barca took to social media to congratulate their former player, Aitana Bonmati, who was crowned the best women player in the world. The club also posted a video of Dembele and Bonmati posing for photos on the red carpet, accompanied by the caption, Ballon d'Or winners. To end the news, Spain and Barcelona midfielder Aitana Bonmati has made history by becoming the first player to win the Women's Ballon d'Or 3 times. Bonmati, 27, took the award with her international teammate Arsenal winger Mariano Caldenti coming second. Bonmati also won the award in 2023 and 2024, marking the 5th time Barcelona players have won the awards in each of the past 5 years, after midfielder Alex Putellas earned the prize in 2021 and 2022. Speaking on stage, Bonmati, who received the award from Barcelona legend Adres, said the movement was unbelievable, extending gratitude to his team members and France football. And this is where we wrap it up this afternoon on the Business Day TV News at noon. I am Glory Brown. Thank you and keep watching BDTV.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
The National Health Financing Dialogue, held in Abuja with the theme Reimagining the Future of Health Financing in Nigeria, had in attendance government officials, private sector leaders, and health experts to discuss how to fund healthcare better and cut down what Nigerians pay. Kelechi Ohiri, Director General of the National Health Insurance Authority, said reforms are underway to expand insurance and protect vulnerable Nigerians.
For the obstetric emergencies, over 200 hospitals in Nigeria participating, and we're still enrolling more and more of them because we believe that equity is important. And through the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund, where the Honorable Minister mentioned, the federal government commits 1% of its consolidated revenue for that. About 2.7 million Nigerians who are poor and vulnerable are currently enrolled under the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund so far. So those are just some of the reforms that we have undertaken in the last 18 months to 2 years to make sure that we begin to reverse the trend and reduce out-of-pocket expenditure, especially for the poor.
Minister of State for Health, Isiaq Salako, announced plans to enroll 44 million Nigerians into the National Health Insurance Scheme by 2030 and called for more support from states and the private sector.
The key deliverable of the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare under the Presidential Performance Bond that we signed is to enroll at least 44 million Nigerians into the National Health Insurance by 2030 so that we can reduce out-of-pocket expenditure on health.
Frank Aigbogun, publisher of BusinessDay, described healthcare as part of national security and urged local governments to take bigger responsibilities for delivering services.
But health financing is key. We can't go anywhere in terms of looking after our people. I believe personally that healthcare is a very good part of national security. You can't talk about national security when you have sick people all over a country. It's a critical part of national security, and I hope that governments in Nigeria, from federal to local governments and the states, will take the matter of healthcare more seriously than we have done so far. As I said, it appears people think that everything will be provided by government. It is not true. It is not done. It will not happen. Nigerians themselves must rise up to play their own part as well.
Private sector leaders also called for better policies and long-term financing to expand services and reduce costs for citizens.
It is very obvious that there's a lot happening in healthcare now, that the environment and the temperament for finance and investment is shifting favorably, that there are a lot of players now who are trying to aggregate demand, and so increasingly the conversations are shifting to supply. And where conversations shift to supply, then there's a question about where will the financing come from. And on that note, there's a lot of opportunities now opening up for financing. This dialogue has been a long time coming, but we are glad it has happened. We are glad that the National Council, working with the Honorable Coordinating Minister for Health, as well as the DG NHIA, have come together to put together these discussions. The expectation is that these discussions then lead to tangible action, which we'll be happy to have.
I represent the private sector, and we feel that private sector has a major role to play supporting the government. So what we're asking is, what can we do to create an enabling environment for investments to come in to support private sector to increase the quality and the scale and scope of their services in order to support government, not just for those at the top of the pyramid, but the masses at the bottom of the pyramid. So I think we've had some really good discussions today. We can really put all this together into actionable, when I mean actionable activities, because we've been talking for a long time, years and years and years, but I think now is the time, and I think we have the government who has the will to do the right thing.
So I think today we came up with a lot of innovative ideas, some disruptive thinking that is required to change the narrative for healthcare. We need to unlock the potentials of the private sector and the public sector, and that can only be done by strategic partnership. But we need to have the enabling policies, the enabling law, and the government today under the current administration is providing the enabling environment for private sector. However, we need to step it up. We have some fundamental challenges. 70% of healthcare in this country is provided by the private sector. However, it's very fragmented. Now, for the private sector to scale, we need to get long-term patient capital that is in Naira. We don't want dollar loans. We want long-term financing that is in between 7 to 10 years. And it should be single digit. It needs to be patient capital for the patient. A lot of us are paying out of pocket, which is impoverishing Nigerians. So we also need to get this, the demand side also sorted out. So we need off-takers. We need more people to take on health insurance. We need to give people who are vulnerable that do not have access to health insurance access to that. And then we need to find also guarantees so that we can have strategic public-private partnerships with government guaranteeing these. Finally, we need to think about health sovereignty. That can only be done with the Nigerian First policies, how we get local industries to be able to start to manufacture pharmaceuticals and other healthcare, health tech and rapid diagnostics and so on, so we become self-sufficient. So several MOUs have been signed through the Presidential Unlocking Value Initiative, and I think this is one of the major achievements of Mr. President that will really change the outlook of healthcare in our country.
The dialogue ended with a clear message. Governments, private sector and citizens must work together to build a stronger health system for Nigerians' future. Ifunanya Indigwe, reporting for Business Day Television. The National Health Finance
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insight, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Good afternoon and welcome back to bdtv, where we give you that which you need. When we talk about business, this is the place to be. And today, it's Industry Focus. Every Tuesday, we reach you every time by this time, 12:30 to 1 o'clock, where we talk about issues that has to do with industries and how industries affect the lives of Nigerians. This is Industry Focus, and as usual, my name is Onika Valentine. I'll be running through 4 different episodes that we've done before, but I want to do that. That should simply mean taking more time. So let's touch on the segments. 4 segments coming your way. First and foremost, we talk about the quote of the day, where we focus on the particular issues that has to do with technology, and then we also look at deal or no deal. After that, we also check and see what our guest has to say, talking about Captain's opinion. And before we end the show, we'll give you a retrospect. All this will be coming your way, so stay with us. When you talk business and you mean business, you will have to stay with Business Day. For industry, stay with Industry Focus. I'll be right back. Onyeka Valentine is my name. Don't go away. Welcome back. Yes, I did promise you guys 4 segments on the show. 1, we have our quote of the day on technology. We also do have our guest segment, and then we do have deal or no deal, and we ended with retrospect. So let's jump straight up into our quote for the day. The quote is so simple. It says here, don't become a slave to technology, manage your phone.
don't let it manage you. I take it again. It says, don't become a slave to technology. Manage your phone. Don't let it manage you. All of us know that technology is something that helps us every now and then. But again, when our guest comes on set, we'll pour more light to that. All right. But more importantly, let's look at it very, very closely and find out different areas that will interest you today. Before our guest comes in, our guest run a bit late. But like they say, the show must go on. Today, like we know, makes it 2 weeks now that those who are technology lovers, those who are into tech, have come together to say, hey, can we have different opportunities for different people, and of course run competitions that will help those who really, of course, truly want to grow. We're talking about young people. So I will jump straight up to our deal or no deal. Sometime early this month, in this September, 2nd of September 2025, which is the year that we're in, those who organized the tech segment asked a big question, which was, how do we grow Nigeria? And so they came up with the idea that will help everyone who needs to be part of young people becoming great to have this competition that we run through. So they came up with it. And so the question here was, should this be something that will take them to the next level or not? Again, that question opened room for a competition, which was great. So it was simple, right? Nazin unveiled Innovative Nigeria, a 250 million naira innovation challenge designed to shape the future of Nigeria's infrastructure. Now, I'm going to give you a full detail of it so that it guides you. So, on the 3rd of September 2025, Nazin unveiled Innovative Nigeria, a 250 million naira innovation challenge, right, designed to shape the future of Nigeria's infrastructure. So far, do you think it's a deal or no deal? I'm throwing it out there to our viewers to tell me. Now, just more details into it. It says, with an impressive total prize of 250 million naira, this competition was set to become Nigeria's largest showcase of homegrown products in science, right? It goes on to say, engineering, manufacturing, and grand prize winner will be awarded a whopping sum of 100 million naira grant that turns around, or rather that will turn around to be a groundbreaking competition. Now, that was the 2nd of September. So far, today is the 23rd. It's 21 days after that. It goes on to even say that the challenge that kicked off at that time, which was on the 4th, at GTEx Nigeria, will put together 10 different stages and, of course, create a lot of value. That event took place at Landmark. So the question is, if you truly, truly trust the arrangement, shouldn't you be part of that? Shouldn't you see that technology and other areas that will help you grow should be something on this table? So is it a deal or no deal, right? Jump on our social media page, of course. Go there and find out. We'll drop 1 or 2 messages there and tell us if you think it's a good deal or not. And if you've not heard about it, you should go and Google it and be part of that. Because like they say, each one teach one. And because it's industry focus, we focus on that can grow the economy, grow our GDP. And if industry is part of it, we will touch on that. All right, so we'll take a quick break. When we come back, we still have 2 more segments for you before we call it the wrap today. Remember, we have our retrospect of the day. And of course, we do have our captain's opinion. Hoping we will take that. So let's take a break. We'll be right back. This is Industry Focus. Don't go away.
Drug abuse in Lagos continues to spread like wildfire. As far back as 2019, authorities busted at least 10 major locations notorious for drug sales. These include Ikotun, African Shrine, Oshodi, Abattoir and Akerele Streets, Mushi inside Ojuwoye Market, Ajegunle, Ijora Under Bridge, Makoko Otu and Odumara, Akala Street, and Pate Street. By 2022, the NDLEA described Lagos as the biggest hub for cocaine and cannabis use in Nigeria. More recently, a 50-year-old woman faked pregnancy to traffic 1.3 kilograms of cocaine, but was intercepted by the NDLEA. That is just one example among many. The trafficking of drugs in Nigeria is as old as the practice of medicine itself. It remains a closely knit yet highly accessible trade, especially for today's youths. Statistics reveal that 14.3 million Nigerians are affected by drug abuse. 1 in 4 high-risk users have been arrested for drug-related offenses ranging from possession at 73%, theft at 12%, sex work at 5%, burglary at 4%, and shoplifting at 2%.
There's a common saying that maybe it's from the Holy Scripture, which says that an idle man is a devil's workshop. I'm not here to judge on people's morals, but with the growing rate of unemployment that we currently have, this is can be related or is directly proportional to how frustrated people are, and this definitely will increase the intake of hard drugs, psychoactive substances, because people want to try as much as possible to avoid thinking. So they engage in psychoactive substances to build, to just feeling more or less as fillers. What factors are driving this current growing trend? Unemployment, frustration, not being able to meet up with what people want to meet up, or maybe with the current timeline they have created for themselves in life. So this can be one of the reasons why this is a growing trend.
The use and sale of hard drugs is tearing at Nigeria's social fabric. It fuels crime, weakens mental health, undermines productivity, and destabilizes communities. Hard drugs are not just a personal problem, they are a societal menace. Did you know that the use of hard drugs can result in psychological instability, reduced productivity, and life-threatening health disorders? For instance, tramadol abuse is strongly linked with paranoia, hallucinations, depression, and even suicide. The connection between drug abuse and psychiatric admissions in Nigerian hospitals is alarming. Beyond the users, families also bear the weight, suffering financial drain, neglect, and broken homes. Dr. Usman Bugaji once said, "At the moment, hard drugs are the greatest threat to Nigeria's survival. For the country to survive and thrive, the menace of drug trafficking and consumption must be addressed squarely. It is a national emergency." Remember, hard drugs are not just a personal issue, they are a family and societal menace. This is Amanda Imasibuwe, reporting for Business Day Television. Drug abuse in Lagos continues to spread like wildfire.
Welcome back. It is still industry focused. We hope you enjoyed that package. We have to throw that in just to educate you more about other sectors and how it pulls through to grow that sector. Of course, that industry. Right here on BDTV, giving you that which you need on the daily. All right, so let's jump straight up to retrospect. We should have taken our guest, but our guest is running late. We'll have to go on like they say. The program must go on. Retrospect on Nigeria's sector. Now, Nigeria's tech sector has experienced substantial growth driven by technology and, of course, driven by telecommunication and fintech. Now, contributing several areas that has added to that particular industry positively to our GDP despite economic challenges. One will say that the key advancement includes expanding broadband and, of course, creating more penetration as we know it. Meanwhile, the rise of influential tech hubs and companies like Flutterwave, Andela, and a host of other ones, of course, have adopted skills like UI, UX design, and has opened up the sector with huge impact seen in improved access to information. And so the question is, all these services, will it add value or not? There is more. It says increased economic activity through digital and platforms that can give more room for this. All this, in many ways, has a way of making you see that tech is the way to go. But the question is this adding value to Nigeria? Is our GDP going to move further? It is the future for Nigerians. But now, what is more important? It goes on to say that into a total boost for Nigeria, the tech industry is set to take us to a level where the world will see us as number one in Africa. Is this dream possible? Stay with us. We'll find out on our second part of this next week, Tuesday. We will do a second part of it. So stay with us. Don't go away. Still BDTV. This has been Industry Focus. Onyeka Valentine is my name. We end the show here. Hopefully, we'll do a part 2 next week, Tuesday. Bye-bye for now. Don't go away.
The National Health Financing Dialogue held in Abuja with the theme Reimagining the Future of Health Financing in Nigeria had in attendance government officials, private sector leaders, and health experts to discuss how to fund healthcare better and cut down what Nigerians pay. Kelechi Ohiri, Director General of the National Health Insurance Authority, said reforms are underway to expand insurance and protect vulnerable Nigerians.
For the obstetric emergencies, over 200 hospitals in Nigeria participating, and we're still enrolling more and more of them because we believe that equity is important. And through the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund, where the Honorable Minister mentioned, the federal government commits 1% of its consolidated revenue for that. About 2.7 million Nigerians who are poor and vulnerable are currently enrolled under the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund so far. So those are just some of the reforms that we have undertaken in the last 18 months to 2 years to make sure that we begin to reverse the trend and reduce out-of-pocket expenditure, especially for the poor.
Minister of State for Health, Isiaq Salako, announced plans to enroll 44 million Nigerians into the National Health Insurance Scheme by 2030 and called for more support from states and the private sector.
A key deliverable of the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare under the Presidential Performance Bond that we signed is to enroll at least 44 million Nigerians into the National Health Insurance by 2030 so that we can reduce out-of-pocket expenditure on health.
Frank Aigbogun, publisher of BusinessDay, described healthcare as part of national security and urged local governments to take bigger responsibilities for delivering services.
But health financing is key. We can't go anywhere in terms of looking after our people. I believe personally that healthcare is a very good part of national security. You can't talk about national security when you have sick people all over a country. It's a critical part of national security, and I hope that governments in Nigeria, from federal to local governments and the states, will take the matter of healthcare more seriously than we have done so far. As I said, it appears people think that everything will be provided by government. It is not true. It is not done. It will not happen. Nigerians themselves must rise up to play their own part as well.
Private sector leaders also called for better policies and long-term financing to expand services and reduce costs for citizens.
It is very obvious that there's a lot happening in healthcare now, that the environment and the temperament for finance and investment is shifting favorably, that there are a lot of players now who are trying to aggregate demand, and so increasingly the conversations are shifting to supply. And where conversations shift to supply, then there's a question about where will the financing come from. And on that note, there's a lot of opportunities now opening up for financing. This dialogue has been a long time coming, but we are glad it has happened. We are glad that the National Council, working with the Honorable Coordinating Minister for Health, as well as the DG NHIA, have come together to put together these discussions. The expectation is that these discussions then lead to tangible action, which we'll be happy to have.
I represent the private sector, and we feel that private sector has a major role to play supporting the government. So what we're asking is, what can we do to create an enabling environment for investments to come in to support private sector to increase the quality and the scale and scope of their services in order to support government, not just for those at the top of the pyramid, but the masses at the bottom of the pyramid. So I think we've had some really good discussions today. We can really put all this together into actionable, when I mean actionable activities, because we've been talking for a long time, years and years and years, but I think now is the time, and I think we have the government who has the will to do the right thing.
So I think today we came up with a lot of innovative ideas, some disruptive thinking that is required to change the narrative for healthcare. We need to unlock the potentials of the private sector and the public sector, and that can only be done by strategic partnership. But we need to have the enabling policies, the enabling law, and the government today under the current administration is providing the enabling environment for private sector. However, we need to step it up. We have some fundamental challenges. 70% of healthcare in this country is provided by the private sector. However, it's very fragmented. Now, for the private sector to scale, we need to get long-term patient capital that is in Naira. We don't want dollar loans. We want long-term financing that is in between 7 to 10 years. And it should be single digit. It needs to be patient capital for the patient. A lot of us are paying out of pocket, which is impoverishing Nigerians. So we also need to get this, the demand side also sorted out. So we need off-takers. We need more people to take on health insurance. We need to give people who are vulnerable that do not have access to health insurance access to that. And then we need to find also guarantees so that we can have strategic public-private partnerships with government guaranteeing these. Finally, we need to think about health sovereignty. That can only be done with the Nigerian First policies, how we get local industries to be able to start to manufacture pharmaceuticals and other healthcare, health tech and rapid diagnostics and so on, so we become self-sufficient. So several MOUs have been signed through the Presidential Unlocking Value Initiative, and I think this is one of the major achievements of Mr. President that will really change the outlook of healthcare in our country.
The dialogue ended with a clear message. Governments, private sector and citizens must work together to build a stronger health system for.
In the Federal Capital Territory, a growing humanitarian crisis continues to unfold as thousands of Amajiri children roam the streets, trapped in a cycle of poverty, neglect, and exploitation. A visit by BusinessDay to areas like Gwarimpa and Jabi reveals the silent suffering of these children. Young boys sent from northern Nigeria to study the Quran, now left to fend for themselves in harsh urban environments. The Amajiri system, which dates back centuries, was originally a community-based Islamic educational practice in northern Nigeria. Under this system, Young boys known as Amajirai were sent to study under Islamic scholars, often far from home. Traditionally, the local community supported the scholars and their students, but over time, economic pressures and the erosion of social safety nets have transformed this once respected institution. Today, many Amajiri children end up begging on the streets to survive. Ahmed, a 15-year-old Amajiri from Zaria, Kaduna State, shared his story with BusinessDay television.
Sunana Ahmad.
Shekaranka nawa?
15.
15.
Yes.
Ina kake zama?
Ni nan gidan Bolan Daji.
Gidan
Bolan Daji.
Okay, kai da wa kake zama?
Ga su nan tare da 'yan uwana da ogana.
Amma iyayenka suna nan?
Eh, babana bi nan ya rasu.
Suna Abuja nan?
A'a.
Ina suke?
Zaria.
To ya ka zo nan Abuja?
Kudi na ne ma na zo nan.
Okay, daga Zaria ka zo nan?
Eh.
Kwana nawa kake Abuja nan? Kai shekara nawa Abuja?
Ko rabin shekara ban yi ba nan.
To in kai ciwo ya kake yi? Kana zuwa asibiti ne? Ko kuma kana zuwa ina ne ka samu ajiya? Kai kaman kai ciwon shawura.
Yare kemis nake zuwa.
Okay.
In je in sai magani. Na saya sai in sha.
Me kake yi?
Ni bola.
Eh?
Bola.
Okay. Nawa kake samu a rana?
A wannan sai sati muke auna.
Okay. Nawa kake samu?
10,000.
10,000 a rana?
A sati.
Okay, a sati. Kai ne kake da biro din? Ko kana haya ne?
Ina bugu ne wannan.
Oh, okay. To ya kake yi?
Bola muke bi.
Sai ka je ka sai da shi.
Eh.
To me kake so gwamnati ta yi maka?
Ta taimake mu daina wannan abin da muke yi. Mu koma wajen iyayen mu lafiya.
Okay. Kana zuwa makaranta?
A'a.
Kana sana'a ne? In an ce ka je makaranta yanzu za ka je? Ka taba zuwa makaranta?
Allo da Islamiya ba.
His experience is all too common. Without proper supervision, education, or welfare, many Amajirai become vulnerable to exploitation and abuse. The FCT administration acknowledged the crisis in 2022, announcing plans to engage at least 1,000 street children in vocational training programs aimed at economic empowerment. However, progress has been slow, and many children remain outside the reach of any meaningful support. In November 2024, the federal government launched the Back to School initiative targeting Amajiri and out-of-school children in the FCT for enrollment into formal education. While the initiative marks a positive step, gaps remain in quality education, consistent funding, and holistic support. We want to learn skills, said Salisu, a 14-year-old from Kaduna. With skills, we can earn a living and not have to beg.
Gwamnati suna so taimake ka, me kake so a yi maka? A kalle ni mana. Ko kana jin kunya ne?
Eh?
Ko me kake so gwamnati ta yi maka?
Ina so marwara in samu aikin yi.
Wani irin aiki kake so ka yi?
Aikin hannu. Aikin hannu.
Allo.
Abdulaziz.
Shekaranka nawa?
13.
Okay, kana zuwa makaranta?
Bana zuwa makaranta.
Okay. Ina kake kwana?
Masallaci.
A masallaci. In kai ciwo ko ba kai rashin lafiya, ya kake shan magani? Wa yake kai ka asibiti?
Ni da kakata muke nan.
Okay, kai da kakan.
To,
me ya kawo ka Abuja?
Neman kuɗi.
Neman kuɗi. Kana da ƴan wa nan garin ko? Waye kakanka?
Da kawuna.
Kawunka.
Karan babana.
Ya kuka zo Abuja? Ya kuka shigo Abuja? Ta yaya kuka shigo? Kun shiga mota ne ko
mun shiga mota.
Okay, daga Abuja
daga Kano zuwa.
Daga Kano.
Zuwa garin nan.
Okay. Me kake so ka zama Akaba.
Ni. Likita.
Likita.
Ko
ba ka zuwa kana so ka zama likita? Okay, daga ina ka fito?
Jigawa.
To me ne kake yi?
Bola nake bi.
Me kake so gwamnati ya maka?
Me nake so ta mun? Talla. Ko ta kai ni gida.
What these children need is not just access to classroom, but also training in employable skills and economic inclusion. As the nation's capital grapples with the consequences of a broken system, the voices of these children demand attention, not just pity, but policy. Their future depends not on charity, but on a coordinated effort to restore dignity, education, and opportunity. Haruna Ibrahim, a respected Islamic scholar, emphasizes that the Amajiri system was never intended to involve street begging. Traditionally, Amajiri children were supported by their communities while receiving religious education. However, due to
Have you ever been told you have a polyp or you have a fibroid and you wondered what's the difference? Knowing whether it's a fibroid or a polyp, it's not just medical jargon, it's actually your number one step to fertility and your future. Welcome to Health Matters, your number one step in health and wellness. I'm Amanda Imosibue. Fibroids and polyp are very common benign growths in women and many go unnoticed for years. But what really happens in the long run when it is untreated? Joining me to unpack this important topic is Dr. Samson Shonowo, family physician, member of the International Society for Travel Medicine, and head of Echo Hotels Medical Services. Welcome, Dr. Shonowo. It's a pleasure to have you here. So let's dive right in, starting from the basics. What exactly are fibroids and polyps, and what are they made up of?
Okay. I'll start by saying this. I would assume I'm speaking with people that are not medically literate, so I'll put it as simply as I can. So, fibroids and polyps, they are tumors. Then again, tumor is a term that not many people understand. So I'll start by defining tumors. You understand? Tumors are a new growth of abnormal cells that serve no useful function. You understand? And there are two types of tumors. You know, I told you it's new and filled up with abnormal cells. So there are two types. There's the type that invades other tissues. You understand? They call them the cancerous ones or the malignant ones. You know, they don't mind their own business. They move from one organ to the other, like the US does, you know, when they want to liberate people. Then there's the other group that stays within the primary tissue from which they originated and don't invade cellularly other tissues. Those are the benign or the harmless ones. So fibroids and polyps are benign tissues of the uterus, aka the womb. Now, going further, they arise from different parts of the womb, which will take me to my second analogy. Just imagine the womb is like a watermelon. You know, a watermelon has three layers, right? There's the green outer layer, there's the white part, and there's the interior, the fleshy red part. That's the way the womb is. There's the outer layer called the perimetrium. There's the middle muscular layer called the myometrium. And there's the inner fleshy layer called the endometrium. The endometrium is the part where the baby attaches to and grows, or the part that is shed out as menses. So the fibroid is a benign tumor of the myometrium. It arises from the muscular part of the womb, while the polyp is a benign tumor of the endometrium, the inner layer of the womb.
Okay, that's a wonderful analogy. So polyp, a case of having polyp is polypsis.
and that of fibroid is leiomyomys. Am I correct with the terms?
Not really.
Okay.
For the fibroids, you are correct, leiomyoma. But for the polyp, you are not entirely accurate. Now, the thing is, a polyp can exist in different parts of the body, not just the reproductive tract.
Okay.
It can happen it can occur in the nose, it can occur in the gastrointestinal tract, the digestive system. So when you use the term polyposis, you are referring to a certain condition that causes a human being to have multiple polyps in their intestine. Polyposis does not refer to the polyps in the womb. That one is referred to as endometrial polyps. Remember I told you it's a benign tumor of the endometrium. It's called endometrial polyp.
Okay, so now what makes endometrial polyp more dangerous than fibroids?
Well, vaguely on layman terms, you can say it has a higher chance of becoming cancerous. You know, it's benign. It doesn't invade other tissues. Yeah. And when I say invade, I don't mean there's a difference between invading, spreading, infiltrating, and compressing. You know, I can get so big and compress you like in a bus now. That's not me invading, that's me compressing you. But if I invade you, that means, oh no, let me not use that analogy. It's going to sound somehow. But you understand what I mean. So now, where was I? The polyp. Now the thing is, the chances of the polyp becoming cancerous is more than the chances of the fibroid. But technically, if you look at it, chances of polyps becoming cancerous is like 1 to 3%, what out of fibroids around less than 1%. So it's really, yeah.
So now, are the causes of fibroids and polyp, are they different?
Well, in terms of tumors really medically, they really don't have causes, but they have risk factors. Now, there's a difference between causes and risk factors. The cause of something is what is directly responsible for that condition, in which if that thing is removed, the condition will disappear. For example, Plasmodium parasite causes malaria. When you treat Plasmodium, malaria disappears. But a risk factor is that in which, if present, increases the chance of developing a condition. For example, smoking is a risk factor for lung cancer. Alcoholism or not eating on time is a risk factor for developing peptic ulcer disease. They don't exactly or directly cause it, but when they are present, they increase the chances of causing it. So I would say fibroids and polyps have risk factors instead of having causes.
Yeah, before I jump into the next question, at what age should women start going for frequent scans and check-up for fibroids and polyps?
Well,
and also, just to add to that, what symptoms do we see the symptoms first, and then what symptoms do we see that we should be aware and start going for these checkups?
What do you mean? Do you see the symptoms?
The symptoms, like normal symptoms of sicknesses, like if
are you supposed to see symptoms before going for
yes,
checkup?
yes.
No. The thing is, at a certain age, how early you go, there's a standard age for checking some things. Like when you're above 30, you go for HPV tests, you do biannually or yearly. Like as from 30, you do yearly medical screening. Then when you get to 40, you make it twice a year, things like that. But in some special cases, like a person who has a family history of breast cancer or a family history of fibroids or polyps, you understand, should not wait until that kind of it, but the family history is there. And I will tell you this, the most important risk factor for any disease, even if it is common cold, is family history. To me, from my years of practice, more often than if you trace it, there's always a family member, maybe above or on the same level, in the same generation or generations before, that has had it. So no, you don't have to wait for symptoms before you go for regular medical checks. Then for the symptoms you're talking about, for fibroids, the symptoms will depend on the site and the position of the fibroids. You might You might have a little fibroid that is blocking the fallopian tube. That will lead to infertility because the sperm will not be able to meet with the egg. But then again, like I said, depends on the size and the position. Now, for fibroids, the most common symptom is heavy menstrual bleeding and prolonged menstrual bleeding. You might bleed heavily and then you might menstruate for more than the regular 8-day or 7-day maximum. Do you understand? But for polyps, they are usually asymptomatic, usually don't have any symptom. You understand? Fibroids can be asymptomatic depending on the size you get, but for polyps, they're usually asymptomatic, and what they cause is irregular menses, not heavy bleeding. Although there might be overlap, but majorly they are known for irregular menses, then spotting in between menses, especially if the person is postmenopausal. In a woman who has passed menopause and is bleeding or spotting, you most likely want to investigate for what's it called, endometrial polyps.
Which is why a lot of growing up, you always hear women come to say from fibroid to fine boy. That kind of, because it actually does, from your explanation, depending on where it is, it actually does affect the fertility. So now, what test does one take to know if it's a fibroid or a polyp? Which test basically is most advisable for that?
For fibroids, especially the ones that are not symptomatic, you can detect it on a routine scan, which I'm sure you must have come across you must have heard. Now, okay, I went for a scan and it showed fibroids. But generally, depending if this fibroid is big, if a doctor performs a pelvic examination, he would feel, because they are hard in consistency, they are hard and solid. So if it's big enough, the doctor might feel it. Then of course the what's it called? Literature, the textbook will say MRI, magnetic resonance imaging, is the gold standard. But then again, this is Nigeria. I don't need an MRI to know there is fibroid somewhere. A simple pelvic scan will show and there's a fibroid. But if you do a pelvic scan for a polyp, because polyps are small, you might miss it. A transvaginal, the one that they put the probe through the vagina, will show the polyp. But the gold standard for polyp, which is also the gold standard for removing it, is what they call hysteroscopy. Hystero means the womb. So when you scope, you view. So you put something with a camera with a viewing device, like a tube, like a pipe, or a device long with a camera. You put it inside the womb, you view, you see, and then you remove it. That is what is done for the polyps. But as for fibroids, majorly, if the fibroid is big enough, it's usually what we call myomectomy. Or if the person has finished conceiving, giving birth, you remove the womb totally, which is a hysterectomy.
You've spoken about surgical options, minor surgical options, but are there like other non-surgical options that can be used to manage or maybe diminish, vanish something?
That's what they said, but I can bet you that is textbook stuff, because I've removed quite a number. All those things are just for literature's sake. They'll tell you when you take some certain hormonal agonists, some hormonal treatments and all that, but I can bet you they usually do not work. The same thing goes for polyps. If you use some combined oral contraceptives, that contains progesterone and all that, it is said to have worked, but in practice, it's a waste of time most of the time.
So it's only managed, not that
for fibroids, once the person reaches menopause and the person doesn't menstruate anymore, you don't have to worry about fibroids. You understand? But you have to worry about endometrial polyps more after menopause. You understand? So
now what are the risk factors involved in surgery?
In the surgery?
Yes.
I don't understand the question.
You said hysteroscopy.
Hysteroscopy is a side room procedure. It's not something you take the person into theater. The person will just lie down on the bed, spread their legs, then you view, and then you remove. That's
no risk factors.
No risk involved, you mean? For everything, there's a risk. Yes. There's human error. There might be uncontrolled bleeding and things that, if not properly done, but majority of the time, you usually do not find those kind of things with hysteroscopy. Then on the other hand, for the fibroid is myomectomy, which I will tell you is very, very interesting. I like it, So that one is a major surgery, especially if the fibroids are big, That's when you have to cut and stuff like that. Yeah.
All right, so we have heard from Dr. Samson, and before our last question, let's take a quick break.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. This is still Health Matters, and we are talking about fibroids versus polyps, knowing the difference. So for our last question, for every surgery, there should be bleeding. Am I right?
No.
So there's no bleeding.
During the surgery.
There's no bleeding after the surgery.
There might and there might not be, but the thing is, whether or not there is bleeding, as long as the bleeding is controlled, then there's no issue. It is uncontrollable or uncontrolled bleeding that is an issue.
So if, as a woman, if you are inserting something to view, there's a mirror in my layman understanding. There's a mirror you're inserting.
It's not a mirror, it's a viewing device, more like a camera.
That's what I said, my layman understanding, yes. So a camera, there's a camera, and the camera is being inserted into me. There's obviously going to be some sort of pain.
Yeah.
So after the surgery, how do you handle the bleeding and the pain?
No, you give pain relief, some form of anesthesia before you do that. Before you
So it seems like a walk in the park. Like no bleeding, no pain.
And interesting too. Not the viewing part. I'm talking about the surgery.
Yes, like so no bleeding, no pain, nothing. You're just chill after everything.
The more you do something, the better you get. The stronger, like you say, the stronger. The more your hand goes strong, you know. So
it's your level of expertise.
Me, I know.
Okay. All right, thank you so much, Dr. Shinowo. It's such a pleasure to have tapped into your well of knowledge.
Wow. Thank you.
That's it on today's Health Matters. You have heard fibroid versus polyps. Do not wait for symptoms. If there's a history, there's a family history, go immediately and have a checkup. And also do not wait for any symptoms to start developing before you go for a checkup. Anyway, that's it on today's Health Matter. I'm Amanda Emosibule saying, get checked, stay safe, stay healthy, and keep watching BT.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another exciting edition of BD Extra on BDTV. My name is Anthony Duba. Today on the show we have a juggernaut in the business of the movie industry. We have on the studio today Ruchi Franklin, aka, as we all know nowadays, Boss.
I thought you were going to say Brotherly. But that works, man.
Yeah, Brotherly.
Good to see
nice
you,
to
man.
meet you, Brotherly. That word alone has been like a cultural influence in the movie scene, you know, and this is something that Nollywood has been clamoring for. Somebody that would give us like not just the actor himself, but the character and all that. So, how was it like for you entering the mode, the body and the character of Boss? What was it all about at the beginning?
It was an interesting ride.
Yeah.
You know, it was so you know we shot this in 2023 and it's out in 2025, and having to encapsulate my experience, the journey, in a less than 5 minutes, 20 minutes conversation. For me, it was just beyond words, you know. It wasn't a walk in the park, but then again, we're grateful for the outcome, you know, and the reception, not just from Nigerians, but globally. You know, it wasn't a walk in the park. I don't look forward to playing such a character, you know, except my manager says you gotta do it. So yeah, it wasn't a walk in the park.
So let's wind back to when you started acting as a career. When was that for you?
My mom would say I started, you know, as a child. I've always entertained my sisters because I grew up with a lot of women in the house, so I always used to entertain them. I lived for improvisation as a child, you know, so I would always come up with characters and just, you know, entertain them. So I'd say I started from home, and which transitioned into church, you know. And church, I was the only teenager in the men's fellowship drama group. So imagine a teenager smacking the head of an elder in church. And the church I attended at the time was Evangelical Church of West Africa, ECWA. So they're pretty. It's like a mixture of Deeper Life and Jehovah's Witness. So you know when you're a teenager in the men's fellowship, men's drama fellowship, it's a big deal. You know, I mean, for my mom, it was. For me, it was just I'm on the pulpit, I'm smacking Elder. I can't remember his name, but the image of that day on the pulpit, yeah, that was fun. It was fun. So for me, it started from church, and I've always known that this was it for me. Hence why I'm being asked why acting. This is my means of evangelism. So I've always known that I was going to act. I've always known that this is my calling, as men of God say. So this is my calling for me, and I've always known that I got to be here. I got to be here to pass the torch. I got to be here to light the torch of myself by the grace of God. So yeah.
Yeah. So and by lighting the torch on yourself, right, and getting into Nollywood, who were the first people that you had to associate with to get you to be yourself, to be the actor and the brand that you are today?
Interesting question. I'd say I started off late, because earlier on I was talking about from kindergarten to church. One would think that I would start as a child, but my dream and vision has always been to leave Africa and go do work with, go do work in Hollywood, in different parts of the world. But God had better plans for me. In 2011, I think, I came to Lagos to attend a reality TV show that was going to poach actors from Nigeria and Ghana and take them to Hollywood for training, and also, just give them access to filming in Hollywood. So that's why I came to Lagos. I didn't come to Lagos to act. I mean, at the time, I was ignorant. So I wanted to leave, and that's the vision I had. And all my friends were like, "Oh no, you have to do this. Yeah, you have to. You could start off like Ramsey, like RMD. Look at all these people. But I was like, nah, man. I'm trying to do movies with Anthony Hopkins. I'm trying to do movies with, this guy's name, Radcliffe. All these people. Because I just had a knack for the impossible. Still do, hence why we're here. So that didn't work because God had better plans for me. And at the time, they were not better plans because I wanted to get out, So went to Ghana, I got picked, came back to Nigeria, everybody was excited. My mom threw a party. Oh, my son is going to Hollywood. He's been talking about it for years. And we get to the embassy, and the United States of America at the time said, on behalf of the United States, we clearly got man. I was a black guy, I was like, bro, this is what I'm going for. I'm going to act. I don't care about your country. I just want to go act, The guy was like, no, man, I can't go. And I looked to my left. My colleague at the time, she got her visa, I was like, wow, man. I was broken, I was shattered. I was like, what am I going to do? Because I didn't see, doing movies in Nigeria as a theme for me at the time. Like I said, I was ignorant, So my dear sister, Dr. Inya Sarah Lawal, gives me a call and says, hey, bro, I know you're broken. I know you don't want to talk to anybody because, this was a dream to go to Hollywood and just make a mockery of them. We've got fantastic actors in Nigeria. It's not just about Hollywood, but hey, they've denied you your visa. What's next? I'm like, okay. So what do you want me to do? She was like, AY Ayomako. His birthday was 2 days ago. Happy birthday, I'll say. And she was like, AY is doing an audition for a sitcom. I'm like, please, man. Yeah, no, man. That's not why I'm here. And besides, AY is a comedian. I know him as Yeah. I don't know him as a filmmaker because I didn't know him at the time. She was like, just go for it. Just go for it. I get there pretty late. They had auditioned over 700 people at the time. Just walked in, ignorant, nonchalant. I just walked in, and his manager and producer at the time, Darlington Abuda, just looked at me and picked me out of the crowd and said, you come. I hadn't spent like 5 minutes there. I was like, okay. And I walked in. Now that I'm thinking about it, it's just funny. And I walked in and they were like, okay, you need to, we've got our cast, but since you're here and the producer brought you in, just do something for us. The nerve of these people to do something. Because I didn't have transport to go back.
Oh.
So this was me just, you know what, let me just do what Sarah wants so that I'll have peace. Because, you know, she was my wise ear at the time. I go in and I do an improv and they're like, oh, sorry, we need to call AY. AY comes upstairs and I do it again. And AY invites me to his house, says I've been picked. That's how, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and I'm chilling with Sami and Dele, you know, my brothers at the time, still are. And I get a call, AY says, come to his house. I'm like, hey, yo, AY called me. So they go now.
Sorry, what year was this?
This was 2012, I think, 2012, yeah. So I get there and I see Alex Akubo, first time meeting him. And we read and he was like, oh, okay, we're gonna start filming in 2 weeks or so. I'm like, oh, okay. And we did AY's crib. You know? Yeah. So it was myself, Alex Akubo, Osh Bebe, the comedian, you know, Justice, Vanita. Yeah. Vanita? Did you say Vanita? Vanita, okay. Vanita Akpofri, you know, gorgeous human being.
Very gorgeous.
Yeah, and we had, you know, celebrities come in and out of the show. It was a sitcom. It was just about AY and his broke and annoying friends that lived with him. So we did that 2 seasons, and I just started. I had to give Nigeria a chance. You know, so over a decade down the line, I'm sitting down here with Anthony.
Thank you. So let's take it back. So after, not everybody knows that you were an AY script, because that was one of the biggest
at the time. It was
show at the time.
Yeah, it was the biggest.
When the evolution of like having videos on your phone, YouTube, and all that.
Oh yeah.
You know, this was something that people always wanted to go and stream online. This was, you know, just to make them laugh. You know? And Osh Baby was my favorite character back then.
Who was your favorite character? Osh Baby was nuisance. My goodness. Oh, the Osh Baby was it for me. Osh, AY, of course, Vanita. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and I think there was this little boy again that used to play like his Vanita's brother.
That's Freeze's son. You know Freeze now.
Oh.
Mr. Controversial. That's his kid. That's his kid. Wow. I wonder how old that boy is now.
Wow. Man, those are memories, man. 2012, like one of those golden years.
Yeah.
So let's now go straight to you know, coming in as one of the Hollywood honks, you know.
Yeah, I'll take Hollywood. It's fine.
Yeah, Hollywood. Yeah, we're getting there. So we're doing that, and last year you appeared in the movie The Weekend, one of my favorite movies.
Oh.
Working with the likes of Daniel Rai. Like, tell me what was that?
Bro, Daniel Oriahi is a gift to this country, man.
Yeah.
You know, there's a funny story about the project, and I'm just grateful to God that he directed it. And I had the opportunity of playing alongside, again, Uzoma Kappa. You know, it's an actor's dream to have, you know, the right crop of creative performer in the same frame with you know, and she just makes the work just effortless. For me, I'd say that's my best film. Honestly, I know I'm going to do a lot of great films, but it wasn't just about the story. It was the process, the journey behind getting to that project for me, you know, so. And all that it did when it came out, when I saw what we created. The studio took out a lot of scenes and we worked the script, but it was just, that's a divine project. That's the first Nigerian film that got picked by Tribeca, you know, and we also got picked by Screen Festival. Screen? Yeah, I think Screen, yeah. And it's the first Nigerian film to be noticed by such an establishment, such a grand establishment. So it was just, Daniel is I'm gonna be honest, I'm in love with Daniel, man. That man better not call me for a cheesy ass production, because I'll say yes. Like, there are not too many Daniels.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He was in the studio here with us.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, this year.
Oh,
I think last year when the weekend was like hot and everything.
Oh,
So we had him here, and he's one of the most intelligent people in the movie industry I've ever seen.
He's a film buff, you know, and that's the type of person you want to work with because they get you. You know, as a performer, as a creative, they get you because it's not just as an actor. Because you know what we do is it's beyond entertainment. You know, so he gets it. He gets it. I don't need to say too much. Daniel gets it. You know, hence my utmost respect and admiration for him. I'm glad he's Nigerian.
Yeah, I'm glad. So we move to the next film. Like after that, we see, you know, there is this Kemi Adetiba comes up with, you know, the trailer of
to kill
the monkey.
All the monkey.
Yeah, what is this? And what was it like when she approached you?
Yeah.
I wish I could have her in the studio, but I heard Kemi doesn't do a lot of media stuff.
She does.
So,
We're doing it for her.
Yeah. Yeah, so like when you saw the script or when she called on you, what was your reaction given that she has done things like the
Anthony. It's Kemi Adetiba Malaka. Yeah. All you need is a call from that woman, and I'm telling you for a fact that your life will not remain the same. You know, I don't look forward to working with intelligent, brilliant creatives. I enjoy working with people that have the grace of God upon them. You know, because you might just get yourself in $1 billion project and it's shelved.
Yeah.
Do you get what I mean? And it's not making the rounds in your motherland. They're praising you in Australia. Meanwhile, in Nigeria, nobody knows your name. It will hurt you. Even if you're making a reasonable buck, it will hurt you. But when you work with somebody that has the hand of God in what they do, they turn their mistakes into perfection. That's my prayer every time before I roll. I always pray to God, turn my mistakes into perfection. When that lady called me, I told my manager, man, there's no going back. Don't make mistake. Don't go wake, lie on with this. Okay. Kemi and I have been chasing since before Oscar married her. Yeah, I've been chasing. This woman, I must work with you. But, you know, it's not what you want, it's how God. Yeah. And he reached out to me. I heard about the general auditions, but it's still my thing to go for general auditions. I asked my Heavenly Father, it's not from a place of pride, I just know what I want. I told my brother, please, they've done general auditions. Let them reach out to me now. You know, weeks and days went by. I got a call. We need you to do a 9 to 10 minutes monologue and send it in less than 48 hours. I was like, again, the nerve. I had malaria at the time. I was taking medications, you know. And the scene they sent to me to do was the restaurant scene. The blow up between Obals and Efemili. And I do it. I send it. A couple of days later, the producer, her brother, Remy Adetiba, calls me. Says, hey, Bucci, just calling you to tell you got the job. I was like, okay, glory to God, but still, now don't make mistakes. I sent Kemi a text message immediately, and I told her, thank you very much for, reaching out to me.
Yeah.
I sent in my self-tape. This was before, that text message was before Remy called me to tell me that I got the job. Because I did the audition in March, if I'm not mistaken, first week in March. I sent her a message. So the next day after sending my self-tape, and I said, my name is Bucci Franklin. Sent in my self-tape. I'd like to know your idea for a boss, because mine is God sent. I won't be grooming a hair on my body. I'm not going to be grooming until it's time to film. So if Kemi had decided to shoot this film in 2027, I'd look like Wolverine talking to you, bro. So I did that. She never got that text message, thank God. She probably would be, it would freak her out. But I still have the text message. Then I get the call, then I tell my manager, yo, let's go, man. This one is beyond how much I want. This is, for me, this is a statement, And it was a statement for me because I'm a big fan of her work. If you follow her trajectory from Wedding Party to the King of Boys.
It's just special.
Yeah, and to everything that she's ever done. You know, music videos, once she's shot for Banky and the likes. It's just something divine, you know, about Kemi's work. So I was looking forward to just shutting everybody up with this amazing woman. And I get a call, you know, and we talk for the first time. While we're talking, and I tell her, please, man, I know this is your comeback, but can we pray? You know, and I get on my knees and I tell her we pray, and we cry, and we pray, and you know, and the rest they say is brotherly.
Brotherly.
You know, so yeah, so Kemi is and forever will be, of course.
So I'm guessing that during that same time, while you are reading the script, you're trying to, you know, incorporate like the character of boss into your persona.
Oh yeah, I had been in character before they called me. So I was, you know, visualizing myself in a state. You know, I visualized myself walking in a Kosodi, you know, breaking up with a girl at just behind the kiosk, Ring Road. I don't know this place, so don't think I know that. You know, I visualized myself running from boys at night in Uniban, you know, wearing a friend's outfit to go to BUI or BBIU to go talk to some girl, and I'm coming back and that guy says, why you wear my clothes? You know, so I was a Bini boy, true and true. Oh yeah, you know, and I asked my Heavenly Father for access, and he gave me access. You know, so I was attracting Benin girls, you know, and what we're doing together is none of your beautiful business, you know. So so it was just like I said, you know, I was in character from March until they called me. I was like, oh, okay, nice one, man. Okay, no, I think I can't remember when I got the script, but I think I got that script in less than a month before we started filming. Yeah, over 300 pages, you know. But for me, the scripts were a guideline. You know, it was just a guide to what God had put in me. Because I'm happy that the world can see what, you know, God did. Because it was beyond my understanding of performance, you know. And you know, as a performer, I was asking the Holy Spirit for access. You also need to be intentional. You can't just, you don't, if you're going for exams, you're not going to pray to God for answer. You read, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So I had that. I created a shrine for Obos. Obos was alive at the time. You know, the people that shook hands with me and laughed at jokes and shared time and space with me didn't necessarily spend time with Buchi. They were spending time with Obos. You know, and I was careful with the projects that I was doing because Obos was just, you know how a pregnant woman has a child in her, and it's first of blood before it forms into fetus, and you know, and while it's a fetus, it's growing. You know, so all of that was going on inside my body. That's the only way I can explain it. You know, I did a series with Madam Ireti Doya, love her so much. I did a film with AY, Merriman 3. So 2023, I did less than, I think I did about 4 projects because I couldn't do too much because the balls was ticking. You know, so yeah. Wow, it just feels like yesterday. 2023 feels like yesterday.
So how many actors do you think can do this the way you do, like in terms of getting that character? Sometimes I call it method acting. Actually, it's something like we have like the Heath Ledger doing the Joker.
Yeah. Oh, that's one of my favorite performers. I call him a performer. I don't call him an actor. I feel like it dumbs it down, you know. Actor? No, it's a performer because he creates. It's magic. What we do is magic, you know. And method, yes, it's a style, but what I do is in method, you know, because I understand what method is. Heck, I was tutored by great lecturers, but I know that what I do is in method. Are there creatives, performers that can do what I do? I believe so, by the grace of God. But until then,
it's challenging.
There's not a challenge, but until then, because I'm more about putting Nigeria on the map. So for me, it's not about competition. It's here, in the biggest black nation, this fourth world country with insecurity and porous political system and an embarrassing passport and all that they say about us. But we've got diamond here, you know. So we've got gold here. We've got raw materials that you can't find anywhere. And by the grace of God, you're speaking to one. You know, and I know there's so many other performers that are coming up. You know, I did a film with Tuka Makbar, the director and filmmaker. He's from Delta, but he stays in the north. He's a genius. On that set, I met a couple of actors that I'm looking forward to sharing screen time with, because, you know, they're phenomenal. They're right. You know, Mr. Sweet, you know, this shout out is for you. So keep doing what you're doing. I see you. You know, I did a film with Chris O'Day. It's a festival piece. Phenomenal. And oh, bro, listen, I don't need to say too much about it, but the film will do the telling itself because it's a Daniel Oriahi flick. So I shared screen time with Emeka the actor. No, man, listen, if you don't watch Nigerian movies, this is a clarion call, my brother, my sister. You have to. Start now, because some people are coming up on your screen and they're going to be worth your penny, your time. That's it.
So let's talk about what roles do you envision yourself acting in the near future? Because sometimes people would want to put actors in a box, you know, and just put them in roles and the same repeated roles.
Stereotypical roles, right?
Very stereotypical and all that.
Anthony, I'll be honest with you, man. I get a good laugh anytime I hear that word, you know, stereotype. What is that? All the roles that I have played that are villains, are they from the same mom? No. I haven't done too many villain roles, but there's nothing similar about them. So, if you're a performer out there, and because of your circumference, you tend to attach a certain type of character to you, don't be bruised by that. Show them layers, show them colors, you know? You wake up, you go to bed on Monday, you wake up on Tuesday, believe me, you're not the same person. You just don't see it. You're just not intentional about it. Once you go to bed, you add a hair on some part of your body. Do you record the length of your hair on your body? But there's some form of growth happening. There's a change. So nobody is constant. There's always movement, you know? So the word stereotype doesn't exist for me. It's man-made, you know. But to answer your question, I don't necessarily have a character that I'm looking forward to playing. Can you afford me? Give my manager a call. That's it. That's it. A character that don't need to say anything, and you can feel the aura, you can feel their presence. Like Gen Z would say, aura fam. You know. And I just like to make my characters interesting. Do you get what I mean? There was nothing out of the ordinary about the boss. But by the grace of God, you know, with the guidance and the direction of my director, we carved a niche for a villain. We created a villain that people hate to love. Is he a bad guy? Yes. Does he take alcohol? Yes. Is he as hot-headed as Chidimokeme back in the day? The baddest boy in the industry, Jim Ike. Yeah, you know, was he a hothead like Jim Ike? Yes, he was. You know, was he a hothead like you know, Hank Saluku? Yes, he was. But did you see Jim Ike and all the characters, you know, he's ever done in a boss? No. You know, so don't worry about being stereotyped. All you have to do is put it back in their face and tell them, this is who I am. bring the characters, I will chop them up, give them back to you, and you forget that this person is the villain. Because you will cry when the character falls. You will rejoice. You will pray for that character. Meanwhile, that guy is going to kill the next person in the next scene. So, yeah, that's it.
Yeah. So what were your favorite scenes in the movie, and what were your also complex scenes, the most complex?
Complex. Let's start with complex. You know, we're talking about it before we got on air.
Yeah.
The face-off between Obos and Efemini, I was in serious pain at the time, physical pain. When we started filming, I was messed up here, you know, because the balls had to be, you know, I wasn't getting enough sleep.
Oh.
It was just a lot of, I'd say negative energy,
Oh.
you know, because you could feel his presence. Obos didn't beat anybody. He wasn't cutting people up like, what's his name? Teacher, you know. You didn't see him put a gun to a baby and shoot them. But when you see him, you just know this guy is going to burn down a country, right? So imagine, you know, I'm done from set on a Thursday and I'm not filming the next day and I'm in my room. You know, it's a lot. It's a lot. So that scene was complex because I was, you know, experiencing physical pain. There's a part where the boss says to Aussie boy, the F word. F, I don't need you. And I pause and I make it. That was excruciating pain that I couldn't break character because the boss was so bossy. You know, but we're happy that, you know, Nigerians and everybody else love it. My favorite scene would be the scene between Efemini and the manager, Emeka Okafor. That's the guy that played the manager. Not the general manager,
the manager.
by Constance.
Yeah.
Constance was phenomenal, by the way. Constance was phenomenal.
Yeah,
Constance,
she became a meme, actually.
bro, forever will be.
Yeah.
You know, but that guy, the manager,
Yeah.
that said, poverty, love your substance. See, listen, that guy. For a second, I forgot that I was watching the film. It felt like I wanted to punch him from, you know, my screen. I was like, what's the point, this guy? Why are you like this now? Come on now, you know. So he was my favorite performer, you know, because listen. So for me, I tell people that yes, you had your lead, William Benson, genius, right? Genius. Bro, don't worry, I don't use that word loosely, eh? William is a genius. Don't worry about it. Yes, you have him, you know, commanding and driving the audience. But you see, you need pockets of other performers here and there to be able to add color to what it is that you do as a performer, because you cannot do it alone. It's not stage.
Yeah.
Where you command the audience and they stay there, you're quiet. You tell them, drop your phone, they drop your phone because they can hear you. But Kechi is sitting at home watching you on her screen, probably eating her favorite food. She can pause the TV if she doesn't want to hear what you're saying. But what Emeka Okafor did, Constance did in the first episode, they held our audience for us. Because the boss comes in, 16 minutes after, you know. Yeah. So what you see is a man going through, Nigerians, we're used to that. Yeah, we're used to that. We're used to seeing broke men, you know, move around. If you never see anyone, I'll carry you go up there. Do you know what I mean? So it's relatable. But because we had people like Emeka Okafor that played the manager, we had Constance. I held her own, you know, without doing too much. The eyes, she was controlling everything. You could feel her presence. It was a beat. There was no space. Do you get what I mean? Yeah. You know, and it was just beautiful. There were no extras. There were background actors. Because when you say extra in Nigeria, extra, no speaking, no. Even the background actors held their own. The woman that was selling food, I was like, that's film. That's what it is. That's why the audience will wait and watch.
So they created a foundation for Obos. Because if they didn't do that, you will flip. You will go to the next film. Netflix has over 1,000 movies that you can watch. But the background actors held their own. And all thanks, again, to the genius herself, Kemi Adetiba Hemanaka. God bless you, sis. Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you for what you do for this country.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. For the continent, bro. For the continent.
Yes, so what are your personal visions?
Hello, this is News Update reaching you live from Business Day Television News Studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, FX reserves hit $42 billion highest in 6 years. Shatima markets Nigeria's $200 billion credit transition opportunity to investors. Nigeria UAE non-oil trade hits record $4.3 billion. And customs to examine 200 containers per hour at Apapa Port inside. Well, thank you for joining us on News Update. I am Destiny Momo. Nigeria's external reserves hit a 6-year high, crossing the $42 billion mark for the first time since 2019. Fresh data from the central bank show reserves standing at $42.03 billion as at September 19, a sharp rebound from July's lows. The rally has been fueled by improved oil receipts, stronger non-oil inflows, and moderated outflows. In September alone, reserves rose by $610 million, with nearly $583 million added between the 15th and 19th, compared to late August. The stockpile is now higher by $727 million, a 1.76% gain. Analysts say the build-up strengthens the CBN's firepower to stabilize the currency, improves debt servicing capacity, and boosts investor confidence. But market watchers warn that sustaining the momentum will hinge on crude oil output, global prices, portfolio flows, and consistent policies. For now, Nigeria's reserves narrative has shifted from weakness to resilience, providing a firmer outlook for foreign exchange stability. And now, moving on, at the 80th UN General Assembly in New York, Vice President Kashim Shettima has pitched Nigeria's $200 billion energy transition opportunity to global investors. Speaking at a Business Council for International Understanding Roundtable, Shettima positioned Nigeria as a natural hub for the African continental free trade area's $3.4 trillion market. He highlighted Nigeria's scale, a population of 236 million, projected to hit 320 million by 2040, as well as its 44 natural resources, 5 tech unicorns, Africa's largest oil reserves, and 210 trillion cubic feet of proven gas. Shettima said these factors, combined with President Tinubu's reform agenda of exchange rate unification, subsidy removal, and tax modernization, are boosting reserves growth and investor confidence. Ratings agencies Fitch and Moody's have already upgraded Nigeria's sovereign outlook. Another vice president also pointed to incentives in special economic and agro-industrial zones, including duty-free imports, VAT waivers, and integrated logistics, while stressing that Nigeria is blending sovereign and private finance to fund metro lines, dry ports, and industrial corridors. According to him, these efforts are designed to position Nigeria as West Africa's trade and energy hub. And meanwhile, trade between Nigeria and the United Arab Emirates has hit a record $4.3 billion in non-oil commodities in 2024. The UAE Consul General in Lagos, Salim Al-Jaberi, described Nigeria as one of the Emirates' most strategic partners in Africa. He revealed plans to pursue a comprehensive economic partnership agreement with Nigeria to ease trade across borders. Speaking while receiving master's students from the University of Lagos, Al-Jabari said the UAE is keen to deepen bilateral, educational and cultural ties while showcasing investment opportunities across sectors. In 2023, trade flows were dominated by manufactured goods from the UAE and raw precious commodities from Nigeria. UAE exports stood at $1.42 billion, while Nigeria's exports came in at $1.32 billion, leaving a modest surplus for the Emirates. Analysts say the latest figures show opportunities for Nigeria to diversify and add value to its exports, and they note that a formal trade pact could unlock new sectors, boost investment, and support job creation in manufacturing and services. Up ahead, customs to examine 200 containers per hour at Apapa Port, Quayside. We'll bring you more details after this time out. Stay with us.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protections from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back. Now, the Nigerian Customs Service has begun installing 3 high-capacity scanners at the Apapa Port, Quayside, a move expected to fast-track trade and boost security. Custom officials say the project will enable the inspection of up to 200 containers per hour, cutting delays at one of the country's busiest ports. Apapa Area Controller Oluwadari Oshoba described the initiative as an operational masterstroke, noting that the scanners will be positioned near the bathing area to ensure consignment check. And 2 of the scanners are being supplied under the Trade Modernization Project, while an additional 1 will come from APM Terminals, which has also pledged a mobile scanner as backup. Customs ICT officers are meanwhile being trained to maintain the systems. And project team leader Aliu Suleiman said the scanners manufactured by China's Nuctech use dual energy technology to detect concealed contraband and hazardous materials. He added that their modular design allows integration with other security systems such as license plate recognition. Moving on away from that story, Nigeria's ICT sector continues to power economic growth, contributing 11.18% to real GDP in the second quarter of 2025. Fresh figures from the National Bureau of Statistics show the sector covering telecommunications, broadcasting, publishing, and motion pictures grew 6.61% year-on-year, up from 4.38% a year ago. In normal terms, the sector expanded by more than 21%, double the growth recorded in the same period of 2024. ICT now accounts for 10% of nominal GDP, slightly higher than a year earlier. The NBS describes it as one of the strongest drivers of Nigeria's non-oil economy. And overall, the non-oil sector grew 3.64% in the quarter, driven by agriculture, real estate, financial services, trade, construction, and electricity. Non-oil activities now make up nearly 96% of GDP. And meanwhile, the wider economy posted a real GDP growth of 4.23%, with aggregate output climbing to 100.73 trillion naira in normal terms. Oil production also improved, averaging 1.68 million barrels per day, up from 1.41 million a year earlier. And Champion Breweries has unveiled plans to raise 58 billion naira from the capital market to fund acquisitions, expansion, and sustainability projects. The brewer says the program will include a 42 billion naira public offer and a 16 billion naira rights issue. Proceeds will finance the acquisition of bullet assets and intellectual property and boost working capital, support technology upgrades such as ERP systems, returnable packaging, and renewable energy. Managing Director Inalegu Oadoga described the initiative as a transformative step that will give Champion Breweries scale, high margin growth, and international reach, evolving from a regional player into a multi-market and multi-category growth platform. The company's strong in performance has already lifted half-year pre-tax profit to 3.4 billion naira, a sharp rebound from 333 million naira loss in the first half of 2024, and revenue from beer and malt sales surged to 7.4 billion naira in the second quarter, up more than 44% year-on-year. Analysts say the bullet acquisition could bring quick financial gains while strengthening supply chains and market presence in the long term. Nigeria's textile industry is under renewed pressure as the imports surged to nearly 566 billion naira in the first half of 2025. Figures show a 56% jump from the same period last year, with imports in the second quarter alone hitting 337 billion naira, up 84% year-on-year. The trend follows last year's spike when Nigeria's imported 726 billion naira worth of textiles, almost double 2023 levels, despite government pledges to cut dependence on the cotton textile garment program. The Manufacturers Association of Nigeria wants the cheap, often dumb textiles are overwhelming local producers, forcing many factories to shut down. Stakeholders blame smuggling, poor infrastructure, and policy inconsistency for the industry's struggles. Experts caution that Nigeria's risk losing one of the most historically significant industries, and they argue that reforms could revive value chains, create millions of jobs, and ease pressure on foreign reserves. But for now, the sector remains on life support. Still to come, Congo to auction mineral resources to the U.S. presidency. This and more after this commercial break. Stay with us.
Okay now. Dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protections from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back to the news update. We now head to Africa. And our Congo's President Felix Tshisekedi says a U.S.-mediated peace deal with Rwanda has yet to calm fighting in eastern Congo. Speaking in New York on Monday, he thanked President Donald Trump for brokering the June 27 accord, but warned the conflict continues. The U.S.-backed deal was aimed at halting Kigali's alleged support for M23 rebels, claims both Rwanda and the group deny. Washington says ending the violence, which has killed thousands this year, is key to unlocking billions of dollars in Western investment in Congo's vast mineral wealth, including cobalt, copper, gold, tantalum, and lithium. A deadline to implement parts of the deal falls this month. And Tshisekedi stressed U.S. mediation should not be seen as Congo auctioning off its resources. He confirmed Kinshasa has a strategic partnership with China and is pursuing a similar arrangement with the United States although he gave no details. And Congolese officials insist success depends on Rwanda ending support for M23, which Kinshasa accuses of atrocities in the east. Rwanda says its forces act only in self-defense. And heavy rains across Ivory Coast cocoa belt last week are boosting prospects for the upcoming main crop. Farmers say the October to March harvest should see strong outputs, especially in the first 3 months, as downpours improve port growth and bean quality. Harvesting has begun, but larger volumes are expected from mid-October, with most of the crop coming off trees in November and December if rains remain steady. Growers in regions including Dalloa and Pocono, Suba, Agboville, Devo, and Abenguro welcomed the moisture, but cautioned that more sunshine is needed to prevent mold and ensure beans dry properly. And while many farmers are stockpiling beans, awaiting the government's announcement of a new guaranteed farm gate price expected in late September or late October. Producers anticipate it will be set above the current 2,200 CFA francs per kilogram. Average temperatures last week ranged between 25 and 28.3 degrees Celsius. And I'm moving on to the foreign scene. The US dollar faced pressure in Asian trading on Tuesday, and investors weighed comments from Federal Reserve officials for signals on the path of interest rates. The greenback fluctuated between gains and losses, holding flat after Monday's decline that snapped a 3-day winning streak. The dollar index last stood at 97.326. The market focus remains on U.S. President Donald Trump's economic policies, their impact on global growth, and the Federal Reserve's outlook ahead of key core PCE data due later this week. Political uncertainty is also in play, with Congress racing to avert a government shutdown by September 30. Fed funds futures now priced at 10.2% chance of rates staying on hold in October, up from 8.1% last Friday, according to CME's Fed Watch 2. On currencies, the dollar traded steady at 147.775 yen, with Tokyo markets closed for a public holiday. The New Zealand dollar slipped 0.3% to 0.5848 dollar ahead of a government announced on the Reserve Bank's leadership scheduled for Wednesday. Also, the United States is pushing for more international backing at the UN to expand efforts against Haiti's armed gangs. Washington is seeking to build on the Kenyan-led multinational security support mission, with Kenyan President William Ruto admitted is running at just 40% of its planned 2,500 personnel due to staffing and logistical hurdles. And armed gangs now control most of the Port-au-Prince, displacing more than 1.3 million people and driving famine-level hunger. And the UN Security Council mandate for the current force expires October 2. A new draft resolution put forward by the US and Panama proposes replacing it with a larger gang suppression force, supported by a new UN field office. Unlike the existing setup, the new mission will be led jointly by contributing countries along with the United States and Canada, but would still rely on voluntary international funding and personnel. And up next is sports news. After this break, stay with us.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste the money, you waste energy. But that's how you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
true strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice? Or the beauty of the symphony? At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back to News Update. Now moving on to sports news. Ousmane Dembele and Aitana Bonmati have been crowned the world's best footballers at the 2025 Ballon d'Or ceremony in Paris. Dembele claimed the men's prize after firing Paris Saint-Germain to a historic treble and their first Champions League title. Barcelona teenager Lamine Yamal, winner of the Younger Player Award, finished runner-up. On the women's side, Aitana Bonmati made history, becoming the first woman to win the Ballon d'Or 3 years in a row. Arsenal's Alessia Russo placed third despite beating Bonmati in the Champions League and Eurofinals, with Spain's Mariona Caldente in second. In coaching honors, Serena Wegman was named Best Women's Coach after England's Euro triumph, while PSG boss Luis Enrique took the men's Johan Cruyff Award. The goalkeeper awards went to Chelsea's Hannah Hampton, the first ever women's winner, and Glanluigi Donnarumma, who claimed the men's title for the 7th time after a standout season with PSG. And to other news, West Ham head coach Graham Potter remains in charge for now, despite mounting pressure of a poor result, but training as usual on Monday with the club's board still undecided on whether to make a change. The Hammer sits 19th in the league with just one win, and while there's recognition that deeper problems at the club will take time to fix, patience is wearing thin. And if a replacement is appointed, the new boss would face a tough start with away games at Everton and Arsenal, meaning a decision could be delayed until the international break. And West Ham are considering Nuno Espirito Santo among 3 possible successors, though his appointment would come at a high cost. Slaven Bilic, willing to return even on a short deal, is not currently on the shortlist. And that's the much we have for you on News Update at this hour. Remember to follow us across all our social media platforms and on YouTube, and to get more updates from Business Day Television. I am Destiny Mama. Many thanks for watching. Good afternoon.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
The MBA Students Conference themed executions as a competitive edge, skills, systems and partnerships brought together MBA students, alumni, business leaders and industry experts for a full day of engaging discussions, knowledge sharing and networking. The conference opened with a welcome address from Professor Olayinka David West, the Dean of Lagos Business School, who encouraged participants to take full advantage of the learning and networking opportunities. And this set the stage for insightful conversation and collaborations.
This conference is therefore not just an event, but an expression of what LBS stands for. It demonstrates that excellence at LBS is not confined to the classroom. It is actively lived out in how our students organize, collaborate, and engage with the world. By adding this conference to our student-led platforms, you enrich the leadership, innovation, and culture of excellence that define our school.
The keynote address was delivered by His Excellency Peter Obi, former presidential candidate and business leader. He spoke about the gap between strategy and execution, stressing that while ideas create vision, execution is what delivers real results. He also emphasized the importance of accountability, strong systems, and partnerships built on trust as essential for lasting success. The keynote speech emphasized the importance of strong execution in leadership, business, and governance.
When it comes to delivering the result, it is the execution that matters. Just like I said, planning without doing will fail. Doing without planning will fail. So the critical thing I'm going to tell you today, as in my own little contribution as a trader, because in the business where I am as a trader, you are the CEO, you are the Chief Financial Officer, Chief Operating Officer, the cashier and everything. And I know that the critical aspect of what we are going to talk today is about execution.
A fireside chat on leadership with excellence explored how young leaders can leverage networks for personal and professional growth. Panel sessions led by industry experts focused on building execution-ready skills, designing accountable systems, and forming partnerships to drive innovation and growth.
It doesn't say that a leader must be, we're talking about responsible leadership. It comes with a lot of discipline. So it's somebody who is competent, who have the capacity and the compassion, the commitment. Because that commitment is what drives us. It's not something you can't execute halfway. You have that's why you have companies or countries that do well for 1 year and then the next year falls apart. Or you have somebody who is elected who does well for 1 year and then collapses. It has to be consistent. It's that consistency that makes all the difference. So when we talk execution as a competitive edge, it's something that must be consistent. It's the discipline aspect of it.
You can have all the plans in the world. You can have 5 years plans. You can have 10 years plans, good plans. But if you do not have the right execution, if you don't have the right leadership, if you don't have the guts to push, because we also learned that you can have the right execution, but if you don't have the guts, if you don't have the leadership to actually push the execution, because execution can be pushed back, right? You will not succeed.
I think there needs to be a system of learning, right? There needs to be a system of learning, and there needs to be a system of failing fast. So you need to fail fast, make accommodation for that, and then learn from that and begin to grow. That's what I think that organizations need to do. They also need to train their staff to ensure that they have the requisite capacity to deliver on the strategic objectives of the organization. Execution rather requires discipline. You need to be able to follow execution religiously.
The event ended with networking sessions where students connected with alumni, entrepreneurs, and executives, gaining mentorship and career opportunities. The conference was widely seen as a success, inspiring participants to view execution not just as a process, but as a true competitive advantage in leadership and business. The MBA Students Conference themed executions as a competitive edge, skills, systems, and partnerships brought together MBA students, alumni.
The Kenya coach today for us to really discuss esteem as stakeholders. And who are stakeholders in this? Essentially, managers, social companies, and halls that are involved with social waste operations.
On the 26th of August 2025, the Lagos Waste Management Authority, in collaboration with Waste Care, held a stakeholders forum on construction, demolition and disaster waste management with the theme Building Responsibly and Driving Efficiency, Strengthening Stakeholder Collaboration in Construction, Demolition and Disaster Waste Management in Lagos State. The event brought together government officials, royal fathers, private sector leaders, real estate developers, and other professionals in similar fields.
The message is this. One, what we are trying to propagate is advocacy. We're trying to enlighten the people, and we're trying to educate. Because one of the problems that we have seen in the management of construction waste, demolition waste, and disaster waste is ignorance. People have to be educated. People have to be educated on the right way to handle this waste, to process it and to get it off their site to the appropriate locations. So that is what we are advocating. Because of the impact of this waste, don't forget that some of these wastes are also classified as hazardous waste, like asbestos. They are hazardous to humans, and so that's why there's a need for it to be properly handled, collected, and transported. So that is the message. The first point of call is one, people have to be educated, one, that it's to be generated when you are constructing. We say construction waste. While you are building from scratch, you have waste generated. That is number one. Two, when you are demolishing an old site to construct a new one, you will have generation of waste. So the first thing is to understand what these wastes are, how to handle them, and then take them to the professionals that would now process them to reuse them into other valuable, because like we are emphasizing circularity. We are saying that resources should be reused and reused and reused, not taking new raw materials and starting from scratch. So when you bring down the old materials, let us take them back to where they'll be recycled and where they'll be reused, rather than harnessing new raw materials all the time. But it's a field that you have to employ the professionals, those that understand the composition of this waste and they know how to recycle them back to other useful products. That is what we're emphasizing, because the layman cannot say, like it was emphasized during the lecture, some people used to fill potholes and roads and what have you. So that's what we're trying to emphasize, that this should be used properly because of the constituents of some of this waste. There's no taxation, there's no transition. What we are emphasizing now is this. Normally your waste will be carted away. And when your waste is carted away, you pay for carting away your waste. And the volume of waste that generation on construction is quite high. And these are, peculiar waste that have to be, you can't put the construction in a compactor truck. It won't work. You probably need an open truck that is also covered so that as it's being transported, it is not spilled on the road. So you have to pay. When you generate waste, don't forget that construction sites are, they are very the high-end cost, high-cost sites. You pay a lot of money to put up a construction. So paying a little amount for it to be, the waste to be managed, it's not too much. What we are just saying is that you pay for your waste to be, you register with Loma, and then Loma has the technicalities to, collect the waste and take it away from your site. So it's not too much if you pay a little token to have it evacuated. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about it's not heavy taxation. No. That's what we're talking about. You inform Loma that you are constructing a site. When you generate your waste, you get them, you collaborate with them so that they can pick up your waste and take it away. So we're just paying for the waste to be evacuated, collected and evacuated. That's all.
The Executive Director Loma Finance, Mr. Kunle Adebiyi, representing Chief Dr. Muyiwa Gbadegesin, MD and CEO Loma, kicked off the event with an opening address and the roadmap and overview on CDDW.
Business is writing, it's all still about collaboration and partnership. And that's why I said all of you to be in this room today. The essence of this meeting is more or less what we call stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder is very key in any policy making by the government. We are aware that there's quite a lot of rapid growth in Lagos State in terms of building. And we know quite all right that waste handling is very key. In as much as people are interacting, there's potential to generate waste. What will we do to this waste? It's what is a critical concern, not only to us as an agency, to the government as a public health will also be in jeopardy. So the exercise is to bring them together, put them a kind of capacity, enlightening them, and how to properly manage construction, disposal, and disaster waste in Lagos State. This is to bridge the gap, because we knew quite all right that a lot of construction industry out there, they don't know what to do with their waste. And also we're in the era of circularity, which means that those things they are regarding as waste, they are not but a resource. So for us today is to expose them, creating that awareness, widening their horizon on the proper waste, to conduct the activities at their various sites. Getting the planning approval is one thing. Other things is what do you do with your waste during the construction period? And that's where Loma Road is very critical. For us, our plan is to ensure that, yes, while you are doing your construction, we register you, we monitor your activity closely, and we ensure that we provide adequate infrastructure to evacuate your waste during that time period. So for us, as a government, we are interested not only in business entity, in overall public interest, which is very critical for us. Well, generally, there is a perception that, which we all also see, that Greater Lagos is rising. It's not only by individual, it's a collective responsibility. That's why we bring a partner we call Mrs. Whiskey to collaborate with government driving this initiative down. We also ensure that, yes, we create a system in such a way they can register theirs at the convenience of their homes and offices. You don't need to come to Loma. You just go to loma.com, register the kind of waste you want to evacuate, and ensure that proper management plan is put in place for you at your construction site. It's we are deliberate about it, and we ensure that we put everything possible to make sure it's convenient for them to operate. So we don't need to be everywhere. The system is there, and it's auto drive. There is no doubt. In as much as it's solid waste, we have that capacity. Aside from all other waste which we are also managing, the construction industry is big and large. I agree with you. But for us, it's also a key component of the waste which must be disposed properly and safely, because these wastes are hazardous. For example, asbestos, it can affect human health. And also the so-called rubbles and all that, they have secondary use. We are all driving towards circularity. It means all this with the resource for another usage can be also repurposed. So the capacity why there is no doubt. And that's why we are very keen in ensuring we do a lot of stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder is very key because people are out there. They don't know what they do with this waste. So I don't have any challenges in ensuring that, yes, we put a proper perspective to it and ensure that people do the right thing in the right environment, not to really safeguard their personal interest, for overall general interest of the public.
The guest speaker at the event, engineer Tijani Ajibola, the CEO of Aqua Green Consulting and Construction Company Limited, urged on strengthening compliance in construction and demolition waste management and the need for its utilization.
We continue to extract the so-called natural resources. And I'm happy to tell you that concrete is the second most widely used materials after water.
So the lecture started with the overview of where we were in the past. People don't know anything about the construction and demolition waste. So I reminded the audience about what those materials are and ensure that they are all aware that these are not actually waste, that they are something that we need to bring back so we can reuse them in our concrete. So I actually explained that in the past, the use is to fill gully eroded area, dilapidated road, and some people practice in throwing these away into the water bodies, which is wrong. So I actually tell people, I told them that we can make use of this material, use as scape, we can use them for structural concrete, and we can actually use them for traffic bollards. So there's a lot of things that we can make use of this material. The fact that they call it recycled doesn't make it inferior. It's all about ensuring that the natural resources that are not infinite are left for the generations to come while we're still making sure that we achieve our own objective. When you look at it critically, majority of people might want to do something and the capacity might not be there. And the essence of government is to ensure that the policy that they have in place for the common people is executed. And when you see people that are trying to make sure that they partner with government, that government comes to their aid, the incentive could be in form of anything.
A brilliant panelist session with seasoned speakers was held, centering on driving in the urban waste system.
Well, what basically we intend to achieve is to an understanding that waste disposal for the construction industry and demolition and disaster waste management, that we have the sole responsibility of evacuating waste that is originated from that source. Right now, we are the ones collaborating with LOMA actually to ensure that this is done. In future, there might be some modifications to the way it's done, but right now we are the partners of LOMA to ensure that this is done. All developers, private individuals, corporate individuals ensure that all construction waste is properly disposed of, and not just by anybody, because I think there's a tendency for a lot of people just to either sell it on or just to ensure that it's not properly carted away. So we have that responsibility of ensuring that it is done properly. Hazardous material is also separated, and also to ensure that the sites are safe. Intending developers would need to register. Anyone in the construction site will need to register on that site, and obviously give us details of their property or their building or whatever they're trying to put together, the details, and that would inform us as to what kind of waste they're going to generate, and also that we can also make plans for that waste to be properly evacuated. We have a database. It will register all data sites, and everybody will be registered. It's massive. We know that Lagos is a large construction site, basically. All the corridors are a lot of construction going on, as it's a growing city. So construction waste that's not properly disposed of it becomes a menace. And also, it's part of a circular economy. Nothing is waste. Everything is a resource. So what is waste to one is a resource to another. So we just have to ensure that it's properly disposed of or moved on to the next place where it becomes a resource.
So far, we've had a lot of collaboration from LOMA. If you were listening to the panelists inside, we're having discussion about the bifurcation between water services and solid waste and all that. Lagos State Drainage Services, Ministry of Environment. And we've been collaborating with most agencies. We are, the last mile users. We had to collaborate with agencies to improve the environment, a lot of degradation. Because of that, we've had to do a lot of interface with agencies. If you're listening to the panelists inside, there's a disconnect between registering and then accumulation of data, determine what kind of waste you're going to be managing. Anybody can register their site. And the man is building 10 stories. Kind of waste management for that kind of project is different from when you're registering to build a single duplex dwelling home. Do you understand? Yeah. But these are the disconnections, I think, stakeholding and things like this, sure, over time and all that. But it's not unionized when you see all the developers. I think a lot of developers adhere, right? But the problems are bigger than just developers not being able to do a lot. There's shortfalls in capacity, both on the government side and The panelists have brought to the fore some very important points, including how to use the waste. If the waste is being used productively, then you have a situation where people are not dumping waste into the rivers and it's being used to generate power, it's being used to build an economy and an ecosystem. That way, waste management becomes, an economic powerhouse, right? So we are generating waste, the waste is being used to produce, generating jobs. We'll see less of these problems. So I think it's mostly a stakeholder issue. All these moving parts have to come together for cohesion.
The event ended on a high note with a pledge from the general public and a vote of thanks from Dr. Essien Nswabia, Director of Waste Management Statistics and Policy Development. Amanda Imosigwe reporting for Business Day Television.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Hello and welcome to Startup Spotlight, the show where big ideas meet bold founders. This is where we uncover the game changers and visionaries, entrepreneurs shaping the future of businesses and innovation across Nigeria and beyond. My name is Glory Brown, and I'm so thrilled to have you join us for another inspiring episode. And today we're diving into the topic from courtroom to codroom, and we're using Case Radar, which is a startup, and we're going to see the startup journey in legal tech. Case Radar is a legal tech app powered by artificial intelligence designed to help lawyers enhance their law practice and for the general public to know the law. And to help us unpack all of these, I'm joined by co-founders of Case Radar, Agbo Obinaya, who is an astute lawyer and serial entrepreneur with years of experience in the business sector, and also Anthony Mark Ungu, who is a legal practitioner and co-founder of Case Radar. Welcome, guys, to Startup Spotlight. You guys are looking amazing. It's a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you so much, Obinaya. Let's quickly jump to the first question we have for you today. What inspired the creation of Case Radar? Because from your bio, I saw that you guys were lawyers. From law, you did a little bit of business entrepreneurship, and all of a sudden you delved towards law, legal tech, an app called Case Radar. Can you please tell us what inspired you and how your journey started into creating these apps?
I met my co-founder in law school.
Oh, amazing.
Yes, and from there we've gone ahead to found a business called the Entrepreneurs Africa, and Case Radar is our second startup. We had to move from that to this, and with the Entrepreneurs Africa, it helped us, explore a lot of business opportunities, go into tech majorly, work with different crypto companies abroad and even here in Nigeria, and this kind of gave us a lot of business experience. And being lawyers who also do a lot of legal research and all of that, we realized that in the course of doing our legal research, it takes a lot of time, and even though it takes a lot of time, the resources we need to do this legal research, they are so limited, and we realized we are not the only ones who are also experiencing this. So what we did was we carried out a survey, and we had about 280 persons who participated in that, lawyers, founders, the general public. And what we realized is that people are also facing the same issues, and then we decided to solve that problem through the insights we got from the people who participated in the survey. And that was how we came about Case Radar. We used their insights to work on the features, built it, released it last year on the 27th of September, and onboarded a lot of people on the app who signed up. And then from their feedback while using the app, we went ahead to improve the app, and then we launched the Case Radar 2.0. So that was what inspired Case Radar, and look at where we are now.
That's amazing. So let's talk about how did the background knowledge gotten from law and entrepreneurship, how did those knowledge helped in shaping the future or the vision of this app called Case Radar?
So much, in so many ways. First of all, identifying a problem kind of brings up the idea that there needs to be a solution. So as entrepreneurs, we are always looking out for problems we can solve. That way it will help us shape what we are building and offer real solutions. So from our experience working with different crypto companies, building different businesses, we are bringing that knowledge into what we are building at Case Radar, and that's what is powering what we are doing.
Anthony Mark, you guys are the co-founders of this app. So at what point did you guys realize that technology could offer scalable advantages when it comes to the legal aspect? Like now you talked about the problem that this app is helping solve right now. So at what point did you realize that we need to step up and do this?
So as a law student, one of the things you don't get to miss is doing legal research. You understand that from the training as a law student to becoming a lawyer, you always have to do research.
right? So, and the process of research which we were exposed to while in the university was very rigorous. You know, you go into the library with lots of books. You have to, you know, skim through till you find what you're looking for and then use it for the purposes for which you found it. So when we passed through the system and through law school and became lawyers, part of the things that kept on ringing is, man, we face this and we need to solve this for the upcoming generation. I mean, we're not that old, but at least we can still solve problems for people that are coming and for ourselves because we're still lawyers. So we decided that, you know, one of the things that takes up a lawyer's time is research. So I'm cutting down time for which a lawyer uses to do research will make the lawyer more efficient to serve the client better. So that's part of the things that, you know, informed us to build Case Reader to help lawyers and to help people understand the law.
I would say you guys are doing a great job, and you know a lot of lawyers are still into that traditional practices of being a lawyer. At what point did you guys decide to say, okay, you know, technology is advancing, we have AI, we have different digital content, and right now, you know, when you don't put your content out there, people don't want to pay attention to what you're selling and all that. At what point did you decide to move from being a traditional lawyer and then you move into this tech space, you know, this digital space, and then you created this app? You know, this is a different thing entirely. Like it's new, you know.
Yeah.
Yes. At what point did you?
So I mean, if you look at it, we are just playing catch up here in Nigeria and Africa at large, because most other regions and jurisdictions, UK, US, you know, Canada, they already utilize these apps, right? So we discovered that in the wake of technological advancements, that even though our profession is very traditional in nature, we still need to, you know, build up in terms of that advancement and help our people to catch up with others. So this particular legal tech, I mean, is very trendy in the UK and in the US, and they have a lot of companies raising, you know, humongous amount of money to build up tech products specifically for lawyers and for legal knowledge. So, and you know, as lawyers, we do a lot of research, right? So we've checked into the legal system of other places, seen how they are thriving and, you know, at least leaving the traditional baggage behind and trying to adopt more modern tools to help their lawyering. And we decided, I mean, our own people can also get into this. So, and that's why Case Reader is here.
Obinaya, as a lawyer moving into entrepreneurship, what was the biggest mindset that gave you this confidence and then went into this startup of this legal tech app called Case Reader? Because a lot of people, when they're starting up, they have a different opinion running through their mind, doubts and all that. What was the biggest mindset shift for you that gave you that confidence, you know, to start up this app?
I think the ability to recognize that you can do anything. You know, you can become anything. You can look at the system, find loopholes, and find a way to bridge the gap, you know, especially when you're solving problems, trying to make things easy for people and, you know, for ourselves as well. Because I'm a lawyer, I have clients, I use Case Reader, you know, yes. So, just like I said, knowing that you can do anything legally, you know, it kind of helped us realize that the things that people are doing in other climes, we can introduce it here and make our society better.
That's a very nice one. I know as co-founders, I believe that both of you have different challenges you faced while starting up this app. What are some of the challenges and how were you able to overcome such challenges?
One of the challenges was the fact that a lot of people are already too dependent on the traditional, you know, method of legal practice. So trying to convince some of them feels like a Herculean task, you know. However, it gives us joy that a lot of young lawyers, you know, are already onboarded on our app and they are using our platform. Another challenge we faced was the issue of data, getting the right data to use and train our AI. But to the glory of God, we were able to surmount that. And right now, we've trained our app to the point where it is reliable, and accurate with regards to the information it gives.
Thank you so much. How did you fund the app from the start? When you're starting up, funding is a big problem. I've asked you on how you were able to get the biggest mind shift set. But right now, how are you able to fund it from the start? And what advice can you give to lawyers who are still doing the traditional pattern of being a lawyer and they are looking forward to moving into the entrepreneurship tech like you already did? How are you able to fund from the start? And what advice would you give to people? Starting up, people are always very scared. Will I be able to do this? Will I be able to get funds? So how are you able to fund it? And advice we give to someone looking up to you and want to try a new thing just like you've started?
With regards to funding what we are building at Case Trader, we are bootstrapping. And, I won't say it has been easy, but it is exciting, to be honest. It is very, very exciting. Knowing that we can do this and that we are actually doing it. We are not wishing for it, you're not wishful. We're actually taking real actions. And with regards to the advice I would give to anyone out there who's looking up to us or trying to do something similar, just start. Start and put everything in God's hands. God is very, very important in what we are doing. And as far as you have a vision that people can key into, it will be much more easier for people to buy your idea and join you in what you are building.
Yeah, so I would like to add to that. If you would want to start or build a business, it is very advisable you have a source of income, no matter how minimal, right? It is going to help you in your building. This will also make you not to touch your business money. You have some people that are building, their business is making money and they're already using it, for some expenses. But when you have something that sustains you, it enables you to be able to, differentiate your money, one focusing on your business and one that can sustain your living. And if you're building, at no point should you try to be too extravagant if the need is not there, right? So we know that in businesses there is need to package, and to appear as if things are moving well when, maybe backstage you're taking a lot of heat. But, of course, it's a good thing to package, and I really advise people to don't show what you're going through. Always appear like you have a lot, no matter how small you have.
Thank you so much. We're going on a quick break. When we'll come back, is still the topic from courtroom to case room. Stay with us. Welcome right back to the Startup Spotlight. We'll be looking at the topic from courtroom to codroom. And we'll be talking with the co-founders of Case Radar, Anthony Mark and Obinaya. Moving on to the next question, what potential economic benefits does this have for small businesses? Let's talk about small businesses. We're looking at startup.
Yeah.
What potential economic benefit does Case Radar have for small businesses or undeserved communities?
It has a lot of potentials, beyond the economic view. For example, as a startup founder, you are supposed to carry on your business in accordance with the law. And it is obvious that a lot of Nigerians do not understand, basic rights, basic laws, and how it relates to their businesses. But with case reader, anyone, anywhere can easily get legal advice through our AI on how Nigerian law works with regards to their business. And with regards to undeserved communities, case reader allows anyone to connect with a lawyer anywhere, anytime. So let's say you are in a remote area and you have land disputes, for example, and you need to connect with a lawyer. You can easily use, case reader to connect with a lawyer. Let me give you an exclusive. So I think I came with, give me a moment. I came with our smart card, and this is the first time we are kind of doing a public test of this smart card. So this is something we give to every lawyer on case reader, and what it does is, instead of calling out your phone numbers or email address for someone whom you've met, you can easily tap this across their phone and your profile on case reader automatically appears. And right there they can see your photo, your short bio, the area of specialization for the lawyer. They can see your email address, your phone number to easily connect with you, and a direct link to your LinkedIn profile. And this is like the first time this is being introduced in Nigerian legal industry. And what this does is that lawyers will now have to focus on serving their clients more strategically. There's more efficiency in law practice, as opposed to where a lawyer is trying to, get clients and also serve clients. So it kind of helps people in, undeserved communities to easily connect with lawyers, easily get legal advice, easily draft, summarize, and analyze all kinds of legal documents anywhere, anytime.
And how receptive have lawyers and other legal institutions been to adopting a legal tech solutions app like Case Reader?
It has been a 50-50 thing. I think the, senior lawyers still have some kind of reservations, yeah. However, the young lawyers whom have, experienced the progress, and promise of artificial intelligence and what technology can do generally, a lot of them use our platform, and that kind of gives us so much encouragement. I'm booked to speak at the MBA conference this year, and that is another way of showing how the MBA adopts what we are doing at Case Reader. So generally we'll not say we have all the endorsements, but we are getting there with the support we have so far.
So, and just to add to what he has said, it's not like the concerns of our senior lawyers are not, worth it, because there are cases of people using artificial intelligence like ChatGPT to make legal inquiries, and they end up getting cases that don't exist, right? And that is because of hallucination. So compared to Case Reader, what we've tried to do is to cut out the hallucinating part. So we'll make sure that on our platform, if such case is not unavailable data on the platform, our artificial intelligence is simply going to tell you that it does not have sufficient knowledge to give you answer on this at this time, right? Maybe you can provide more context and it will be able to see if it has the information you need, but it will not hallucinate to provide you answers that are going to put you in trouble. So it is one of the concerns we've gotten from one of the senior advocates of Nigeria that we try to pitch Case Reader to. So he was of the view that AI gives fake cases. So, but we made a case for Case Reader that hallucination is not part of what we do, because we understand that as a lawyer, there is need for your information to be very accurate. accuracy is part of the things that we bring to the table. If we don't know it, we simply tell you the information is not here at the time. And we can always, from your feedback, provide whatever information should be there if the information you're, trying to get is actually something real and not, a forged case. Because in most cases, once you forge a case, it just tells you that this does not exist and it's not in our, system. So during the pitch to win event which we participated in, Chief tried to, demo case reader to one of the investors there, right? So, and one of the things he did was to ask for his name. What was his name again?
John.
John. So he asked him for his name, and then he put his name with his name and asked the AI what happened in that particular case. And he simply told him that, this case is not in my system and we don't think it exists, but, if you give more context, we can provide you with, what you're looking for. In most cases, an AI that is trained to hallucinate will just tell you, give you facts of the case, give you the decisions of the court and, every other thing that has to do with the case. So I think we've done a very good job. And we always encourage people to use case reader because there is efficiency in case reader.
Just to add to what he just said with regards to hallucination, because that is a very great, it's a great concern, We tried to also demo to one of the top law firms in Nigeria, and during the demo, one of the associates from the other end asked a fictitious case. And we didn't know it was a fictitious case. They were just trying to test the product. And it was on Google Meet. And, he sent the citation and we loaded it on our system and sent. And he just said, this case does not exist. Okay. And it kind of wowed them. And that was when we realized it was actually a fictitious case. And then we took that same case and we asked it on ChatGPT. And ChatGPT said it's a Supreme Court case. So it goes ahead to show how AI, when it's not built for the legal industry, can cause havoc for the user.
And by the way, I was present at the pitch to win, and your pitch was amazing. The confidence was top notch.
Thank you so much.
Let's move on to some of the mistakes you made when starting out. When you're starting out blindly, you don't know what's in front of you. You just taking the first step in hope and faith, just like you've been saying. What are some of the mistakes that you encountered at the start of the Case Reader app? And if you were to give it another chance, what would you do differently this time around?
I think at first we were so concerned with the branding, I was one who created the first logo for Case Reader. However, I knew it was not there, it was not the kind of thing we would use for a long term, but because we wanted to move very fast and launch, get into the market, we just used that particular logo. However, thanks to the amazing team we've built so far, we've come up with a better one. And I think the mistake there is the mistake of, always trying to focus on things that actually really do not, solve the problem. A logo won't solve the problem you're trying to solve, but then it's part of the mistakes. And right now we are learning to focus on the important things, which is making sure that user experience on the platform is perfect and that we are getting the app that we've built to more Nigerians so they can use it, because these are the people that actually need this solution.
Yeah, so to add to that, another thing is not waiting for a perfect time, right? So we were almost trying to, kind of decide on which time is perfect. Do we have the products in place, all those kind of a thing? But at some point, Chief was like, let's just start this. and then we kicked off. So because when you kick off, no matter how rough it is, you get to learn and you get to build better. So for anyone who, wants to start off something, even though it's not perfectly shaped, just start. And then you will learn on the process. Thank you.
Quick one. In the next 4 to 5 years, where do we see Case Radar? Now it's just on the startup level. So in the next 5 years, what's the big picture for Case Radar?
By that time, we would have onboarded, let's say 20,000 users or more. We don't want to be too ambitious, but we are very, very optimistic, and we're also looking to expand into other countries as well. So, but right now we're focusing on Nigeria because this is the market we understand better. And once we are able to get, a large market share here, we would expand to other jurisdictions.
Before we wrap up the show, let me ask you this last question. Back then, this thing starts with an idea. How did you get the inspiration? It comes in your head before it comes to reality.
Yeah.
How did you get the idea? What inspired you? What thing did you see? I know you've talked about the challenges you faced while you were in law school that helped to channel your innovative mind towards this Case Radar, rather to say. So what inspired you? What was the main thing that inspired you to start up the Case Radar? And also an advice to someone that already has an idea to do something, but they are scared to take this step, moving towards the direction.
I think I like to stand out, and while I was still a diploma student, in Unizik, where I also happened to come out as the 26th Chief Justice of the Union, I realized that there is this Latin maxim. It's just very short. Lawyer qua lawyer. It means a lawyer of lawyers. And if you look at the legal industry, you realize that every year over 5,000 lawyers are called to the bar. So how do you distinguish yourself? How do you solve the problem that most of these lawyers are facing, like employment? This year, about 7,000 lawyers were called to the bar, and you realize that law firms are not going to hire all of them. So where do they go to? So these are the problems we are trying to solve through Case Radar, providing solutions for our colleagues and standing out while doing it, being an inspiration to them, making them realize they can do anything they want to do with their careers. They can become anything they want to become. So that is what inspired us. And the truth is that it has always been in my head, to the point where when we are trying to design the first user interface for Case Radar, I called a friend of mine, Cody, and she designed something, but it didn't resonate with me. And I was telling her this is not it. So when she couldn't come up with something I wanted, I went to YouTube, learned Figma, how to use Figma, and I designed the first concept for Case Radar. I learned Figma in less than 2 weeks, funny as that was, and I had to design it. Although I'm not a professional in that, we didn't use what I designed as the final product. We just used it as a wireframe, more like an inspiration. This is the way it should be. And then we brought in professionals who came in and, elevated it to what we have right now. So here we are.
Thank you so much, Obi Nair and Anthony Mark, for joining us today on this amazing episode of Startup Spotlight. It's our pleasure.
Thank you, Glory, for having us.
Thank you.
And that's where we wrap up the Startup Spotlight for this week. Remember, your startup journey could be our next spotlight. My name is Glory Brown. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for staying with us. Stay tuned and keep watching BDTV.